I feel like we have these fake youth.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City Council. I will call to order the City Council meeting for May 19th, 2026. Our Councilor Bollier is running a few minutes late, but we will get started, and we will go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Clerk Beck, could we please get a roll call?
Mayor Tapia Vega,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnes,
Good evening.
Councilor Bolliger, Councilor Friedland,
Here.
Councilor Gallegos,
Good evening.
Councilor Gianola,
Here.
and Councilor Jensen.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. As I said, Councilor Bollier is only a few minutes away. He'll be joining us soon. As with every City Council meeting, we will begin tonight with public input. For those of you who wish to speak, just fill out one of these speaker request forms there in the back through that glass door and hand it over to our city clerk. When you do come up and speak, just state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 5 minutes to speak. If you don't have a good gauge of what 5 minutes look like, don't worry about it. There's a little clock right in front of you that'll tell you exactly how much time you have left. Just in terms of fairness and equity, at the 5-minute mark, I will stop you, just so everyone gets the same exact amount of time. And with that, oh, actually, and if you're not here, you can also speak to us online. So we have public input, and that phone number is on our website. And with that, we will start tonight with Mr. Frank Archuleta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members here, staff. Staff, stop insulting all the 270 plot owners. It is time for the truth. Council, you must allow coffin burials. Council, do not betray the citizens who paid and own 270 burial plots. Your integrity, your ethics, your leadership is important. You must maintain the loyalty and honor to your oath. No justice for the senior citizens who paid and owned 270 burial plots. The Colorado State archaeologists and city staff have no evidence or proof to be able to shut down all 270 burial plots to no casket burials. The city of Lafayette paid $83,000 to SWCA, the environmental consultants, for ground penetration radar, GPR. The executive summary states, the cemetery appears overall organized, appearing in rows, and no evidence of stacked or overlapping. It is recommended by SWCA environmental consultants, any excavation be undertaken with extreme care. They didn't recognize, so they shut the cemetery down to all casket burials here, basically. You must not pass the resolution 26-13 here. The state archaeologists did not have the authority to recommend to staff to close all casket burials in the remaining 270 plots. The state archaeologist was here in Lafayette for only 3 days. An investigation was in Potter's Field. She doesn't have all the facts about the entire cemetery, only in Potter's Field with the burial plots down there, 2 of them maybe. How can she make a recommendation to city staff to close 270 plots for the city casket burials? Beverly Smith, 22-year Lafayette City Clerk, a professional and an expert, says no major problems with coffin burials. 3 years ago, the Lafayette Human Rights Commission wrote a letter on April 26, 2023 to Monty Stevenson, the Director of Parks and Recreation and head of the cemetery. HRC endorses halting burials in the cemetery section known as Potter's Field. Henning had 100 plots. He was burying 246 people in one area there. I also shared this information with City Council and staff. We will not be here in the situation right now we're in, only if council did close Potter's Field 3 years ago. Now, council, if they would have stopped digging here recently, the state archaeologists would have never been here. That's what happened in Potter's Field there. The city has 6 coffin burials that I know of in the last year. 4 were on city-owned properties. Here in the United States and throughout the world, if they hit a coffin left or right, basically they do was move right, left, if they hit a coffin. Common sense here. Council, for the sake of democracy, do not sell out the owners of the 270 burial plots. As a public servant, you must uphold justice for the 270 owners and stop all this pain that they are all going through here. Now, I'm going to come up here. This is from Nancy Green here, 1999, and they went ahead, basically, in 2000, what they did, they sold out the rest. And we can come up here. This here is a map of everybody that's buried in that cemetery and everybody that owns plots. But they state right here, basically, what they did. All the plots and everything, the owners of the plots and all that. This is the complete 99 from 1901, basically. But it's organized, folks. This cemetery is organized. This is what they did all the way across. It is all organized. This is from the city, by the way. All organized, all the way across. I'm not sure you've seen this. There's a attorney here. Nancy Green, 99, this one, yeah, I've seen it out there, but you saw that also. Basically, what we have right here, folks, this here is a map of everybody that's buried in that cemetery right there, and also all the names who own the plots. There is room in the cemetery to continue the digging and all that to bury the people. I would like to take all council members up to the cemetery and walk everybody through that entire cemetery, and you'll see.
We're not recording it.
Oh, I got 42 seconds. Yeah, okay, Kim, thank you. But anyway, yeah. The evidence and the proof that staff has presented to you is nonsense. Total, ridiculous nonsense. That recommendation must not pass, and basically what you ought to do right now, allow anybody that dies, allow them to be buried. Plain and simple. Their spaces are available and everything else. And according to your $83,000 survey, no stacking, no evidence, as you did when you went ahead and had the moratorium. Out of the newspapers, staff said there was basically overlapping. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. Up next, we'll hear from Ernie Garcia.
City Council, I take it that none of you grew up here. I mean, I've never known the family. I know your names, but maybe, or even went to school. But, you know, we have generations in our family that are buried here at Lafayette. And my father's buried there, my mother's still alive, and she's very concerned that she won't be buried there. We are located, when you enter the main entrance in the cemetery, right to the right. We've never had a conflict about remains or something there that conflicts with what's going on. And, you know, I'd just like to say that, you know, the GPR has shown overall organized graves appearing. It means they're all in a row, there's nothing overlapping or anything. And there has never been a problem on the south end, which is the entrance. And the Potterfield, yeah, they found a couple of remains there. But they moved, and people being buried, they moved them over just a little bit. So I don't see why you have to close the whole thing down when there's so many people and loved ones that are buried there and people that want to be buried next to their kin. You know, it's just not right. And You know, if you were in that situation and had generations buried there, you'd feel the same way if you had plots. You know, just humanely, just think about it, you know? If it was me and I have family there and they told me I can't be buried there next to them, how would you feel, you know? I just like to say, think about it before you make a judgment where nobody can be buried, or just people that are cremated can be buried there. Because there's a lot of people that don't believe in cremation, never have. My family especially, we've never believed in cremation. And like I said, my father's there, buried, and my sister, my loved ones around there. The only one left is me and my mother, and she, you know, she's in her 90s, and she's so hurt over this. So take into consideration, they should GPR each site that is still open to burial that people have, and just do it right there. And if there's nothing there, have them buried. You know, that's all you have to do. But, you know, instead of going the other route and having people mad in this town, because then you're gonna have to put up with that forever. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Gary Posey.
My name is Gary Posey. I live at 309 Cedar Avenue in Lafayette for over 60 years. I only been in Lafayette for 72 years, so I'm not quite as old as some of these folks. I've been here a lot longer. But anyway, my story's a lot like the ones, I didn't come to the last meeting, I watched it. So mine story's the same as theirs. We have family up there. My wife's family has 4 generations. And there's one plot left. That's mine. I don't want to be anyplace else. I think we're at a point where we need solutions now. It looks to me like, as I watched that last meeting you guys had, the state lady made a recommendation. To me, a recommendation doesn't mean close. This is our town. You guys are here to represent us. If it's a state we gotta fight, that's who we have to fight. And I think we're at the point now where we need solutions. I think it sounds like there's 270 plots that we're talking about. Why can't we block those 270 and say we'll deal with them one at a time as each situation comes up? You know, most of us are in our 70s and 80s, and we don't have, you guys made it indefinite. So the way it is right now is we die off, the time is on your side, not ours. So I don't know why we can't block them out, deal with one situation at a time as they come up. Maybe there's a better way to do each individual plot. As far as I know, that wasn't done. It's a whole cemetery thing. And I think there's got to be a way to get through this. And we should have been having these discussions before you guys passed what you already passed. And we need to correct that. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Mitch Blund.
My name's Mitch Blund. I currently live in Broomfield, but my family's been in Lafayette, Louisville area for generations. I believe it's 3 generations before me buried in the Lafayette Cemetery. And we have multiple plots that are being affected by this. To me, this is a gross problem with a very common sense solution, and that solution is that there's 270 plots and they all need to be taken care of accordingly. You have a whole room of people here that have given their blood, sweat, tears, time, and hard-earned money to this town and to this community. You should do what's right by them. What's right by them is letting them be buried with their loved ones and seeing this thing through. If the cemetery closes after that 270, that's great, it's fine. But the people that currently own plots, that paid for them, some of them 50, 60, 70 years ago, that are expecting to be laid to rest with people that they care about, just like I would assume all of you guys anticipate happening at the end of your life. Do what's right by those people Let's find a common sense solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Chris Dondelinger.
Hi there. I wrote mine out. I'm here to speak about the cemetery resolution, the moratorium. I feel very bad I was not able and didn't know about the previous meeting, and I wasn't able to be here to speak with everybody else and help everyone out. From reading everything on your website and watching the council meeting, everyone spoke about the emotional side of this issue. My parents are some of those that have a deed that they purchased a plot a long, long time ago. My brother was killed in a car accident at age 18, and my mom is next to him. We have one more plot for my dad, and he just got done speaking to you, Gary Posey. He would like to be buried next to her. They were together for over 60 years, and they have plans to be next to each other in the cemetery. We have 4 generations of people, like my dad said, in our family all buried there. Since the day my dad heard about this, it has caused him undue emotional stress about his final resting place with my mom and my brother. I know you heard it before, but he can't be buried in Louisville. It's just a thing. You can't do that. I personally go to the cemetery every day for my peace and healing, to talk to my mom and my brother. My dad needs to be with them when it's his time. I have been trying to do everything I can and do everything and read everything on your websites. I watched your meeting, and most of the families and speakers, they're all my dad's friends. We all grew up together here in this town. I went to the city hall to ask if I could talk to someone about the cemetery. They said no, there was no one to talk to. The only thing that I could do, they gave me a phone number of a person named Cindy. I called and left messages for 4 days in a row, and she finally returned my call and said she did not have any answers to any of my questions, but she could take my email and we would be informed of the dates and times of the public input meetings that the city council was going to hold for all of us. So my dad and I anxiously await an email each day to see what day that meeting is going to be to meet with you all. After listening to the council meeting over the YouTube video, I heard some of you ask if the city had information on the 270 grave sites. Thank you for asking about that in that meeting. The deputy city manager said no, that she was really busy and that was really hard to get. So today I went to the city and I volunteered my time to help gather information on those 270 sites for you, to help to make sure everybody knew about the information like we did not know about. They told me that there was no one to talk to call Cindy again. So I began leaving messages again. I spend a lot of my time volunteering at the Lafayette History Museum because I like to help preserve, promote, and protect the beautiful history of this town. It's a great place, and you can tell by all these people that are here. When we walked in today, everybody's just family because we all grew up and knew each other, and there's several generations of us here. Watching the council meeting, I sincerely appreciate those of you willing to represent our position as elected officials and try to help with solutions, along with understand the deeper emotional stress that is on so many people. Thank you for hearing and representing all of us that voted for you, and we all trusted you. I beg you to continue to exhaust any and all options before approving this resolution to close the cemetery. The state experts even said that this is only one of the methods that there are out there. I'm looking forward to discussing these options with you at those public input meetings that Cindy talked about. Please remember that this may be just a yes or no vote to you all, but this is a forever, eternal decision for many of us that gets affected for many generations.
Thank you. So before we move on, just 2 things real quick. The first one is we love the public input, and we certainly appreciate you all coming here and speaking to us. Just to be clear, and I've had 2 people reach out to me to make it clear, the cemetery is not on the agenda tonight, so there will be no council action tonight. With that, we do appreciate your public input. And secondly, just in terms of clapping and cheering after people speak, we would want to not do that, and that's for a couple of reasons. A, just to make sure that we keep efficiency, and we make sure that we do things correctly here. But the other part is, we certainly, if someone were to disagree with you, if someone were to have a different opinion, we certainly don't want to intimidate them from speaking. So we just want to make sure everybody gets the exact same opportunity to speak and everybody feels safe when coming to speak with us. So if you could please just refrain from cheering or booing or clapping or whatever it is. But we certainly appreciate your public input tonight and every other night. With that, we'll move on to Donnell Dondelinger.
Hi there, my name's Donnell Dondelinger, 811 Sundown Way. Gary Posey is my grandfather. Chris Dondelinger is my mom. We didn't know about the first meeting, and I apologize for my emotion. As you can tell, this is really impactful to our whole family. Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm standing here just asking for what you're asking of us. You're asking for fairness. You're asking for equity. You're asking for every side to be heard. And we sat in that living room and watched the whole hour and 32-minute meeting twice. We sat there, and I wholeheartedly believe that you guys are on the side of Lafayette. It's pronounced Lafayette. Somebody needs to tell the surveyor lady that. But I truly wholeheartedly believe, I can see it in your eyes, that you want to help us. I know that you have our backs. I know in your hearts that you know this is wrong, and we just need solutions. And so I am sitting here watching my grandpa's world fall apart, watching my mom's world fall apart. My grandma and grandpa, love story, they'd been together since they were 15, and they need to be together eternally. And this is a lifelong decision. If there's anything we can do, you have a whole room of people that's willing to help you brainstorm. You guys are so bright. You guys are so smart. I read about each of you. Every time your letter comes in the mail, my grandpa reads about each of you. And you're here for a reason. These people put you up here for a reason. And we need your advocacy, please. I'm asking if there's anything we can do. If you read through all that, I was listening to that gal and everything she said, and we can't use an excavator. That's okay. You know what? We need shovels. We can hand dig. We can be careful. We can do other things. There are other ways. If you look up the history of burials in Colorado, which I spent a lot of time doing recently, there's overrides in Denver that have had this problem happen at several places, and they went to vertical stacking. And is that perfect? Is that ideal for anybody? Is that the perfect solution? I don't know that there is a perfect solution, because I know you guys are stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I'm asking that you please advocate for these 270 people, and we just exhaust every option possible. If we could please meet with other cities, if we could please go, and my mom, my grandpa, we're all willing to donate any and all time that you all need for this. We'll find solutions. We'll figure out something. If you need an extra shovel, I'll help with every single burial. These people are my family. This town is my family. And it's everything to us. And these people, they don't deserve it. And watching my 82-year-old grandfather sit there and suffer last night, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't ask for your help, and you're the people that can help me right now. So I don't know if we need to go to vertical stacking. I don't know if each family needs to pay for an individual plot survey, and I could help fundraise money for that if it's too expensive for the city to do. There's got to be some way to help these people, and there's got to be some way to help us. And I know that it's not us versus you, and I know a lot of people's voices are coming out of anger right now, but it's not anger towards you all. It's just love, and our love for our families, and we feel like it's the only way that we can advocate. And we're given 5 minutes to share our whole heart up here, and I don't know how hard this decision is, and I know I couldn't be in your all's shoes, but I'm sincerely just standing here asking for my family legacy, asking for our generations to be protected. I'm a 6th generation Colorado native, and all my family is in there, and my grandpa deserves to be at rest with my grandma after 62 years. And you guys are the only people that can help us. So like I said, if we can meet with the Denver cemeteries that have had to go through this, if we could meet with anybody else in the states, there are other states that have had other solutions as well. If we need to have each family pay for individual plot surveys, because it sounds like the North, if you talk to my grandpa, like I said, he knows the whole history before the cemetery was there. The north side is more crowded than the south side. If we need to individually plot survey anything, I don't know, you guys. I'm asking for your help. I'm asking for your advocacy. I'm a high school teacher and I go to school every day and I go in there to advocate for my kids because I know that's my job. And I know that we all elected you guys to do your advocacy duty for us. So I don't have a whole lot to say, and I'm just willing to donate any time, effort, expenditure that I can. I'm willing to help anybody in here to be able to have their eternal rights be protected, and I'm asking for equity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from William Bruger.
Hello, my name's William John Bruger. My father, John Bruger, my uncle. We were a lot of Brugers in this town for a long, long time. I currently live in Littleton, but I do have a plot. My father left me. I put my father there 3 years ago, so I'm glad he got in. I just hope that you guys would consider those things are purchased, those people were expecting something, and I think they should get what they expect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mark Dondelinger.
Hi there. My name is Mark Dondelinger. I'm not great at public speaking, so please give me a little bit of leeway here. I'm here to speak for all the 270 people. In particular, Gary Posey is my father-in-law. His son passed away in 1985, and he purchased 3 lots, or spots here in the cemetery, for his son, for his wife, and for himself. That was a contract between him and the city. Someone here at the city, prior to y'all, made an agreement. They signed the paper, they took the money, there's a contract there. That should mean something. Linda Posey passed away in 2022, and she's buried there by Scott, their son, and there's a spot there for Gary, and he deserves to be able to be buried there. They purchased that intentionally so they could be together for eternity. I don't understand how soulless bureaucrats can cancel that contract between the people that purchased the plots and the good faith and the city who willingly sold that lot and took the money. Gary's been a pillar to the Lafayette community. He's lived here over 70 years. He graduated from Lafayette High School. There's no one in Lafayette that is prouder to be a Lafayette Bobcat than Gary. There's no one prouder to call Lafayette home than Gary. When he passes, there's no one more deserving to be buried in the Lafayette Cemetery than Gary Posey. He's one of the founders of the LYRC, which was the early iteration of Lafayette Youth Sports. Many kids in the 70s and 80s in Lafayette were able to participate in baseball, softball, football, wrestling, and basketball because of Gary Posey. He organized the city teams as well as organizing the leagues that they played in. He coached many, many kids over the years. He literally has given his heart and his soul to this city, and he deserves to remain here for eternity. Please honor the contracts that you have given everyone in this room, the 270 folks that deserve it, especially Gary. If you have a heart, if you have a soul, if you have any compassion, you will allow these people to be buried where they contracted with the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Alan Garcia.
Good evening. Grew up in Lafayette. moved to Brighton in 2013 when I retired from the city of Boulder. Our family has great-grandparents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews in that cemetery. When I purchased my plot and my two sisters' plot in 1999, I was told at that time by Susan that there was only 9 sites open, that the cemetery would no longer be open. So my question is, were there plots sold after 1999? And that was in July. Second, I too talked to Cindy about 8 months ago with the cooperation of Jacqueline Allen, Channel 7 News. And I was informed that my plot, my two sisters' plots, we will be buried. And Jacqueline Allen was told the same thing. So I am a little confused here. When the last plot with the city of Lafayette was sold, and if it was sold after 1999, that's a big problem. We are going on 27 years now. Where were you? Where was the city of Lafayette? The councils? We had no information. We're going on 27 years in July. I have communications and stuff with the city of Lafayette, and it took myself several attempts to contact Cindy, to talk to Cindy. When we finally held our meeting, it kind of upsets me because 3 of the 4 plots that I bought, you guys had the deeds to. One was missing, one of my sisters. Luckily, I had it, and she made a copy of it. What does that say? What does it say about your office? What does it say about, you know, we, the people here, pay your wages. We really do. And it upsets me that you can't even keep a file. When I talked to Susan and she showed me that map of the plots that were empty, I asked her for a copy. So I got a copy of it and all that. And I am just surprised. Now, the city of Lafayette, city council as well, thought it was okay 27 years later, almost 27, this July, to barely, or to get a hold of people. I'm going on 70. I will be 70 this year. My sisters are in their 70s. You know how how you guys have stressed us out? Nephews and nieces. I didn't want them having to bury me because that's who it would have fell on. Because I lost my wife and my kid in 1980. So this time I'm left by myself. Not by myself. I have nephews and nieces who love me. But why did it take almost 27 years? I know you weren't here, but at the same time, you guys have been here for a while. And you want to troubleshoot, you want to pay for more surveys or what have you? No. That ball field on the north side of the cemetery was, when we were kids growing up, cemetery. At some point, somebody decided when they put in that rec center, and we don't even know how that field got there. That was part of the cemetery, Lafayette Cemetery. If you have no answers, that needs to become the Lafayette Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Aaron Eckhoff.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here on behalf of Gary and Linda Posey and the Donnerlinger family. I am in a relationship with Danelle, and Gary's been more like a grandpa to me than my own grandparents have. And I've not from Lafayette, I didn't grow up here, but from my time here, I've, for one, been inspired by the voices I've heard and all the emotion. And I know you say that the grave sites aren't on your agenda tonight, but I guarantee for every single person in this room is going to be on their agenda every single day until a solution is come up with. And like Gary said, I think that's where we're at, is a time for solutions. I have been moved by all the emotion, and I think many of you described 2 weeks ago as the resolution as a drastic measure, and I agree with that. And I think it's time for more coming up with solutions rather than giving a black and white answer to all these people that, have built Lafayette. And like I said, I didn't grow up here, but I've been impacted and influenced by a lot of its people and a lot of its elders. And through them and in them, I've seen perseverance, strength, resilience, and determination. And that perseverance that can be used to come together and, like you said 2 weeks ago, come up with a spreadsheet of those 270 people and what their preferences are. I've been impressed and blown away by all the hard work that Gary can do. I mean, he's 82 years old, I'm 31, and he does more hard work than I do. I do the physical stuff. I joke, but that's why they keep me around, because I'll do all the physical work for them, and I'm happy doing that. So that's also the strength that they have, the strength that can dig these plots by hand under careful surveillance, that the GPR studies found that it didn't say that you can't dig anymore. It said it needs to be careful digging, and whether that's by hand or not by machinery. Like I said, I joke that they keep me around for the physical stuff. Like now, I'll volunteer my strength to do that too. I'll pick up a shovel. I've seen it in their resilience. That means finding a means for individual plots to be scanned one at a time, not just a overall global one, to ensure the safe digging. And I don't know exactly how the GPR was done, if it was just a one-time pass back and forth. I don't know if there's more ways to do that several times so we can really narrow in the exact locations of each plot. That would minimize the risk for finding something else while you're digging a new plot. And just finally, the determination to come together to find a solution. I think you've got a lot of people here that would pour more of their blood, sweat, and tears into Lafayette, whether that's finding those 275 people and, coming up with a spreadsheet of would they rather be cremated, or are they already at another burial plot, or vertical stacking, or some other kind of solution. Like I said, I think this is the time for a solution. I think we've heard a lot of the emotion, and I agree with a lot of that emotion. And I think that emotion needs to be heard, and like Gary said, I think this is the time for solutions. So let's work together to make this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Carol Sadler.
Hi, my name is Carol Sadler. I live at 2204 Tamaron Lane, Lafayette, Colorado. My family has been in Lafayette since the 1920s, so over 100 years. So you know that many, many, many people have been buried there. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is you had that GPR survey, and in it said that the cemetery appears overall organized, with most graves appearing in rows and no evidence of stacked or overlapping graves. My question is, who started this and why did they start it? Was the administration too lazy that they don't want to do cemeteries anymore? Because I understand they don't do the digging. They have another company that comes in and does this. Why was it started? When was it started? Most of these people that you're listening to tonight have been here their whole lives, like I have, 79 years. They have volunteered their time. Like my husband, he was a volunteer fireman here, gave of his time for over 25 years. Plus, there are other ones whose husbands have been firemen that have taken the time, who fundraised to get deluge guns, did spaghetti dinners. This is a community. Lafayette has just been noted for being one of the best places in the United States to live. I don't know if you all saw the article, but I've seen it. The two places in Colorado, I think, are Lafayette and it's either Littleton or Lakewood, one of those. It's a community because the people love the place and they stay here. I mean, we wouldn't have stayed here had we not loved it here. So I'd like to know who started this, why they started it, and I know it's not the councils. I mean, you were elected to serve us, but the administration, I think, has given you wrong information, and the administration that's here, they're not longtime residents. You know, after they're done with their jobs and stuff, they're gonna be long gone, but we'll still be here because we care about our community, we love our community, and we grew up around the cemetery. My God, we went to high school where Sanchez Elementary is. That was our high school. Then it was the middle school. Our children went there. And our grandchildren went to, they're from around here, played in LYRC football and all those things. So I just urge you to look at this community and what we are and to rescind the vote that you did before and do another one where you take into consideration the people of Lafayette and why we're here, you know, and why you wanted to be here too. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Beverly Smith.
Hello, my name's Beverly Smith, and I live at 1280 Scorpio Circle here in Lafayette. And just so you know, I just had a birthday in March, 84. So I've lived here for 84 years. Anyhow, really love Lafayette and hate to see what you're doing to these people. You know, and Carol, who just spoke, she's my sister, so we have the same thing to say. I agree with everything she said, and I just don't understand after paying $80,000 to get that company to come in, and they say everything's good. Then you have an archaeologist come in 1 day or 2 days and say, oh, you can't have any more burials. I just urge you to rescind everything and let, as each one comes in, somebody dies, you just do what's necessary for that burial. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sharon Stetson.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Stetson. My address is 626 Glenwood Drive in Lafayette. And I'm also here to speak about the cemetery. About a month ago, I called the city clerk's office because I had not received a notice of the moratorium that you'd placed. And I had a brief but pleasant conversation with the deputy city clerk and updated my mailing address. And then after the May 5th meeting, I called the city clerk's office again, left a voicemail, but instead of the deputy city clerk calling me, I received a call from Joyce Keller. She said that the city had hired her company as a go-between the citizens and the city. I want to tell you I was very disappointed in that. I asked Mrs. Fuller if she could give me the results of the testing of my husband and my plots at the cemetery. She told me she did not have that information. Then I asked, would it be possible for us to hire someone to do a test excavation of our lots to see if there were any remains buried there? She told me no. I'm here tonight to request a report on the city's findings of not only my husband and my burial plots, but of those of the other people who own lots, vacant lots at the cemetery. The testing company went to a lot of trouble to check the grounds. They provided a report of their findings. As owners of these lots, the findings should be available to us. In the case of our plots, they are adjacent to 6 plots in which 5 caskets are buried. The deceased are fire department friends, and we personally know there were no issues when they were buried. The husbands of the widows whose concerns were addressed at the last council meeting were also buried without issues. In addition, in all indications, these plots should be vacant. And I want to know how we can make an informed decision about the management of our plots without having the information of those test results. In addition, the testing company did not say that casket burials should not be allowed. They stated that they should be done with caution. Therefore, I am requesting that council does not pass the resolution to prohibit casket burials, but instead to be allowed with caution. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jill Ortega.
Good evening. My name is Jill Ortega. I live at 603 East Baseline Road in Lafayette. I was here on the 5th, and the thing of it is, numbers don't lie. There's 270 plots. So if there's 270 plots and you guys sold it to all these lovely people, they should be honored. And the tests that you have, did they even go over them? You have roto-reader or eater that can go down deep under the ground. There are other ways that you can look at it. It's a cemetery. There are other places, New York, Pennsylvania, even in Denver at the Botanical Gardens, where my sister even sent you all a letter that stated there are bodies there. So we know this. However, in Lafayette, you sold these plots. These plots should be honored. They should be given to the people that you sold them to. 270, that's what we're talking about. We're not saying bury everybody in Lafayette there. We're saying the 270 that you sold. So I don't understand why this is an issue. It should be honored. And if you have to sit there and say, okay, well, somebody's in Joe's plot, but then their husband's there, then we come with a solution, not a problem. My God, then do the stack bearing if that's what we got to do. Find out how deep that other body is there. But as far as everybody knows, and when you sold them, you said that they were free and clear, just like any other cemetery. 1. 2, look at the other options. Call other cities. Find out. Boulder has old cemeteries too. Hell, I may have a dead body in my house that seriously, that they have, died in the 1800s. Think about it. Pioneers were coming from the East Coast going to the West. People were being buried in cloths or a pine box if they had them. You guys know this. And we should be able to have the privilege to have our loved ones being buried by their loved ones. And even if they bought 5 plots or whatever, that we're talking 270 plots. Then take the time, you spent $83,000 for the scientists to go and verify. Well, did they verify the other? And like Carol was saying, did you people even question, we didn't even get a letter, we didn't get proof of it. If you're gonna have a meeting, put the documentation out so people aren't getting upset. This is a highly emotional thing. This is also our healing place. This is also a place where we bury our dead to heal and talk to them. Maybe you guys don't go to the cemetery. We go to the cemetery to see our loved ones. And it is wrong. It is totally wrong. And you people need to give us the documentation, the proof that, okay, you can't be buried here. Let's have a solution. Like one gentleman sat here and said, let's have a meeting in the public library or here to go over it and give us the proof. Show us what you have. Because we don't know. We're going from our heart. We are sitting here thinking, oh, I can't bury my mom by her husband? Other people are feeling the same way? No, it's not right. And you people have to really think about what you're doing and not do this to our community. It's wrong. So wrong. So please look at it and figure out what you're going to do with the 270. If there are more than 270, put that in the number. Give us the proof. Give us the documentation. Let's find a solution, not more problems. We are a community. You are bringing a division with us towards you because you're not doing your job. That's how I feel. And someone didn't do their job by selling the plots. Yes, no? It's a very simple question, yes or no? Who the hell didn't do their job? And then all these poor people are sad, hurt. That's bad. That is bad. That is very bad. And I'm ashamed of you guys for not helping and standing up and giving us the right documentation to help us to go forward and honor our dead and the people that want to be with their loved ones. So please, please, let's communicate, let's work it out, find a solution so we can move forward and let these people be with their loved ones, okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we'll hear from Shar Walker.
Hi, I'm Char Walker. I live in Platteville, Colorado. My grandparents and several other generations are all buried in the Lafayette Cemetery. I know several of these older women that are getting ready to leave. They were a part of my childhood, bringing up in the spaghetti dinners like some of them mentioned and stuff like that. When it comes down to everything, you guys were talking about 270 people who are supposed to be buried with their loved ones. I use the cemetery to come and talk to my loved ones that have passed before me, and we owe it to those 270 people that we honor our contract. You can't tell me that you can't fulfill a contract or that you're just going to tear up a contract because the city doesn't want to deal with the issue at hand. It's 270 burial plots that we're talking about. Can we deal with each individual contract as it comes up? Like everybody has said before me that we are part of a community. I'm sure that there are a ton of people. I live an hour and 20 minutes away from here, and I am willing to come down and dig someone's grave very carefully so they can put their loved ones next to their spouses. I didn't intend to ever leave Lafayette, but I got married again, and that's what it is. But I'm here to help that 270 people that are still here, that still deserve to fulfill their contract with the city of Lafayette and do whatever it takes to support them. They choose you guys to represent Lafayette. They choose you guys to have their backs, and stand up for them. That's what they're here for. They're not leaving because they have a choice to leave, but they want to be here till the moment that they pass and they can be with their loved ones. And I don't know, my heart goes out to everybody that 270 people that don't get that option because you guys are taking that right away from them. They paid for those plots to be next to their loved ones for the rest of their lives. And that's what they get, that's what they deserve. You shouldn't have this man here deciding on whether or not he's gonna be able to be with his wife of 62 years. I don't even know this guy, and I'm sorry. But I grew up here, I spent 43 years of my life here, and it's a community. And you guys are supposed to stand up and speak for the community, and that's why you guys were chosen as the part of the council, as the mayor, everything. You guys have a job, and your job is to protect everybody that's sitting back here, especially the 270 people that still are not buried in that cemetery. It hurts me that this is even a topic of conversation that has been for years. This is the very first meeting that I have been aware of. I would love to have more information on if there's gonna be others, because I will make the trek down here to be able to support everybody that is here. Like, I don't have any other cemeteries here, or cemetery plots here, but I'm willing to stand up behind every single buddy that's here, the 270 people that get to have that option and be with their loved ones for the rest of their lives. And I am not afraid of getting dirty. I have a farm where I live, and I will help dig those graves if I absolutely have to. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much. This next one does not have a last name on it, but Drew D.
Hi there. Thanks, council members. You've heard a lot of the passion, obviously, from this community tonight, and I'm just here to echo those things and urge you to be deliberative and find a solution here. We owe it to these folks in our community. If we're going to find that solution, let's at least define the problem. Let's start there, right? Of this 270, there's likely a subset that's okay with some of the solutions that have already been provided. So let's see how many of those 270 are okay with those solutions. And let's define, is it 150, 200? What's the remaining number? And let's get creative from there. For the remaining 200 or however many there are that are not okay with the existing solutions, let's offer a localized probe or a more specific site-specific scan rather than the globalized report that was done. The state law is clear. If there's existing remains, they can't be excavated, and everybody understands that. But let's figure out what subset of that 270 actually have this problem and alleviate the pain and suffering on those that don't. For those that are going to face this really tough problem, let's let the families then make that deliberation themselves and make that choice rather than having it dictated from the state or the city that everybody is not allowed to be buried. Again, I just urge you all to be really deliberative on this. There's precedent in Texas and many other places for grandfathering clauses, especially in the case of surviving spouses. I just really urge us to be considerate of that. And it's only 270, yes, but as you can see here, each of those 270, or if it's the subset that's 200 or 150, let's define it. But it's a major, major, major deal for these folks. And it's up to us to be really deliberative and really put our passion into this and find a solution rather than fast-tracking a dictatorial stamp on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kathy Erickson.
I'm Kathy Erickson, and I live at 860 West Baseline Road, apartment 132. It's a 55-plus community, but I was born in Lafayette, been here my entire life. I'm like Carol, we grew up together, we were best friends, still are. You know, I mean, we have so much love for each other. And we married high school sweethearts. Carol married that big guy that she's sitting by, where she might not even be here anymore, but anyway, he's not from here. But we dated friends. We've been so tight with each other. And I wasn't gonna say this, but I feel like I need to. I was 16 and my husband was, no, I was 14 and my husband was 16 when we started dating. That was a long time ago. We've been together all these years, and he died in 2016. We bought 11 plots there, my mom and dad, my brother, his wife, his daughter, my brother-in-law, my sister's supposed to be buried by him, but I was told last time there's no way that we're going to be buried by our husbands. And I think that that's really a hard thing. It's hard for me to accept. My husband was a Vietnam vet. He belonged to the fire department, the VFW. He was coach for the Little League, LYRC. All of us, like Gary was saying, all of us are together. All of us. We grew up together. We're still here. After all these years, we're still here. We're still friends. And you guys need to stop and look at us as human beings, not as a burial plot. Because I want to be buried by my husband. And I was told, nope, there's no way you can be buried by your husband. You could be cremated. I said, I don't want to be cremated. I don't know why they can't check my plot and my sister's plot to see if somebody is already there. We bought those 11 plots. We have 8 graves up there. Not one of them was already full or had somebody in it. 8 out of 11. And there's only 2 of us that want to be buried there. And I don't want to be separated from my husband. We've been together our entire lives, and now all of a sudden, I was told last time, well, if you don't want to be cremated and buried by your husband, be buried by your husband, then we'll cremate you and we'll bury you in another plot. Now, that really crushed me, taking me away from my husband. I'm 79, and I was 14 when my husband and I got together. That's a lot of years, but yet she's willing to take me to another plot in a cremation? That's why I want you guys to look at us and look at us as people, feelings. I mean, it's unbelievable. The survey that they did said that there wasn't any problem. Now all of a sudden, the lady comes and she does the survey and she decides, or not her by herself, I guess there was a committee that decided, okay, there's enough evidence that the entire cemetery is contaminated with bodies or something, a stone, a tree, something is buried there. I would just like my sister's plot and my plot and the 270 people, of which my sister and I are, my brother-in-law and his wife. There's people here that are wanting to be buried together. That's very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll next hear from Christy Erickson.
Hi, I'm Christy Erickson. I live in Loveland. I guess basically all I need to say is ditto, because it's the same thing that every single one of these people are saying. I think it's very easy for us nowadays to be far removed from a community, from your neighbor. I grew up in Lafayette, born in Boulder. My grandmother was actually born here in Lafayette. My mom was born here in Lafayette. My dad came here when he was 13 from Minnesota. So it is very important for people who lived in that community in that time, for them to be together. My dad, like my mom already said, my dad was a coach for people's children who are in this room. We hung out with Gary Posey and Chris. We all went to Scott Posey's funeral, and that was devastating. You guys cannot not let Mr. Gary Posey not be buried with his son. You guys don't know, if you're not from here, the devastation the community, the town went through when Scott passed. It was devastating for all of us. So somehow you guys need to figure it out. I'm a registered nurse. When I take care of a patient, I advocate for that patient. I go balls out for them. I've been doing it for 30 years. Trust me, every single one of you would want me as your nurse. I'm strong, and I will go toe-to-toe for you. So I'm asking that you advocate for these people. When I go into a patient's room, I treat them as my own family member, and I treat them as my employee, or my employer, because without them, I don't have a job. And that's how you guys need to look at this. This is the first time I've come to anything like this. Obviously, everybody kind of looks stone cold up on this wall. You know, there's no emotion whatsoever. Whoever's standing here has emotion. Whoever's back there has emotion. I guess we can't ask any questions and get any answers from you guys, because I hear questions being asked, but I don't hear any answers, so I guess that's off the table. But I apparently am late to the party, because this is the first time I've heard about this until 2 weeks ago, when my mom called me and was totally devastated, being told she's not going to be able to be buried next to my father. To be honest with you, my whole family who is up there right now, they could all hold hands if they weren't in caskets. That's how close they are. You need to look at every single one of these people as an individual. I don't know if we need to take a field trip so you guys can have it be a personal, you can feel it in your heart as they feel it in theirs. But my whole family, immediate family, is like right there. We are all right there. I don't have a plot up there, so I can be a little far removed. But this has been a topic. I call my mom every single night, and I talk to her. Every single night is the same subject. The cemetery, this cemetery, this cemetery. You guys are going to put her in an early grave. She's like, if I don't die by October, I'm not going to be able to be with your dad. I mean, I don't understand why we just heard about this 2 weeks ago. And on top of it, when is this going to be on the agenda? Because you guys are like, well, it's not on the agenda. Well, when is it going to be on the agenda? When are we going to discuss this and have it come to order? Instead of all these people coming here, pouring their heart out to you on a Tuesday night. I mean, come on, you guys, we're all human beings. We treat our dogs better than we're treating each other in this room. I have all my damn dogs in my house. These are people. They're from Lafayette. I don't know if you guys are, but they are. This is something important to them.
Thank you. Up next, we'll hear from Susan Hudson.
My name is Susan Hudson. A friend of mine, Sheila Mansfield, could not be here tonight, and so she wanted me to read this to you. I own this plot, and at the time I purchased it, at the city did a check for the casket burial, and it was deep, and it was deemed visible. Many of my relatives are buried in the same grid as I am, greatly distressed, and I am greatly distressed to find out that all that this is not the case. I believe that those of us who own the plot should not be denied burial, rather to be casket and remains. I know I speak for all the Lafayette residents who have been affected by this, that this is unjust. Please consider your actions from the viewpoint of all of us. And I too I grew up here in Lafayette, and my father was set on the city council years and years ago. And at the time, he bought 11 plots. And my mother and father, my grandparents on both sides, and my aunt and uncle are all buried here in Lafayette. And my brother and I have plots here, and we would like to be in the family plot. And this is just really heartbreaking that Kathy and Gary, and I knew Gary, I grew up with Gary and his wife Linda, and Kathy's husband, and it's sad to think that you will not consider opening this to casket graves. It's just really, it's heartbreaking to think this. So I would like you to consider something to do about this and solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Michael Watson.
You know, there's someone that I know, a friend of mine, watching this right now, who sent me a text during the middle of it saying, I am angry and ashamed right now. You know what? I am too. This is hard to watch because these people deserve better. The town deserves better. Like, I know it's a minor issue, but if they want to applaud, let them applaud. Like, that's the line you draw. That's the part of this process that upsets you, that they're applauding for each other. Come on. So far, we've actually heard a lot of community-proposed solutions for how to solve this. I wrote some of them down, expanding into the ball field, deal with them one at a time, talk to the families, figure it out. I went by, I visited David, Kathy Erickson's husband, ETN3. I was HM2 Watson, so I introduced myself. It's a Navy thing, if nobody knows. I looked at the map that is included in your last, in the presentation. They have the little overlays of where the caskets, where the ground penetrating radar found the caskets. Looked at his grave, looked at where she's supposed to be buried. You know what? I grew up playing Tetris. I could do this. This is not hard. This is not some astronomically complicated problem that we have no expertise in town to solve. I mean, between Katie Doling and Megan Davis, they soak up $500,000 of taxpayer money every single year for their salaries. And this is what they give us in return? We deserve better. If you're that ridiculously well compensated, I'm sure you can figure out a solution to a problem like this. And it starts with viewing the people as individuals, as human beings, as families who have loved ones buried in that cemetery. Use shovels, not excavators. That's common sense. I mean, if it's crowded, like, don't go in with an excavator. I'm happy to volunteer my time. It would save me the trouble of working out for a day. And volunteer time. Like, we have people in the community that would be more than willing to go to bat. You've seen them come up here tonight and talk to you about what's happening, about how they feel. Now, I don't want to just come up here and complain. What I did at home, I did the research. There's 3 possible motions that you could make tonight. As far as I know, I checked the charter, I checked the code, and I checked the council handbook. There is absolutely nothing preventing you from using any one of them. The first one is basically just forcing the city staff to set up a community meeting, to listen to the families, to sit down as equals, to listen to the people and come up with a long-term solution to settle this problem. That is not a resolution, it is not an ordinance, it does not require notification, it does not need to be on the agenda, you can do it now. It is, if you look at the org chart of Lafayette, it's we the people up on top, then it is city council, and then it is our soulless bureaucrats. Second one is a full revocation. Just strip it out. As far as I know, there's actually nothing preventing you. A resolution does not need to be on the agenda the way an ordinance does. I might be mistaken. You're more than welcome to consult with Mary Lynn and see if that's legal. And motion C requires nothing. Requires no resolution or you're basically just directing the city manager to exercise her exemption authority under Section 3 of the Resolution 2025-77, which is the original moratorium. That is your right. You are her boss. You can tell her what to do. Like I know in the council retreat, nobody put oversight as like the part of the job that you wanted to really do your expertise at, but that's what you're up there for. Like bureaucrats do not run the show. You do. You're the elected officials. Step up to the plate. So, does anyone want to do any of these resolutions? Like I have 43 seconds left. If anybody wants to speak, I do not mind being spoken over.
I'll play this game. Mr. Mayor, I move to direct the city manager to schedule a public meeting with Lafayette Cemetery plot owners and their families as soon as humanly possible for the purpose of developing a comprehensive long-term solution, with that solution be brought back to council for a vote at a future meeting as soon as possible.
So, Councilor Beaulieu, I appreciate it, and I guess we can pause the time.
Don't pause my time. I'm okay with it.
Understood.
12 seconds, any second. Anybody else?
We are...
Second.
We are under...
Going once, going twice. These are the people. Look them in the eye if you're not going to help them.
We are...
None of you! Are you kidding me?
That is insane.
Shame!
I just want to make it clear, we are under public input right now, so no motions can come to the table, but I appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Ron Spalding.
Lip service. Wow. Shame.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ron Spalding, 1326 El Dorado Way, Lafayette, Colorado. Totally different topic. Land use code update. I agree 100% with the staff recommendation on page 2, the table of the neighborhood service serving commercial, NSC, and to continue moving forward to approve the overall land use code update. Reasons to table the NSC. Mixed feedback from the general public. More feedback from the public is needed. You need the plan unit developments and HOA feedback, direct communication with staff. This city survey is not statistically valid. We have 30,000 population, give or take. How many actually responded to the survey? Many resident concerns with the NSC. Confusion on the definition of what is a collector street. More study and public outreach and PUD and HOA input is needed because of controversy among the residents. Coal Creek Village is a planned unit development which has 3 HOAs. I lived in Coal Creek Village for 15 years, chose it because I wanted a PUD and HOA. Not all PUDs and HOAs are the same. They can have different covenants, conditions, restrictions, different sizes, etc. Coal Creek Village is a PUD HOA with CCRs. We have, as staff is calling it in their report, we have missing middle housing. We have single family, paired duplex, townhomes, patio villas, and some are 3 stories tall. We have open spaces, 2 neighborhood playgrounds, walking, biking trails, etc. We do not have, nor do we want, neighborhood serving commercial. We are built out. There are no open lots for such a zoning type. Little background. I was on various boards for the past 10 plus years. Member of the Master HOA, president of the Attached HOA, member of the Architectural Review Committee, member of the Irrigation Committee. I've been involved personally with some very contentious issues over the years. but none was more contentious than when Mr. Tellerico, one of the developers of Coal Creek Village, wanted to zone and build a commercial retail property on lots on the north side of the west entrance to Coal Creek Village at the public road Old Laramie Trail intersection. The community went ballistic. To Mr. Tellerico's credit, he held a community meeting and afterwards amended his plan to zone it for townhouses, thereby eliminating any possible chance for commercial retail in Coal Creek Village. We now have a very nice townhome area coming into the neighborhood. One final point. People live in a PUD HOA because they know what they are getting as described in their HOA CCRs and PUD agreements. If the city is planning to introduce NSC zoning over HOA and PUDs, what happens to existing HOA, CCRs, and PUD agreements with the city? Which document has authority over the neighborhood? There are too many unanswered questions to pass this NSC code now. We need more time to think it through and avoid any legal action by PUDs or HOAs in the future. I'm not a lawyer, but I did a little research. A municipality generally cannot pass a zoning code that overrides or conflicts with an approved PUD if the PUD agreement guarantees specific rights. Once a PUD is finalized, it acts as a binding contract and site-specific law for that property. Attempting to override it often violates vested property rights. Vested property rights in many states, such as Colorado, where Lafayette is located. The property owners are protected by laws governing site-specific development plans. If you have an approved PUD, your development rights are legally vested, which prevents the city from passing zoning actions that alter or delay your project. But with any legal process, there are exceptions. I don't know in this case. The main point on this is, I don't think we know how many planned unit developments or HOAs are in the city. The survey, fine, I went online and took it, but for this one specific point of the land use code needs a lot more thought and outreach to the neighborhoods so that they know what's going on. To pass it now would be a mistake, and I'm certain that certain PUDs, certain HOAs would have legal counsel talk to the city. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Dwight Erickson.
Evening. My name is Dwight Erickson, and it's hard to follow what's all been said by all the people of Lafayette as far as the cemetery goes. And I believe in my heart you should honor the 270 plots that are left for people that own plots to be buried in the cemetery. And any resolutions that you guys, the problems that you're having or anything, there's got to be some type of solution for them that you can correct where the people can have access to their plots and be buried in the cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Vicki Euland.
Hi, I'm Vicki Euland, 303 West Simpson Street, and first of all, I support everybody who has spoken tonight and taken so much effort to do that, and way to go, Councilor Bollier. There are two things I want to talk about. The first is the 701 South Public Pocket Park contract and plan in your consent agenda. There was a group of us who talked to Katie a while back about making this property into a park, and she liked the ideas and got the ball rolling. Some of the things we discussed are, first of all, the house that was on the property that was torn down was made of rare historic bricks and we were told those bricks would be saved and used in the Pocket Park. Is there a reference in the plan as to where and how those bricks will be used and recognized? The second thing is the park furniture. The contract calls for $128,000 to be spent on benches, tables, and stools, which look really generic. One thing we discussed was asking our arts organizations and boards to design or at least weigh in on the park furniture. We could do cool things like have a contest to design seating and also get children involved. It feels like if the contract furniture is approved as is, this is a really wasted opportunity to make this park uniquely Lafayette and something that people can take ownership of. Plus, it might save us money. The final thing is the plantings and irrigation. The goal has been to have a pollinator-friendly garden with native and xeric plantings. I ran the plantings list by the Friends of Lafayette Gardening Group and Friends of Coal Creek, and they liked the mix, but Casey from Coal Creek suggested having some fall bloomers like dwarf rabbit brush, so I hope that will be considered. Also, we had talked about having a demonstration pollinator garden with signs or programs so that people could learn how to do this in their own yards. I don't see anything like that on the plan, so I'm wondering if that can be addressed. Also, I'm wondering how the irrigation is going to be water-wise, and can we highlight that so people can learn to do that in their yards? The other thing I want to talk about is the Land Use Code update. Speaking to you as a member of the Land Use Code Working Group, we have not had a meeting since March, so the feedback from your April meeting and the proposals from staff in your packet have not been run by us. I think this is of concern because we have talked so much about these topics and have no opportunity to weigh in on the staff proposals in your packet. Regarding neighborhood commercial, I support tabling this, especially since we still don't know what the collector streets are, despite what feels like asking 1,000 times. Attachment A in your packet has collector streets outlined in orange, but it only tells us some of their names. Can we please get a list of names of all of the current collector streets so that the people who live on them will know how this will affect them? This also has a big impact on the missing middle housing proposal. Regarding building heights, I support the staff proposal of establishing a height modification process in the new code that requires a planning commission recommendation and city council approval. I think this is good because it allows council to directly weigh in on what incentives are proposed in exchange for taller buildings. For Old Town commercial building heights, I'm really frustrated by the staff proposal. The Land Use Working Group was assured over and over again by the consultants and staff that the new code would not include buildings more than 2 stories tall on public. Then at our last meeting, the consultant proposed that the new code allowed 35 feet on public, which could be 3 stories for a flat-roofed building. So there was no time for the working group to discuss this. And now your packet says staff recommends additional study of reducing the current 35 feet building heights that, quote, considers the potential impact on existing commercial development and redevelopment in Old Town. An additional engagement effort with property owners is also recommended, as this change was not something the city explored through the current code update outreach. So we've spent nearly 3 years discussing how the code can be changed, and now the staff recommendation is to not do that regarding Old Town building heights because there has been no opportunity for outreach on it. I always support more community outreach, but why wasn't this done before? Why was this sprung on the working group so late in the process? I'm really concerned that if this height isn't taken care of now, it could take months or years to happen. This is really important when we have 2 major properties, Chase Bank and Lafayette Florist, that could be redeveloped soon, and we could end up with 3-story buildings that are taller than any building we have ever had on public. We know this could happen based on plans submitted to Lurit in 2020 for developing the 700 block, which have multiple 3-story buildings. I think any public outreach about building heights needs to not only be commercial property owners, but also residential, because there are more than 100 homes that are across the alleys of Public, Baseline, and East Simpson, and will be directly affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Nick Torres.
Good evening, Council. Nick Torres, 905 Jasmine Place. Not here to speak about the cemetery, but I've been to a lot of council meetings in a lot of different communities, and this is the first one that I've ever heard folks volunteering to dig graves for folks that they care about, and I think that says a lot about what makes this community great. And I hope, as a newcomer to Lafayette, I hope that we're able to maintain that core of our community. So it was really moving to hear a lot of those comments tonight. I'm here mostly to talk about the tobacco retail license, but also wanted to just shout out Coach Rob from Lafayette Recreation. It's a busy season for recreation, and we just wrapped up Pee Wee soccer for my son, and I just can't say enough about the staff there and how they grew his confidence after a reluctant first practice, but he went above and beyond, and his patience was and encouragement was really notable. So shout out to Coach Rob. Also wanted to really thank Communities That Care and a lot of the youth who have started the ball rolling and have advocated with a lot of you on the topic of the tobacco retail license. And thank you also for many of you who let me chat with you at farmers markets and Art Night Out. I think including one of you flagged you down with a handful of samosas in my hand. So I was jogging down to just try and catch it here. So I appreciate your openness to talk about this. And you know, in my day job, I work for the American Lung Association. And so, you know, I can tell you in a lot of ways that tobacco control policy really does matter. There's a lot of places around the country where they don't require any kind of special licensing for tobacco retailers. You know, where tobacco taxes are basically pennies, where you can still smoke inside a restaurant for that matter. And not surprisingly, those places tend to have much higher smoking rates. Implementing a local tobacco retail licensing policy is a policy choice, like a lot of other policy matters. But in this area, it empowers us to better monitor the access that we have in our community to these highly addictive products. You know, back in 2017, the Surgeon General declared a youth vaping epidemic. And there was a product that was on the market called Juul that really changed the game in a lot of ways for tobacco products. We saw vaping rates skyrocket. I think Colorado was maybe among the highest levels of youth vaping in the country at one point. We're still kind of dealing with some of the ramifications. Those products have evolved. The concentrations of those products have evolved. The flavors of those products have evolved. And it's important to note also that a lot of those products are still on the market and available in retail shops here, including locally, but available against the law and without FDA authorization, without FDA review. You might be familiar with the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. It's a biannual survey that asks a lot about a lot of behaviors, risky behaviors, attitudes on everything from alcohol to marijuana, tobacco. I think that actually this year's survey data, or the most recent survey data, is out in the next few months, but the most recent we have is from 2023. Centaurus and Peak to Peak both participate. But looking at some of those data, I think we've made some progress in reducing youth vaping rates, but there's some really important things to note, I think. So for example, in 2023, 87% of BVSD high school students, so the data are by school district, not just, I should say that, not just for Centaurus and not for Lafayette, for Peak to Peak, but BVSD, 87% who tried to buy tobacco products at a store were not refused because of their age. 57% of all high school students in the survey said that, BVSD high school students, said it was very easy or at least easy to buy tobacco products. And so those things really called out to me. In a lot of other ways, some of the data points show that we might be making progress on the whole, reducing smoking rates, reducing vaping rates, but that we're missing certain segments of the population. Latino students, for example, are more likely to use these products. We're also showing that by the end of high school students, years in high school, in BVSD at least, students are basically at the state average for smoking rates. So we know that these products, when initiated at a young age, are likely to hook these kids. We're also in an era here, the FDA just made news last week by authorizing the first flavored vapes for market. And as a result, the FDA commissioner resigned in protest. But we're making progress at the state level as well. So the TRL, the tobacco retail license, is a way that we can work here locally to empower ourselves to do what's in our own power to address youth vaping, youth access to tobacco products. And so I just encourage you to continue the ball forward on that. I'm here to offer my support, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. The last form I have, we'll hear from Bonnie Freeman.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Freeman. I'm the one who made the map of how the proposed land use codes for neighborhood serving commercial and missing middle housing will apply to Lafayette, given our current distribution of HOA neighborhoods and non-HOA neighborhoods. It's a pleasure to meet you today in person. It's difficult following the comments about closing the cemetery. I fully support opening up the decision to further discussion with the families that were impacted. I'm mainly here to talk about building height in Old Town. So staff recommends in your packet exploring a reduction in the current 35-foot building height allowance through an additional study that considers the potential impact on existing commercial development and redevelopment in Old Town. I would really like to see a decision made tonight about building height in Old Town, instead of kicking the can down the road yet again. I've heard the question, why can't we have 3-story buildings in Old Town? To me, the number one reason is because 3-story buildings will create canyons on Old Town's narrow streets. In the Old Town Mixed-Use District, Baseline Road, Simpson Street, and North Public Road are only 35 feet wide. And how do I know this? Because I'm a GIS person and I measured it. South Public Road doesn't widen out to 45 feet until the First Interstate Bank building. And the buildings in Old Town are right off the sidewalks. Is that 4 feet, 5 feet? If you allow Baseline, Simpson, and North Public Road to south down to the bank to be lined with 3-story flat roof buildings, and you know they will be if you open the door to it, we'll have 35-foot high structures separated by 30-foot wide road. Think about it. When you leave tonight, if you go north on Public, that's as wide as the road is, is how high the buildings could be. 35 feet by 35 feet is technically a narrow canyon. How much has the city spent to date on the land use code update? How much more money are we going to pour into additional studies just so residents can say yet again that they only want 2-story buildings in Old Town? We can't even fill the commercial space we have for the 3- and 4-story buildings around City Hall. Please protect our Old Town Main District from becoming a sunless canyon. There is no need to spend more money and time simply for the reasons staff suggest in their memo, and that is because most proposed zoning changes are intended to modernize development regulations and right-size certain standards. Is the goal here really to modernize our historic Old Town district? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Seeing no more speaker request forms, is there anyone else in the room who has not yet had the chance to speak who would like to speak? Not seeing anyone, I will turn to our city clerk to see if we have any calls. No callers tonight. With that, I will close public input, and before we move on to consent agenda, the one thing I will do just for clarification, we have the opportunity to discuss anything that council would like to report out on, anything that councils would like to speak out on, and of course, respond to any comments made tonight. Unfortunately, the way the meetings work, we have to go through the agenda, and at the end, in our council reports, any councilor can speak on any item they would like to report out on. So that's just that. And next, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And there's a few items on consent agenda tonight, including item A, the April 21st, 2028 City Council meeting minutes. Item B, April 28th, 2026 City Council workshop summary. Item C, which is the first reading for ordinance number 11, series 2026, authorizing a supplemental budget appropriation to reflect forgiveness of a debt for the fiscal year 2025 budget. Item D, including items pertaining to floodplain improvements at the water reclamation facility. First is a contract for B2 Excavating LLC for Coal Creek floodplain improvements, and the second is a resolution number 2026-14 approving a license agreement with the town of Erie for a temporary trail detour. Item E, items pertaining to the local licensing authority hearing officer, including resolution number 2026-16, appointing Amanda Balehash as hearing officer for the local licensing authority for alcohol beverage licensing and approving an agreement for hearing officer services. And the second is resolution number 2026-17, approving Claiborne M. Douglas as alternate hearing officer for the local licensing authority and approving an amendment to his hearing officer services agreement. Item F, a motion approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Boulder Valley School District and the City of Lafayette for the shared use of designated recreation facilities. Item G, motion approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Mile High Flood District and the City of Lafayette regarding the design and construction of drainage and flood control improvements for Coal Creek Drainage Ways number 2 and number 3. Item H, which is a contract with Elite Industries Incorporated for 701 South Public Road, the Pocket Park project. And item I, change order number 2 for B2 Excavating LLC for 120th Street ditch repairs. Are there any items council would like to pull? Not seeing any, I will take a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item H.
Item H. Any other items council would like to pull? If not, I'll take a motion for the remainder.
Move the consent agenda without item H.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously. Item H, Councilor Giannola.
Thank you, Mayor. I think some of the comments that we've received about the Pocket Park need to be addressed and incorporated into the plan. I realize that we're tonight approving the contract, but I don't know what the ability to make changes to the plan are at this time, so I just want to bring that up before we get into that. And in particular, you know, the discussion of the pollinator garden, pollinator designation. I think the comment earlier about the park furniture is also interesting.
The bricks. The bricks.
Bricks, yeah.
So just for clarification, are you saying we should not pass it? Are you saying you want something?
I'm trying to understand what the implications of passing the consent agenda item are to making changes to the plan.
Mayor, we have our Parks, Open Space, Golf Deputy Director here, if you'd like to talk about that, because there is still a lot of flexibility since it has not been fully designed, but I'll let him speak to those three topics, if that's okay.
Of course.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councilor Giannola. So I actually just had some of those ideas passed to me today in an email. They're actually really easy to change. We don't have a pre-con meeting with Elite until next week. I can add in the dwarf rabbit brush. The signs for the plants and the pollinators are actually in the plan. There's a budget line for them. We just haven't designed them yet. We're going to wait till we get into the project a little bit because we do have time on that. And then, what was the other thing? I couldn't really hear too well from outside.
There was the furniture and the bricks.
Oh, so the bricks are stored at the service center. They are planned to go in. We've got a place for them up front. I think Ayers was still working on some like final design of where they can go. They're really brittle, so we have to be very careful with them. So we were gonna have some signs like explaining those, but they were gonna be in the landscape bed. But yeah, I've got 2 pallets of it.
Okay. So then, help me understand, is the park's design completed at this stage? And we're hiring the, I don't know if it's the contractor who's going to put it in?
Yes, Elite will install those.
Yeah.
So for the contract tonight that you're approving will be for Elite to build the park.
According to the current plan?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it won't, the plan won't, or the build won't deviate from the plans. It is easy to, change some plants if there's a desire for some fall pollinator
Sure.
plants. And I had just spent, a lot of time making sure that it was very water wise. It was actually a really fun challenge because the water use on that park is so low. I was having a hard time finding some of the water requirements. So it is extremely low in its water use.
Councilor Jensen?
So lots of people I know are allergic to rabbit brush. It seems like it's one of the things that a lot of people have trouble with. Are you aware of that, or?
I've never heard that. There's a lot of it.
I know.
Around, yeah.
I know. And so I'm just wondering, is there another alternative? And maybe just my circle, and the people I know who happen to be allergic to it, but wondering if you could look into that, and
Sure.
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of alternates and stuff like that with the planting plan. And sometimes, even when you've got the plan, like depending on what's available, sometimes, I oversaw the planting of the Pearl Street Mall for almost 10 years. And every single year, we would have hundreds of different alternates that we would come up with because things just weren't available. So it's fairly common, but there's other things that, will work in their place and that are pollinator friendly and water wise.
So the comment from the public about getting more creative about the furniture and incorporating some sort of contest or for the price that was paid, it is a lot of money for park furniture, and I recognize it's got to withstand weather, which makes it cost a lot more than maybe the stuff in my house. But is there an opportunity to do something creative on the furniture? I'm thinking of, Niwot has, because it's Niwot, those hands, that left hand that are seating in some of their parks. And there may be some creative thing like that we could do.
I'm not sure, because we definitely had the public weigh in on these concept designs as they were going forward, because there was going to be like a little stage, where people in a seating area, like you could have performance, and then, the benches in the center and everything that could bring people together that were weighed in on by the public. But honestly, if y'all approve this contract, I need to get the PO going tomorrow so that we can hopefully have them delivered by October, because that is our goal, to have the park done then. So for something big like furniture or the playground stuff, I don't really have room to be redesigning and changing that now.
It's just good to know.
Yeah, if you guys recall on the site plan, we do have a public art piece that we're putting on the, I'm trying
Get the
to,
public road facing side.
yeah.
Yep.
So trying to incorporate in areas that make sense as well.
Councilor Bullier?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just huge kudos for all the excellent work on the Pocket Park. I can't wait till we are able to replicate this and do more throughout the entire city. I do want to say I personally am having trouble focusing on the Pocket Park in the context of what we've heard for the past hour and a half. So as soon as this moment is finished, I'm going to make a motion for us to respond to the public that came out 2 weeks in a row. I now recognize and know a number of your names and faces. So I think we owe it to the community that's come out 2 weeks in a row, clearly signaling we failed them after May 5th to respond sufficiently. So thank you so much. The Pocket Park is amazing. I can't wait to hang out there and replicate it. And just let me know, Mr. Mayor, when I can make that motion.
Any other questions from council, thoughts from council, or if we feel comfortable with the contract, the motion, I believe, is in our packet.
I move to approve item H from the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously. Thank you. And with that, we will close our consent agenda. Before we move on to regular business, Councilor Bollier,
Thank you,
I will
sir.
give you the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I move to move agenda item 8 next in the agenda so that we, council, may have an opportunity to respond to the residents who came out this evening.
Can you say that again?
I move to move agenda item 8 up earlier in the agenda to now so that we can use that spot for council report to respond to the residents who came out this evening.
I'll second.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Just one quick clarifying question for our city attorney. Do we need 5 yes votes on this one?
Council, you can change your agenda order, I should say. So you can change the order of items that are already on your agenda.
Can I ask a question? Do we even need to do that, or are we able to talk about something in a meeting without moving our council reports agenda item?
If council would like to respond to what they heard during public input, that is up to council. I do think that would take a motion if it's not to move an item already on the agenda. Under the open meetings law, I just want to, for the public's information and for council's information, responding to the public is fine if that's what you all choose to do as a group. However, council cannot make new policy or change existing policy without putting that on an agenda so that all members of the public are entitled to notice of when you're going to do that. So I hope that makes sense. So no policy change can happen without it being on the agenda first, but you can certainly, if you choose as a group to respond to public input, that is entirely up to council.
So I think I would just maybe make a friendly amendment to your motion that what we should be motioning is the ability right now to respond to the public comment and keep council comments generally still at the end.
So moved.
I support that friendly amendment. I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We are not moving city or council reports up. We are simply opening it up for discussion to respond to public input. I just want to be clear before. Great. We do have a motion, we do have a second. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, say no. None opposed. Okay, we can now respond to public input. Councilor Bollier, you brought this up. Would you like to kick us off?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. First, thank everyone so much for coming out, for your passion, for your heartfelt remarks. I'm feeling a little bit of shame up here. This is now 2 weeks in a row that we've listened to you, and it's always a privilege to listen to you. But I don't know that we have done our job as council or our job as city in addressing your concerns. We should not be putting, this is a comment and then a sort of a question for the group, I don't think we should be putting our residents in the position of having to creatively figure this out by offering creative solutions. That's our job. And I feel that May 5th, I think some of us, we tried to provide direction to a very overstretched staff to attack this problem with urgency and haste. And I know that there is good work being done behind the scenes that I would like for us to have the opportunity to tell the public about. But clearly, by the large number of very impassioned residents and neighbors and family members out here tonight, we collectively failed. That message is not going out. If it is going out, it's not being heard. There's a lot of folks who are asking, why are we doing this, and can we just dig? I think there's a variety of reasons that we can answer that, but this format, as I said 2 weeks ago, where we sit up here on the dais and someone mentioned that we're just kind of like looking at people while they pour their hearts and soul out to us with their fear and their anger justified, while we look at them is disgusting. This is disgusting. I want us to have a flat conversation where we sit in a circle and we hear and we talk and we engage, and not something that feels like folks are testifying on whether or not they can bury their loved ones next to their loved ones. We're as a community, we're better than this. I do want to set the record straight. There are folks on this dais who are from Lafayette and who do get it. I'm not one of them, I'm not from here, but I do feel like I get it. And I know a number of folks up here on the dais and city staff do get it and care, but clearly that's not coming through to you. So we need to do a better job of that collectively. And so I would ask and I would direct, if I have that power, that we get our stuff together and put something on the calendar as soon as possible do a full court press PR campaign so we articulate what it is that we are trying to figure out. Because I do think there is a gap in understanding in the public's eyes in terms of what is possible and what is actually possible. As a number of us said 2 weeks ago, we are not going to dig up other people's remains recklessly. We're absolutely not going to do that. Nor does anyone on this dais or in city staff want to just say, take a hike to the 270 plots. But we have failed to address this for decades. Much of that is before many of our terms, but now we're here, and now we need to take this seriously. And I do not want to see all these wonderful people on June 2nd as they say the same things back to us, because we have again failed to emphasize that we hear them and we are taking this seriously. So forgive me for going on too long, but it is not these folks' jobs to figure out how to hand dig graves. It is not their job to intuit the GPR. It's our job. And while I take umbrage with some of the impassioned emotion that's been relayed, I do think that the anger is justified. I am angry thinking about putting my family members in this position, and I know to God's sake that all of you are frustrated as well. So we need to figure something out where we're not on the dais, watching them testify and cry in front of us, and we just kind of look at them, and then our agendas are structured so that we have to wait 2 to 3 more hours after a public hearing till we can respond to them. So thank you for letting me get my emotions out, but we have to do right by each other and by our community, and I think that we can all collectively, myself included, do better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Though I won't try to follow that. I agree with most of everything you said. I grew up in Lafayette. I'm here. The one thing I do want to say is, and maybe give our staff the opportunity to talk about it a little bit, but the one thing I think more than anything that this needs is just input from community, and I think you're right. I don't necessarily think that this is the venue to do that. I don't think this is the most effective way to speak to community, and I don't think that's necessarily anyone's fault. This is just the system that we kind of live in as city council. But the one thing I will turn to staff to is, because I think, while there was a couple suggestions that came to us, the meeting and the talking to community is already in the works. So from my understanding, this is already something that we have directed staff to do the last time we were on this dais, in fact. So if they are ready to speak about it at all, I would turn it over to someone on our staff who can speak about how this is going to go forward and whether this is something that's even viable in terms of this council speaking to our community.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take a stab at that. So yes, at your last meeting, you did direct staff to develop a community forum conversation piece, and we've been working diligently to find both the site and location and enough time to notify people to do, Councilor Bollier, that full court press. And so we are anticipating in early June, we will be getting letters out this Thursday, I believe, so we'll be sending council that. I encourage anyone in the public that, one, didn't receive a letter or would just like to verify that their information is correct, please contact us. That's our biggest issue right now, is because a lot of these lots were sold 26 years ago, 50 years ago. We really want to make sure we have accurate information because we want you guys to be able to participate and be there. So we'll try to do a lot on social media. I'll look to council and also using your guys' connections to be able to reach out to people. But yes, the plan is already in the works.
Thank you. With that, I will turn it over to other members of council who'd like to. Councilor Jensen.
It seems to me that there's something missing here in terms of solutions. And I'm not that expert, and even though I understand the passion from the community, I'm not sure that allowing people to dig their own graves is the answer. There's a lot of, if you do discover something when digging, what do you do? You know, there's some requirements about that we, as the city, are required to follow. And the state architect, when they were here, one of the things they said to us is, you can't just keep finding bones and calling me and telling me I have to come here and watch you and trying to figure out what's under the ground, and that is not a workable solution. So given that's what we heard from the architects, it seems to me other communities have probably had this kind of problem. And I heard people mention stacking. We talked at our last meeting about rearranging some of the roads in the cemetery. We talked about whether there's any way to take some of the land that's currently in recreational uses, But again, some of that depends on knowing how many of those 270 people actually want to be buried there, and we don't have that answer just yet. But there's a piece of that kind of work that needs to be done, and I'm unclear whether it needs to be done before we have this meeting with people so we can show them options, or if we need to listen to people first. But it seems to me it might make sense to let staff work on some of those possible options and also put price tags on them for us so that we know what we're talking about when we have the meeting with the public, and we can share with them what our staff has found out about solutions. Otherwise, it's just more of people saying, please, please don't do this to us, when we don't have an answer for you at that point. And I wonder what other people think about doing some of that homework first before we have a community get-together about this.
Interesting point. Any other counselors? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll weigh in, and I agree with Councilor Jensen, and part of the reason for the time that this is taking is that there's a long history of this problem coming to fruition, and it didn't air. This is not the way it should have come to your attention. And I, like the rest of council, would apologize for the way this came forward. With that said, there's a lot of work that we can do. One of the things that I think is super important to hear from you all, and again, this is not the way I wanted it to happen, and I do appreciate your coming to us with this. And one of the things that falls in the category of our doing work before the community meeting is a listening session. And that's different from a community meeting. It's not a discussion between counselors. It's to hear your stories. And I know we've heard 2 weeks in a row, but I'm sure there's stories that we haven't heard yet. And I've been in the cemetery, and you keep telling me where everything is. I want you to show me where it is. What I'd like to be, what I'd like to do is see people who can make it to the cemetery to tell me, show me. I've heard multiple times that there are people who are there on the regular. Like, I don't know if it's daily or weekly, but I know that you go to the cemetery to be with your loved ones. So, I don't know where he went, but one of the people who comments all the time was here. And, I've been offered to do a second visit, because I've already walked the cemetery once with him. I'd like to walk the cemetery with you all, and I don't know if my colleagues here are interested in that, but I'm tired of looking at maps. I'm tired of hearing the stories. I want to be there so you can point to where your family is, where your lives were, because I think that's part of what we need to know. And I didn't grow up here, but people up here did grow up here. And I've heard multiple times people love this city. And part of what makes this city great is the attachment that you all have shown. And I've seen for years how attached people are to this city. And now I'm starting to see why that is. Y'all started this, and your families and your people are, one of the reasons one of the reasons that this city is great. We have a real problem here. Council does, and I don't want to miss anybody. So part of what I'd like to do before that community meeting is to be in the cemetery with whoever can make it there, to show me what it is that means so much to you. And I wasn't ready tonight to say this, because I don't have a specific time and date to do that, but and I didn't ask my fellow counselors if they were interested in doing this, so I don't mean to put them on the spot, but that's something I'd like to throw out to them right now and see if they're interested in being in the cemetery.
Well, how about Memorial Day? We all go to celebrate Memorial Day. When they do, we are the only place that honors our veterans.
Thank you so much. I unfortunately,
Let her speak.
I unfortunately do have to just make sure we maintain decorum. I appreciate it, though. I understand.
That is a good day, though.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Gianello, did I see your hand?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. One of the things that I've struggled with this throughout the entire process is just the communication. You know, I had asked that we give the ground penetrating radar study to the community as early as possible, and it seems that they were given it on the day that the agenda was published. And I believe last meeting I advocated that we would delay any vote on the motion so that the community could actually take the time to read that study, look at that study, understand that study. We had a great meeting with the archaeologist and their expert who told us about the ground penetrating radar study that was state of the art, top notch. Everyone's asking for this more ground penetrating radar study. We've got it. You think that your plot hasn't been ground penetrating radar? It has. We have the information. I want you to really study that report and really understand the thing that has been proposed to council. Understand that this was not a council decision. This is something that's been proposed to council. But the communication part of it, I feel, is where we're falling down on the job. We don't have all the names. We don't have all and the names that we do have, people have said they haven't received the report. So we need the community to engage with us and tell us if you have a plot. Let us know. Let us know that you didn't get the report. Let us know that you want to know when the date of the meeting is. We need to get that information so that we can do the communication. I won't say do it right, but at least we can do it better.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Fredland?
Thank you. The first thing I want to say is I hear so much pain in the room, and I recognize that when you look at us, you might not see the emotion, but I hope that you truly do understand the amount of emotion that we have about this topic. I couldn't imagine my mother not being able to be with my father when she passed. I couldn't imagine that. So believe me, when we hear your stories, we truly do hear you. And we are trying, council and staff, to find solutions to this. I know it doesn't always seem that way, but I hope that you will hear us when we say that we are. To that end, I think a few short-term things that we could do in between now and the meeting, and I'm hearing them up here already. Confirming what's the actual number, right? We have 270 plots, we know that. How many? Thank you, gentleman in blue, I think your name was Drew. You had great points that I think we should consider. How many actually do we need to solve for here? And then with the GPR data that we already have, maybe we go back to that firm and we say, look at the exact plots and tell us where there's conflict and where there maybe isn't conflict, so that we actually have understanding. I don't know how much that will cost. We have council contingency. We're about halfway through the year. I think we could consider putting some of that money towards that to be ready for the listening session, the community conversation in June. So those are the two things I would say that we should consider, directing staff to tell us what that would look like and how much work and money that would cost in the future, so that we can be ready for that meeting.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gallegos?
And then just a quick point about communication. I saw a lot of you posted to some of the various social media sites local to us about coming to tonight's meeting. I was wondering if staff, when that meeting date is set, if we could have members of our community also help us share. And I heard some frustration about people having to reach out to a specific staff member. Could you clarify their name and contact?
We're going to look into it. I believe I know who it is, but yes.
Okay.
We'll make sure.
Thank you.
I know we can't ask a question, but
Unfortunately-
reach out. Who are we supposed to reach out to?
So what she just asked.
Yes, we would reach out to staff, and that information should be going out. Councilor Jensen, did I see your hand up?
I can provide a phone number real quick if
Please,
you guys
that
do
would be
have
great.
it. And if you do have issues, please just call the front desk as well, and we'll make sure they'll know that calls will be incoming. But the number is 303-604. 303 604-3511.
So I wanted to echo a little bit of what Counselor Fridlin said. I think after the last time we heard from y'all, every one of us was just incredibly sad. This was not something we generated and said, let's do this. You know, it was something being imposed on us where we were told we don't have a choice. So I know I spent time debriefing with friends of mine in tears about how sad this is. And so we're hearing you, okay? Just know we're hearing you. But to your point, Counselor Barnes, about the cemetery, I don't think I need any more to feel bad. Going to the cemetery is not going to make me feel any worse or emotional than I already feel. And it isn't going to answer the question of what's below the ground. That's our problem, right? We'll be able to see the cemetery and we'll see the plots, but the answer about whether we can dig or not is not on the surface. You know, it seems to me. I think that gets to a whole nother question. I don't object to going. I just don't think it'll answer the questions that we have. That's all. But you guys should know that we really do care, and this was presented to us by the state, I said architect before, but I meant archaeologist, as a problem that we have to deal with. And so at some point, that cemetery closes, whether it's after the 270 plots or some other point. And at that point, even though families have been together for a really long time, somebody's going to be the last one, you know, and the door is going to be closed behind them. And I feel the pain of that, you know, I really do. So I think we have some possible things to work on, you know, that like whether we can reconfigure the roads or whether we can stack coffins. I don't know the answers, but I did a little Googling of what other places have done. Not all of them are very good. Like some cities have taken coffins out in the middle of the night and disposed of them in ways that were not, this was, you know, quite a long time ago, but if you Google how do you deal with overcrowding in the cemetery, you're gonna get some bad stories. So I'm not saying we should do those, but I'm saying there are a few things we can check into and try and see what we might be able to do. So give us some time, and I do think if we could get a date certain for that meeting, and I understand that is what our city manager is working on, and give us enough time between now and then to try to do as much homework as we can. We can try and have a conversation about this with proposed options where you guys see what we're facing, which is none of the solutions are good. You know, it's not an easy problem to solve. And I don't think just saying dig and you're not going to find anything is not what is being supported by the state archaeologists. They're telling us every time they dig, they run into remains for the last few years. They have not had a burial without finding remains. That's a difficult thing to face. We are disturbing somebody else's remains when we do that. So it's not an easy problem, and I hope you'll give us some time to try to come up with whatever we can before we have a community meeting.
Any other thoughts from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And just to clarify, visiting the cemetery is not to make anybody feel bad. I think I'm there. I didn't ask for anybody to come to the cemetery to feel bad. We have a responsibility to our constituents to hear their story in their place. That's why I would be there, so they can point to the places where it's happened. It is. That's where they go. You know, and I'll say it again, we can look at maps, we can talk about this, we can look at numbers. That's where the place is, and I don't expect everybody on council to be there, but I want to be there. I've been there before. I want to have my feet on the ground. I want people to tell me this is where my mom is, this is where my family is. We're here representing them, and that's, if I feel bad, that's my issue.
Great, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Bowyer?
Send a letter out or put it on your website when the meeting is going to happen?
It's almost like the gentle lady could read my brain. So we have a POC number that our city manager just shared. And so I think something that we can really collectively push on is, I don't know if we need to make a webpage, but there needs to be like a single spot for these folks to all look at with the most up-to-date information, who the POC is, what the understanding is, et cetera. That way, we're not kind of all spelunking and sleuthing and trying to figure it out on a Facebook page here or talk to a relative there or asking folks to drive an hour and a half, a snowstorm a couple of weeks ago. So I think for me, like just being very clear and then publicly communicating as much as we can where everyone should go beyond the phone number. And I understand we can't create a website like that.
It's
but-
already created.
Well, we have a website, folks. So maybe we can add that to our YouTube. So there's the website for folks to go and a POC. But then I think an ask maybe from council to the community is, and I think folks have heard, like, we have heard you and we'll continue to hear you. And I would love to visit the cemetery with you, Mayor Pro Tem. But I think, like, please continue to help us because we're going to miss things. Y'all have institutional and historical knowledge that we don't have, that staff don't have, some staff don't have. So I guess the ask is, can you help us collectively get to yes? And I said this 2 weeks ago and I'll say it again. It may not be possible for all 270 to go into the confines of the current plot. And we should be very clear. We should not gaslight you and say, oh yeah, we can figure it out. No one up here is a magician. But I think we can collectively commit to doing our best to get to a solution and be as transparent and forthcoming as possible. And so my ask in return is help us do that. Because this is a hard problem, but it's an important problem. And I think together we can make a lot of a dent solving it together. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just the final thing I will say is thank you to our community. My day job is community engagement. It's what I do. I love my community more than anyone in the world. And when Councilor Bullier was talking about there's people on this dais who grew up here, he's talking about me. I grew up here. I was just at Pioneer Elementary a couple days ago for the 100th anniversary of the school because I now serve as mayor, but at the time, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I was a tiny little kid who went to Pioneer Elementary School. So these issues, I just have to say this, these issues are also personal for me. It's unbelievably difficult for me to make decisions like this. But I'm not talking about myself there. It's not unique to me. These decisions are difficult for every single member of this council. So I appreciate you all coming out. This is, of course, the second meeting where we have talked about this and we've had this topic in front of us. And I will also say, I understand the other side of things, which is our staff side. From my day job, from that community engagement job, I understand what it means to have something in front of you and just not really know what to do with it. This is an almost impossible situation for a staff member trying to understand and really find a good solution for something this difficult, because even if you find the best solution in the world that fits this, it's still going to be unbelievably difficult to get it through this council and for everybody to truly understand it. So I just want to commend our staff members, but of course our community. You're the reason we're up here. You're the reason we do this, and I'm looking forward to that community conversation and those listening sessions when they do happen. So I appreciate you all coming tonight. I appreciate your input. I appreciate your continued engagement with us. My personal phone number is on our website. Our emails are on our website. I'm sure every single member of this council will say the same. Reach out to us, keep engaging with us, keep talking to us. We want to hear from you, and truly, we appreciate you. And with that, I was going to move us to regular business. However, I was asked if we could take a quick 5-minute break. So let's do that. We'll take a quick 5-minute break, and we will come back at 7:52. Thank you all so much for that quick break. I'm going to go ahead and bring us back for regular business, and the only agenda item under regular business was agenda item H. The public hearing for resolution number 2026-15, approving with conditions an application for a special use review and site plan and architectural review for Lot 3C, Sola, filing number 1, replat C 2378 Highway 287, better known as Ted's Car Wash. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing consideration of resolution number 2026-15, approving with condition application for a special use review and site plan and architectural review for Lot 3C Sola, filing number 1, replat 2387 Highway 287. The public hearing was noticed in the Daily Camera on May 8, 2026, in accordance with the Lafayette Code. The public hearing is now in order at 8:03 p.m. Tonight, the City Council will hold a public hearing on the special use review application, review the applications for special use review and site plan and architectural review, and make a final decision on the application this evening. The council will consider the record, which includes city planning staff, report and analysis, presentations by the applicant and the city planning staff, written public testimony submitted to the city and including in tonight's packet, and any public testimony received during the hearing. The council will evaluate this proposal based solely upon the record and the applicable criteria established in the Lafayette Code and ordinances, which are highlighted in the staff report. Before we get into the presentations from staff and the applicant, we have a few preliminary matters to address. First, because this is a quasi-judicial matter, the City Council is bound by constitutional due process principles to provide a fair hearing, to remain impartial, and to make a decision based on the city's existing code and the evidence presented in tonight's hearing. It is important that each council member remain objective and capable of fairly and impartially considering only the information offered into the record and evaluate, review, and make a decision on the application consistent with due process requirements. Two questions. Does any council member believe they are not able to fairly and impartially consider the applications based solely on tonight's record and consistent with due process requirements? Not seeing anyone. Secondly, does any council member have a conflict of interest or any other matter he or she would like to disclose prior to proceeding on this item? Not seeing any. Final question, are there any other disclosures? Hearing none, we'll get started with the hearing. Before we hear from city planning staff and the applicant, I will enter the following materials into the record, all of which are included in the city council meeting packet for tonight's meeting. The city council agenda memo regarding these applications, resolution number 2026-15, planning commission resolution number PC 2026-13, staff analysis report from city planning staff regarding the site plan and architectural review criteria and the special use review criteria for these applications, the applicant's site plan and architectural plan set, the planning staff and applicant's PowerPoint slides added to the city council packet this afternoon. Are there any objections from city council into entering these items into the record?
No.
Hearing none, those items are entered into the record. City council will now hear from the city planning staff and the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Jake Nitchels. I am the current planning manager. And tonight's objective is to, as stated, consider approval of a special use review and a site plan and architectural application for a proposed car wash that is approximately 4,900 square feet in size and located at 2378 State Highway 287. Just a brief overview of the agenda for this presentation. I'll do a brief introduction followed by the applicant's presentation. I'll get back up and do an overview of the staff analysis, and then we'll be available to answer any questions, both the applicant and myself, and then public testimony followed by council discussion and a motion. So the proposed car wash is on the last undeveloped lot within the Sola development that's directly adjacent to Highway 287. It's highlighted in yellow here. The PUD for this calls these the Highway 287 lots. There's 5 of them in total. The proposed property is 1.48 acres in size, and that includes approximately half of, I always get the name wrong, Balmstone Drive. Since that is a private road, it's about half of it falls within this property. The zoning is C1, our regional business district, and the PUD overlay is the Sola Commercial Institutional PUD Amendment Number 2. Car washes do require a special use in the C1 zone district. However, it should be noted that the approved Sola PUD specifically has car washes called out as an anticipated use on the plans, but that doesn't take away the need for the special use review. So just existing conditions and kind of what's around the site. This is kind of a cluster of auto-oriented uses. Directly north, we have a gas station. To the south, we have the Carl's Jr. that was recently completed. the financial institution with drive-through, and then another coffee shop and fast food restaurant a little bit to the east. If we look out a little farther, we have some multifamily to the north and northeast, some undeveloped lots to the east, the hotel southeast, and obviously the medical complex south of Exempla, and the residential on the other side of 287. So just to briefly walk you through the site here, I'm using the landscape plan, but the access, the vehicular access is right here on this point of curvature of the road. This was determined to be the safest location for the drive access for vehicles entering and exiting the site. Once you're into the site, you can either choose to go into the vacuum bays or queue in one of the 3 stacking lanes here. There is an escape lane here. If you decide you need to get out, you can go back through the vacuum bays and exit it. And of course, you go through the tunnel, car wash, come around, and then exit the site. The employee parking is located over here. Trash enclosure is here, and then you have a variety of landscape improvements that I'll focus on later during the site plan and architectural review criteria. Lastly, before the applicant's presentation, I'll just do a quick overview of the process and applications. Again, both of these follow the same path, the site plan architectural review and the special use review. Planning Commission makes a recommendation, and City Council is the final determination. What's the word I'm looking for? The determination body?
Decision-making.
Decision-making. I only use that every other day. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant, and then I will get back up afterwards and kind of give an analysis of the approval criteria.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Hi, everyone. I'm Ted Lopez. I'm actually Ted of Ted's Express Car Wash. I did not name it, by the way. My brother did. So that's an ego thing. That's not me. I own this car wash you currently see on the screen in Arvada. It's near Candelas. It's about twice as big as the one that we're proposing here because the orientation of the car wash is a little bit different here because of the site, just layout and so forth. So just kind of give you an overview of what we're currently doing. This is my first car wash, and learned a few things, but it's like I say, it's in Candelas, and it's like I say, it's about 150 foot long. This one we're looking at doing here is about 80 foot long, so it's about half the size. Generally speaking, so we've got an 80-foot tunnel north. There we go, north to south, and we've got about, I think, 16 vacuum spaces in this area. We have the entrance here, as Jake had mentioned. Real quickly, one of the important things, I think, is the queuing. One of the things that we did here was, typically we have 2 sale points here, but what we would like to do here was to provide like a members lane only. Obviously, memberships are a part of a key important part of what we do as a business. And this members only lane kind of provides like a alleviation on any sort of queuing, so members can go through quickly without stacking up behind the areas where we're either selling or some people are doing a single wash membership or purchase or what have you, and then come through and then go north and out. So you can either elect to leave or come back into the vacuum area and so forth. So we've done we've provided all the sound around the vacuums. Just anecdotally, I feel pretty confident that our sound at the vacuum area is much less than 287, having been in that area quite a bit. The vacuums, the producers, which are the suction part of the vacuum machines, are actually in this containment area here, which is also the trash enclosure. So those walls are 8 foot wide or 8 foot tall to prevent any sort of additional sound occurring in that area. Where did my thing go? Okay. So having said that, this is the tunnel. I don't know that we have the actual plan drawing. This is a little bit hard for you maybe to understand, but anyway, so you enter here, come through. We have the office in this area, small office, and then the equipment room. Pretty simple structure. I mean, I built stadiums for about 18 years, so this is really, honestly, a really simple structure. It's about 4 walls and a roof. The landscape, I think we've done a pretty good job on the landscape side of things in terms of providing a pretty good landscape plan around this. I know we had some criteria to the west, which is the side where 287 is. And as you can see, it's pretty heavily landscaped in this area as well. And over here where the employee parking area is. I'm pretty happy with that. I think the division between us and everybody else is kind of nice, quite frankly, for a car wash. The building itself, I don't know if there's anything else really discussed on this site plan. The building itself is kind of in line with what we see with the, I think it's Blue Credit Union. They have the kind of the sloped roof and so forth, so we've kind of tried to follow that a little bit. And we provided on the west side, which is the side on 287, a little more presentation. You can see Ted's Express Car Wash. You can kind of get a feel for what this is and see it as you bypass this. Obviously, 287 is a very extremely busy highway, and you know, kind of have that presence on that side of the road. Lots of window space. I think we met the criteria on the window space and so forth. So that's an important component of it as you go through the tunnel. You get lots of sunlight. We try and minimize our sunlight or use of all of our lighting is LED, which is obviously low usage on the electricity side. Let me go back a little bit here. So on the site plan and on their operations itself, I know water's a big issue, which we can talk about, but this car wash, we expect to do somewhere around 250 to 260 cars per day. That's our financial model. And our car wash, we typically use between 15 and 20 gallons per car. So for reference, I've actually looked this up. Most people take a shower in about 10 minutes and use about 20 gallons per shower, which is pretty interesting considering we're using less than a shower per car wash. If you go to wash a car in your driveway, it's somewhere between 80 and 100 gallons per car wash. So, you know, from that standpoint. Now, having said that, operationally, we have high-pressure nozzles in this car wash. We restrict everything tightly. All of our chemicals, we pull all that stuff down as tightly as we can. Obviously, we don't want to use any more water than we have to. It affects us financially in our model and so forth. So that's a very important part of what we do. We recycle about 80% of our water. So it's a really, really important part. One of the things you can't quite see in this plan is right here, there are 4 reclaim tanks in the ground. And those tanks are designed to take the water off the car wash into the tanks. Basically, they're sediment tanks where they settle all the solids out. And we take that water as it's clean, because it's clean, run it through a filtration system, a cyclonic filtration system, and then reuse it back in the car wash, if that makes sense. So we really are really tight on our use of the water. Yeah, so anyway, from an operations standpoint, that's something we have very good managers in place to make sure that's taking place. Certainly on our chemical side, we want to restrict that. It cost us about, on the chemical side, about 45 cents a car wash. So all those numbers are really tight. I mean, we really watch these numbers because it affects our financial around doing something like this. Obviously, we're investing a lot of money on a facility of this sort. This car wash will probably employ about 12 people. And it's great because during the summertime, like right now on the other car wash, we're grabbing high school kids to come in and be out front and meet people and so forth. We like it as an owner. I like it because I have kids. And it's kind of nice to have them out front doing sales and so forth because they learn a lot of different skills. Honestly, it's a lot of fun doing that and pushing them out front, kind of getting them outside their comfort zone to do that kind of thing. I have a 13-year-old, 11-year-old, and I push them out front. Yeah, I make them get out there and meet people. They were here at their last meeting, by the way. So that part of it, in terms of being in the community, I enjoy that. Like I say, we'll probably employ about 12 people, which would be in this area, and we'll try and pull them in and teach them how to operate this and so forth. So not super complex, but there's certainly some skills to learn here. It's been a good model for us, and we've really enjoyed being part of that business. The building itself and the elevation, it's block, pretty simple building. We have metal panel here and stone veneer. In this area, we see this kind of different graphic stone here as well. And then this is all metal panel veneer. We use, we don't have any solar panel on this roof at this time, but we might consider doing that. I know we have solar panel capabilities. Real simple. This area right here is the office space. So in terms of communicating with folks as they come through, real simple, get in and get out. And then I know the signage is an issue in terms of us making sure that we address the signage. Not super, dynamic, but it's, you can kind of see who we are. Again, the floor plan, straightforward, through a tunnel, wash your car, get out. So real small office, and then, oh, all right, well, that's it. I don't know that I have a lot more in this area to talk about relative to what we do. It's car wash, pretty simple. We're not curing cancer, we're washing cars, so. Good enough, all right, there you go. Yeah, sure.
All right, now we'll get into the analysis. Obviously, we provide a pretty detailed analysis with the memo, so I'll kind of keep it high level, go over them, and then if any council members want to kind of delve deeper into a specific criterion, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. So we'll start with the special use review approval criteria, first of which is compliance with the municipal code. We found this to be in compliance with that, with one separation exception that you can waive, and we'll talk about that on the next slide. So compatibility with the character of the surrounding area was another criterion. You know, this is kind of a cluster of auto-oriented uses, so we did find that this criterion was met. Potential for adverse environmental impacts, we really didn't identify any, and in fact, in some ways, this will actually have some environmental improvements. When you wash your car at a car wash, it goes through a sand filter, and then it goes into our sanitary system and gets treated. When you wash a car in your driveway or your home, it's going to end up in the stormwater system and enter into our streams and creeks without being treated. And we also can't really control the soaps and the chemicals that homeowners use effectively. So this does control some of that stuff. So, you know, I think you could even frame it as there is some small environmental benefits there. Compatibility with the comprehensive plan. In the analysis, we provided some specific, you know, policies and strategies, but I also wanted to speak to kind of put it in context and acknowledge that these smaller lots, especially like pad sites in larger commercial areas, it gets really difficult to analyze them in light of the comp plan and either in being compatible or incompatible with them. But I think when you kind of zoom out and you look at the larger commercial development that it's located within, the SOLA development, you look at all the different land uses, multifamily, the hotels, the different restaurants. And then you also look at the fact that they dedicated trail easements around the perimeter, at least the south and the east and a little bit of the north, and built trails there. You know, I think if you look at it from that perspective, you could really make an argument that it likely meets objectives, policies, and strategies within all four frameworks of the comprehensive plan. So staff found that this criterion was met. It also talks about specific impacts, and I'll just briefly touch on these. Traffic, this was reviewed by City Traffic Engineering and CDOT, and it was found not to have significant traffic impacts. Obviously, car washes don't generate high parking demand, so we don't see any issue there. They have screened everything that's required to be screened, and we'll go over that in a little bit more detail with the SPAR approval criteria. Noise, there's some legitimate concern there. They have those motors or producers, as I found out they're called. And then the blowers can be a little loud. The motors for the vacuums are located within that trash enclosure, and we did get a manufacturer noise study that says they'll meet our noise ordinance at the property line. And then given the location of the blowers and the ambient noise from Highway 287, we felt comfortable that this criterion was being met too. Light, their lighting is similar to what's along 287 in this area. They did add some screening from the queuing lane that we'll talk about a little later that'll help mitigate light impacts on 287. Really not a lot of dust associated with car washes. And then infrastructure capacity and ability to serve, that talks about traditional utilities, but it also talks about emergency services, schools, things like that. And this was referred to all the typical outside referral agencies and reviewed by staff, and we do not anticipate any infrastructure capacity issues or ability to serve issues. And that's the hours of operation, very similar to what's there. Actually, I think the typical hours are 7 to 8, maybe a little longer in the summer when it's light later. So this is similar, and we have no concern there. Lastly, there's a car wash specific or drive-through and car wash specific criteria, and that's related to separation. And specifically, there's a 200-foot separation from essentially either lots that have residential now or that could have residential in the future. There's nothing within 200 feet that meets that criteria. And then lastly, there's a 150-foot separation between point of service of drive-through or drive-up windows, and that's the separation that they're asking to get shrunk down to about 86 or so. Point of service on the car wash would be this southernmost kiosk here. On the Carl's Jr. site, you're looking at the menu board with speaker here, again, just over 80 feet. The code says this can be reduced as long as traffic impacts are minimized and it addresses visual aesthetics. It doesn't really guide us on what that means, address visual aesthetics, but the traffic impacts is clear. They're on different lots, different access points, no shared access, no cross access. So we felt comfortable there. And regarding the visual aesthetics, we really had the applicant put additional landscaping in this area to kind of visually separate the two drive-through lanes and just provide a little beautification from the landscaping. Planning Commission recommended approving this reduction for the reasons I stated. They also pointed out that they thought if we did require the 150 foot, we'd have some kind of what they call dead space or underutilized commercial land. So they did support that reduction. Next, we'll go into the SPAR approval criteria. As you know, there's something like 24 criteria, and we lump these into their overarching kind of topics, and we talk through them. So we have architecture, landscaping, circulation, screening, lighting, and then some car wash specific criteria. And we'll go into each of those in a little bit more detail. So the architectural approval criteria talk about scale and proportion, character and compatibility, visual interest, and durability. So I think it's pretty obvious the scale and proportion and character and compatibility are very similar to what's directly adjacent to it in the surrounding vicinity. In the visual interest, I feel Ted kind of played this down. I mean, as far as car washes go, this has a lot of visual interest. There's some interesting roof lines, roof line variation. There's a lot of windows for a car wash, the use of multiple different materials, metal siding, standing seam roof, all these. And all these materials are also very durable materials. I don't know that there's any wood siding going up to memory. I know there's metal siding and then some cementatious stucco, so the good stucco, not EIFS. So we find that really this meets the architectural criteria. So next, moving on to landscaping, that talks to the function and use of open areas, buffering, and just general enhancement. There's not really a lot of like functional open areas because people aren't really getting out of their car here, other than the vacuum bays, which have been heavily landscaped beyond what's required by code to both buffer the vacuum bay area and provide some shade and so forth for the drivers while they're vacuuming. Also, some other improvements, they planted some street trees along Balmstone that'll enhance the pedestrian realm. They also added some foundation planting on the front next to 287 that will provide some additional visual interest. And then the southern planting that was added to really kind of meet that criteria, the separation requirements above, and also just distinguish their drive-through from the adjacent one. So we found that these criteria were met. There's a single criterion about pedestrian and vehicular circulation. I talked through a little bit about that. This was the spot chosen off Balmstone, they have that spelled wrong there, to just to make it the safest spot to enter and exit the site. The one area that we kind of identified both in our technical comments and Planning Commission was this pedestrian crossing right here that crosses right in front before they enter the tunnel. Now, this is partially driven by our code that says you cannot have car wash doors face the public road. They really want you to have the front of the building facing the street. And we felt that out of the options that were left, which was bringing people up here and having them cross multiple queuing lanes, or bringing them through this side where they cross the exit, the end of the car wash where cars aren't forced to slow down for other cars and they can kind of get out of there. We really felt this was the best place, and Planning Commission had an additional condition of approval which staff fully supported, and it was along a similar comment that staff made in our technical review, and we'll touch on that a little later. But for these reasons, we felt that this criterion was met. So then we get into screening. Those really talk about what requires screening, and that ensures that the screening is compatible with the building. You'll see these are called out at 6 feet 8 inches during Planning Commission. The applicant mentioned that they would be 8 feet, so that was an additional condition of approval that staff also supported, and the applicant was more than happy to do. Everything that's required to be screened is here. We have the trash enclosure area. It's screened with split-face CMU that is the same as some of the split-face CMU used on the building. And then the units on top of the roof are screened by a parapet wall. So we found this criterion to be met. Going on to lighting. So there's one area here This speaks to, again, compatible with the building and then minimizing impact on adjacent properties. There's an area down here in the kind of southwest where the light levels get a little high, they're reading like 2.8, 2.7 foot candles at the property line. We've asked the applicant to explore shielding that a little bit better, but this is also the drive aisle of the Carl's Jr., and it doesn't really have a light immediate adjacent to it. So if it spills over, even at this level, it's really probably just going to even out the light between the two sites. So we weren't really strongly concerned about that. So we find this criterion to be met also. And then just an image of the you know, the kind of standard wall pack and parking lot light fixture, both fully downcast, night sky compliant. And then lastly here, obviously staff recommends approval of this with the condition in the staff report. Planning Commission recommended approval with the 3-1 vote with these 2 additional conditions. First is that the applicant shall provide a high contrast and visually differentiated crosswalk above and beyond standard painted crosswalk striping at the entrance to the car wash tunnel to be approved by the city traffic engineer. And then the wall surrounding the waste collection area and vacuum producers shall be a minimum of 8 feet tall. And like I said, staff supports both of those, and the applicant has not indicated any objection to those either. So with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Amazing. Do any council members have questions for staff or for the applicant? Councilor Fridland?
My first question was around the condition from Planning Commission about the crosswalk. Can you help me understand, why do we have a crosswalk there?
Well, we have a requirement that we have to get people from the sidewalk on 287 to the building. And we can't get them into the.
So just, where do we put it?
Yeah, exactly. And we kind of think this is the best place because cars are kind of stopped there. They're waiting. It's not on a curve or anything. They've got good visibility as they're coming in. You know, we'll probably also ask that they, you know, put a little sign in that says stop when pedestrians are present, and then try to really have that be a strong visual contrast and stimuli that they see, that they kind of hopefully the drivers will be aware. Also, a lot of car washes I've been to, Ted, which not yours, sorry, have a person standing right there a lot of the time. So hopefully that person will also be able to kind of assist with any pedestrians crossing. It's similar to what we have at Carl's Jr. too. It's just kind of it's something we're forced to deal with.
Yeah. It just seems, I'm trying to imagine the scenario of someone, I guess if they're like vacuuming their bike and they walk their bike across anyway.
Yeah, it's probably going to be employees mainly.
Yeah,
you know.
employees from the bus stop on 287, right.
And I didn't highlight this, but they did put in a bike rack, which our planning commissioners often like, and you know, that likely they'll have some high school kid that hopefully can bike from home and lock up there, so they have that too.
Okay,
but you're right, there's not going to be a lot of pedestrian traffic.
Yeah, I'm curious about water too. You mentioned, you had a great story to tell about water. So am I correct in assuming there are some water rights that need to come with this? And how did you calculate that? Because I heard, you said, 250 cars a day? And then you said a number for gallons per car and then an 80% recycling rate. How did you get to the number to decide, here's how much we need?
We don't have a final number. That's determined during the building permit time, because that's when we get their specifications of their recycling system and their filtration system, their fixture counts, all of that. They will have to dedicate 100% of the water they're expected to use. Also, as a high water user, they will be flagged and we will monitor them. We monitor all water, non-residential, or even I think some residential water users, but we monitor, Jeff will correct me if I'm wrong, all commercial water users, and then high water users we monitor more frequently. And if we notice an uptick in usage, they will be required to bring in that delta too.
Right, understood. No, and I do take the point and appreciate it that on net in our community, this probably, hopefully leads to reduction on net because people are maybe not, doing things themselves. So thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. Of course.
Councilor Beaulieu, I believe I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Outstanding presentation from both the applicant and our city staff, so thank you so much. 2 questions/comments. This wouldn't affect my decision, but I would love to see solar panels on top of this, considering the free energy from the sun in alignment with our comprehensive plan, and also energy prices are continuing to go way up. My main question/concern is around idling. Since we know that anytime people are in lines for fast food, pick up kids, what have you, that's a lot of cars idling, a lot of emissions. I don't know, and I'd be curious about this, when most folks get car washes, what time of day, week, month, et cetera. And so then since most folks get them, then there's the line, and then there's more emissions at that time. So just wondering if you think through strategies to mitigate that.
Sure. We, historically, what we've seen at our Washington Arvada, which is, I think, pretty typical, it's a bell curve. In the morning, it's actually interesting, even on the weekends, it's kind of like slow, and then it ramps up around noon. It actually drops off a little bit after like 2 or 3, and then it pulls back up again when you get kind of people coming off of work and so forth with like, hey, I'm just zipping through. This, our car wash in Arvada takes about 2.5 minutes to get through. When you pull in, roll through, it's the best 2.5 minutes of your life. That's what I tell everybody, especially the married couples. Anyway, this car wash is 80 foot long, so it's about 1.5 minutes to get through. So it's a pretty quick turn. Yeah, so sorry. Anyway, it's about 1.5 minutes.
And what about idling? You do have typically, you told me, you typically have people standing out here at the kiosk. Is there any like encouragement to shut off automobiles while people are waiting or anything like that?
Well, we all have our auto shut off anymore, right? And we get an inordinate amount of electric vehicles, which is interesting to watch it from my perspective, because a lot of them don't know how to put it in neutral. So when they pull in the tunnel, we're like, "Do you know how to put this in neutral?" They don't. So it's a lot of work. But
that happened to me.
yeah, a lot of people don't know how to do that. So we get a lot of electric vehicles right now, which is interesting to watch for me, just as an owner and kind of having been in oil and gas, quite frankly. But it's about 1.5 minutes. Yeah, I know. I'm totally opposite things of this thing. It's about 1.5 minutes. So we do have people queuing. We'll have 2 staff members out here, obviously doing membership sales and addressing questions and so forth and so on. It's a pretty quick turnaround. Most people, and that's what I really like, honestly, because we had originally taken this down to 2 lanes and not 3. And I'm like, you know what? We got too many members that just come through and just want to go through and don't want to wait. And that would have reduced the idling where they're sitting waiting for me if I'm buying a single wash or something like that, and I'm asking questions. So it's kind of, I'm honestly pretty happy that we've added this 3rd lane back in to just let people come through and not do that. But we get a lot of electric vehicles, which is interesting to watch, so.
Give them discounts, right?
No, sorry,
Try.
no discounts.
Try.
The police come through for free. So yeah, so it's, like I said, going through that tunnel is about 1.5 minutes, something like that. And then we push them through pretty quick. I mean, obviously, it's in our best interest to move through as quickly as possible, so, yeah. But can I address one real quick thing? And Jake's right. This is a little bit wonky having this cross path here. There's almost no traffic on this. As you guys know, I go to Flatirons Church. I mean, I've never seen very many people walking through here. We do have staff member at the entrance of the tunnel every time when we're ever open. So this is fairly easy to manage from a just perspective standpoint and watching people and how things go back and forth. We're very, very careful about loading cars and staff and so forth. So it's pretty easy for us to manage at that point.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much for the answers. Just real quick.
Sure.
You win the lottery tomorrow, you decide you hate car washes. What tends to happen to car washes when, for whatever reason, it's time to conclude that use of a facility? Obviously, you're going to be in business forever.
No, I'm not. I'm 61 years old. I'm getting the heck out of here.
You look
No,
fantastic.
I'm kidding. Honestly, typically you'll sell this to like private equity or something like that, and it'll be a cobblestone or whatever. But who knows? I mean, if it just from a business perspective, it cash flows, we'll just run this thing. You know what I mean? So I'm just being honest. But that's a great question. I mean, these things run for a long time. Now, if you get somebody else that comes in and they'll switch out the equipment or so forth, these things can go for a while, but you got to run them right, and that's what we do. So, yeah.
Councilor Gallegos?
I'm curious about noise impacts outside of business hours.
So, real quick, so I didn't address hours. During the wintertime, we are 7 in the morning till 6 o'clock at night. Usually when it gets dark, people are, no bueno, I'm out of here. They're not washing their cars. If they do, they come through real quick. They're a member.
You turn your vacuums off when you're not open.
We turn the vacuums off at night. During the summertime, we go from 7 in the morning to 7 at night. And, still light out at 7 o'clock at night, so we're kind of wrapping things up. All this stuff turns down at night. We leave some security lights on. Again, they're all LED. But from a sound perspective, those vacuums come on in the morning when we turn them on, and then we turn them off at night when we leave. So there's zero sound. It's odd, kind of odd actually, but yeah.
Great, thank you.
Sure. And if you've walked along 287, pretty loud.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm one of the people who's on that path, so There you go. Like, I'd be the one that coming up that path.
I know, it's a good bike path.
Yes, and thank you so much. And I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So, and believe it or not, I've been in this council long enough to sweat Carl's Jr. about how they're getting people off of that bike path.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I really appreciate the fact that you have a bike rack. That just,
Yeah.
I mean.
I'm a
there-
road biker, so.
Oh,
yeah.
well, there you go.
Yeah.
So why 17, I think, is the bike rack? Why is it way over there?
You know what? Well, that's a great question. My landscape guys did that. We can put it in, honestly, probably near the office.
Is there another one that's different than the one I'm thinking of?
I think that's, I can zoom in on this, Doug. I remember doing this last time.
Yeah, it's where that minus sign,
Yeah.
right there. Yeah.
You're right, that is a weird location.
And if you have kids on,
Well,
you know, they're
honestly,
coming to you, they're gonna ride over the grass
there
to
should be
get
more,
to it.
there should be more down here, near
Yep.
the office space. I agree with that.
Yes, and
Yeah.
the where it's the 90-degree turns and that 5-foot wide
Right in this area?
concrete, but where off the path,
Up more where you're jogging, rather.
on the other side of the building.
Oh, you're talking there, you're not about this jog.
Down, no, not that jog, the one down.
Down here, this one.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, that's funky jog. There's
Yeah.
not a ton of
Do
elevation
you,
down
do you
there,
know?
typically when you see that, that's
well,
the big ADA route. but-
do you know why? Well, it's ADA for in case someone's in a wheelchair. You have to meet that
Oh,
wheelchair
so
criteria.
that's why it's 90 degrees?
Well, that's why it's compliant with the elevation change from here to here.
In order to get people up?
In order to get, if you're in a wheelchair, you gotta meet the ADA requirements for getting down to this elevation.
Thank you, because the other thing is if they're biking, they're gonna straighten out.
We can
those-
make it more curvy. I would
That's
totally
where
do
I was
that.
going. I like
100%.
curvy.
That's a great point. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, that'd be easy to do.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. I
Yeah,
love the
think
fact that
that's-
you're raising
You know what?
crosswalk.
I gotta agree. I'm an architect, by the way. I built stadiums for 18 years. We did Coors Field.
Know it.
I agree with you. That's a little weird, isn't it? That just that hard left and right. I agree.
Yeah, we're just gonna straighten that out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Even your wheelchairs might come off of that. so
Yeah,
you don't-
I agree with that.
Thank you.
You gotta have the flat spaces too. You can't just zip down, right?
Right.
Unless you wanna have a lot of fun.
I'm there.
Yeah.
Give it.
Yeah, we can do that. We can look at that, doing that for sure.
And I was wondering about the light bleed over to blue. There's landscaping down there, so doesn't that help mitigate the 2 point?
But potentially, it's relatively low, and it's the Carl's Jr. too, is directly south.
Okay.
And it's like their drive lane, and I looked at their plans, and they don't have a pole light. or
Oh, it's not
anything.
blue, it's Carl's Jr.
Yeah, and they don't
Okay.
have a light, pole light or anything over there, so it really, I think, is gonna actually kind of be beneficial to them too, because it's just it's just gonna shine light on their drive-through aisle, really.
Okay.
Well, we're not, and again, we're not open that late, so it's not really, I don't know how long Carl's Jr. is open and closed. When do they close? Probably 10 o'clock at night, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, we're long gone by then.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's something, like I said, they're gonna explore like a little shield off the back to see if they can bring it down a little, but again, it's, 3-foot candles, 2 to 3 foot candles is kind of what I've seen in like commercial areas in most codes to begin with, so they kind of fall within what I'm comfortable with seeing, and anyways, you wouldn't want that like on a residential shared property line, but on another commercial, it's not really all that worrisome. It's pretty similar to what I've seen in other codes in other municipalities.
We're not open in the dark. Nobody, it's really rare. Oh, by the way, I'm going to the post to have chicken after this thing. I'm getting the hell out of here.
We're going to post. So 2 more things.
Yes.
Is the angle of the roof that might have solar panels on it, is it angled to the east?
To the north.
Jake brought that up.
He's going to explore, so just so we're on the same page, this is under the threshold for requiring solar, which is 5,000. And I forget if that's solar ready or actual panels, I think that's solar ready. Ted has indicated that he's willing to look at flopping that shed roof. I think it might look a little bit weird if you have the shed going the other way.
Yeah.
But he's going to try to explore some opportunities to make sure he's got decent solar access. I think I heard one of the council members mention that at one hearing recently about the city's water complex or something, and I was like, oh, Ted, dang it. That was the first thing I thought of, and I said to him.
Do you know, so we just, and I didn't address this either. So all these equipment, all the equipment, all the pumps, everything runs on VFDs, variable frequency drives. So if there's nothing in that tunnel, they're not running. And they ramp up and they ramp down, ramp up, ramp down. So there's not a constant pull on anything in this equipment, in this tunnel. And quite frankly, all the lighting is all LED and so forth, so that's not a big draw. but all the pumps that run in this equipment, they're all VFDs, so they're all micromanaged in terms of electricity usage standpoint. So our, I don't know what our kilowatts are, but our bill's like $3,000 or $4,000 a month. I mean, we really, obviously it affects us in terms of our economics around something like this, but like I say, they're all on VFDs, so it's highly controlled by an MCC panel.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I was just asking because I would understand if it would make sense to put solar panels on it, the way it's angled, so.
Do you know, well, so this, on the solar side, if we put solar on there, and I'm not an expert on this in terms of the electrical side of things, but I don't know that it would affect the VFDs that much.
Oh, okay.
And we don't really draw that much from a lighting standpoint.
Okay.
I mean, it's obviously, it's all LED stuff, so it's a pretty low draw. So it'd be interesting to do the analysis on that and kind of see if it really kind of helped us at all, to be honest with you, in reducing our energy usage.
One last thing. I appreciate the fact that you put the third lane in to keep people getting in and out. The big problem we have is with ozone, which forms late in the afternoon, and a lot of it is from vehicle emissions. So our counselors who are mentioning that is like, we're trying to reduce the amount of VOCs getting pushed into the air through pass-through, because a lot of these people might be coming off of 287 passing through. So if they don't leave us their VOCs, I'm happy. And if the Regional Air Quality Council knows that you're like you're thinking about that with the new lane and like getting people through, I'm sure they would like appreciate the fact.
I think what would be interesting for us, and I've never done this, I'm glad you kind of brought this up, at our current car wash, it might be kind of fun to do kind of analysis of how many electric vehicles we see on a daily basis. Like for real.
I think you're onto something there.
And I'd love to kind of have my staff watch that and just kind of do a count and see what that looks like. 100%.
And we'd like to hear back.
Anecdotally, I'm an owner, I'm a local guy. I've stood in that tunnel a lot and guided cars in. I'm like, I own this place, right? So I'm meeting people and I want to know people, I want to know the community and so forth. So I've met a lot of people. I'm standing in the tunnel and I wouldn't say it's half, but man, it's got to be 30 or 40% of these cars are electric vehicles anymore. Because half the time I'm telling them how to put the damn thing in neutral. Because nobody puts it in neutral. So I'll do that. Our folks take a look at it. It'd be interesting to see.
Appreciate it.
I bet it's a high percentage. Yeah.
Councilor Gianola.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I did have the question about the roof pitch, so thank you for scooping that. I'm the one who has a bee in my bonnet about the pitch of the roof at the Great Outdoors Water Park being north-facing instead of south-facing because it's a prime location for solar panels. I think here you have a lot of opportunities for east-facing, west-facing. I think there's a lot of good opportunities there, but that was one of my questions. I want to talk about lighting for a minute. I think during the presentation, you mentioned light similar to 287 in the area. And if that's the case, I live in the neighborhood across 287, so I'm real close. So I will say the noise from 287 is going to dwarf whatever noise we have here for sure. But the lighting at Murphy's Express, which is to the north, they have lights that point up into the sky, and it makes me pull my hair out. Something else that makes me pull my hair out. So I hope when you say you're similar to the lighting in the area, you're not similar to the gas station.
Correct, and this is all downlit, downcast, but also gas station canopies are notorious, like bright spots for lights, and most jurisdictions regulate those canopies like separately than other lighting to try to minimize those impacts. So I'm guessing that's a large source of it too. They're not going to have anything like that in their hours of operation.
No, it's the lighting on the building actually at Murphy's that points up instead of down.
Yeah,
which am puzzled by that.
Most communities now have night sky law, night sky regulations. We don't have it on the books yet, but we constantly are telling applicants that they need to have downcast.
And it's nice to see these.
Yeah, and they have one other set of lights, but I didn't show it because it's all under canopy, like hidden, recessed up in the canopy, so there's nothing to really show. So they have some of those around the building too that'll be fully night sky compliant and downcast. Yeah, there's nothing up, no architectural lighting or anything like that.
I've never noticed them. I'll pay attention when I leave.
I only noticed it because we had a wet day recently, and I was probably driving home from a late council meeting, and there was kind of misty, and I just see these pillars of light at the gas station and realized what it was. So when I heard light similar to the 287 in the area, I said, I hope not.
Not that what I meant.
Well, like I say, we close at 7 on a summer night. We turn off all the lights except for some parking lots, security lights, and then the whatever signage we have on the building. So I never noticed the signage shining up, but.
I do have some more questions. Thank you for giving a discussion about the water recycling.
Sure.
You know, our community is, you know, we're
Yeah.
all worried about that. So, I mean, I think you can really play this up and, you know, I live in the neighborhood, so I wash my car in the street, so appreciate the comments about the storm drain versus the municipal water treatment lines. I think there's a lot to play up for the community for the recycling system, so I'm glad that I was going to ask you to explain that, and you did a great job anticipating my question. I do have a couple more questions about the traffic flow. I'm a little bit confused why the traffic flow isn't upside down
Switched around.
from this.
Because you're talking about kind of this point right here.
Yeah, when you come in, you got to make a left turn, and when the cars exit, you're turning, and there's this collision, or, you know, I don't want to say collision, I think conflict potential.
And this project was here before me. I have my own thoughts on why that is, but I'll see if Ted can tell us specifically.
That is a great point, by the way. I debated this a lot. What really the driving factor for us was queuing. We didn't want anybody queuing possibly back on towards the street. I think there's a ton of queuing here, more than I have at my current location.
Yeah.
That was the bigger driver around it. Full disclosure, would I have flipped it? Possibly. But here's the thing, from an operational standpoint, we like the southern exposure on the entrance, because in the wintertime, we don't want anything freezing up.
Yeah.
That was the biggest
That's a
driver
good
piece of
point.
this thing, yeah.
I
So
mean, I hadn't considered the queuing.
from a safety standpoint, we want that as thawed out as possible.
Yeah.
And you know, we're in Colorado, right? That north end is gonna be a little different than the south end,
Yeah.
and that really was a driving factor, so. But
Okay.
queuing's a big piece of it, because we didn't want anybody backing out of that.
Onto the street.
getting in
It's a shorter distance,
Well,
and
hold on, Jim.
you get the benefit of the parking lot.
Yes, that's exactly right. So if I've got queuing in this area and we're queuing here, it's not impeding people coming in out of the back area and getting out.
Yeah.
If we flipped it, we were concerned about possibly impacting what was going on with the vacuum area. Because if they back up, that's a big issue, so.
And the access point was the fixed point where everything kind of developed from because of the location on the curve of the road there. So that was also like a fixed position.
Yeah, I think it all makes sense. I want to talk about landscaping a little bit.
Sure.
I appreciate the low water usage. We've seen some other proposals kind of recently, site plan, and I think this is a similar one where we're looking at like a third of the allowed usage.
Yep. Now, I actually meant to touch on that. It's a third. It's a little over a third, and it's more than double the area.
Yeah, and so I think that's a really, it's a great plan. I was confused by the use of sod in part of it, in the northern kind of border, and then seed in the southeastern portion, why we're putting grass in.
Well,
I agree with him. Yeah, let's get rid of the sod.
Yeah, and you know, with the way the state's moving, I will say this was, began this review before the state started regulating that. You still can use like the low water mixes, which I'm sure he is, but we can definitely explore it. He seems open to it. So we can explore doing some, none of it's really like functional turf areas, so like, to your point of what's the need for it then?
Yeah, and I thought the state is regulating that, but then I realized, there are some of these hybrid or low water usage grass that's.
What about
that's
hardscape?
allowed.
If we put hardscape in that area?
It's gonna affect your drainage, so, you know.
Yeah, it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I think the low water
That's a good
usage
point. Yeah.
turf there is pretty acceptable, and from the water budget, I feel really comfortable with this to begin with.
I 100% agree with you. That's a lot of vegetation on this site. It's more than we're required to do. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And but keeping that alive and making sure it looks like we want it to look like and all that stuff, that's definitely an issue.
Just something to think about. And then I had one more question about landscaping. At the exit of the car wash, looks like you come around and there's this boulder wall that is there.
Yeah.
Does the boulder wall extend all the way down to the exit? Or is it flat ground there at the exit?
Yeah, let me verify it with the grading plan, but I believe it just wraps that corner just to make up some elevation east to west.
And my concern is to Mayor Pro Tem's point of people cutting across the grass and walking where they're trying to get through, are they going to come across where that exit is despite there not being a sidewalk or a crosswalk? And so is there some way to kind of screen that a little better, maybe with some extend the landscaping that goes from the building, or you build a half wall or something just to discourage?
Are you talking about like in this area
folks
right here?
From walking right across here?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of useless flat work, so like we can definitely explore something and.
I think it's on the west side, if you have a half wall or something that kind of wraps that corner.
We're talking about that.
You're talking about just of like pedestrians crossing, because there's flat work here and then crossing on that side, and maybe just eliminating some of that.
the pedestrian crossing.
Tell you what I'd like to take that driveway and run right into Murphy's. Let me do that. We'll knock that out all day.
Right. Love that. Clean car.
100%.
So
right
we
in the
can-
gas station. Wouldn't you do that? I would totally do that.
Well,
There's some ballers right there. You could you could run right in that place. But whatever, you won't let me do that.
I think that's all my questions. Let me just check.
God, I would love to
one
run
more
into
thing.
Murphy's.
Oh, and I guess you are willing to do the recommendations of the planning commission with the
Yeah, oh,
8-foot
yeah.
wall
Yeah,
and the
of course.
better marking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure one of my staff, so there's 6'8"
Those were
wall. Yeah.
pretty simple things.
Yeah.
The wall really runs about where it's shown there, and it's a 2-foot tall wall. And
Yeah, that's why I feel like if it just wrapped that whole corner, it just kind of discourages pedestrians from crossing
Yeah,
there.
we can look at some additional landscaping. Also, like maybe the flat work doesn't extend past the corner of the building, so it's not encouraging.
Yeah.
We can definitely explore those.
Would you all be opposed to me reducing some of the landscaping? Because that's a lot to water. That's a lot of water
I mean, I think
that we don't need to waste.
you're already saving a lot of
Yeah,
water, and
yeah, I
saving
mean,
more is
it's a lot of
good in
water.
this
Yeah.
day and age. I mean, there are the requirements of how much landscaping you're
Yeah,
required
but I
to do.
mean, it's a lot to maintain, it's
Yeah.
a lot, it's expensive, and it's just a lot to water. And keep alive and make look good, quite frankly. It's a lot.
I think I'm good.
And that is a low-growth seed mix, so it's a low-water seed mix that they're
I'm talking
they're
about all the
proposing.
trees and all that
Well,
stuff.
you're pretty much right at where you need to be with trees, but with the existing ones, you have some
Okay.
additional shrubs we could explore.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Counselor Jensen.
Well, with regard to reducing the landscaping, I think one of the things that makes it attractive is the
Is the
landscaping.
landscaping? Yeah, of course, yeah.
And you're already pretty low in your water usage.
Yeah.
And if you get rid of the turf and use a drought-tolerant grass, I think you'll be even more.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I'd have to see something different before I would be okay with
Yeah.
the getting rid of the landscaping.
I like the native grass in those sod area versus sod. I agree with you. Because you mow it twice a year and you water it
Yes.
occasionally and make it
Yes.
look good, yeah.
Yes, you do.
I agree.
So I have a question about, you mentioned that you monitor, because it's a high water use business, you monitor it more carefully. What are you monitoring for? Are you monitoring for leaks? Are you monitoring for if we are in a drought situation, how much water they're using?
Yeah.
What goes on there?
Yeah, we're monitoring their like total annual usage and making sure it's in line with what we approved and what they dedicated for water. I think we're mostly switched over to smart meters, so we do monitor for leaks, and we do have restrictions on car washes with recycling, and it's once we hit a class 4 drought, is my understanding. So they are included in that plan, but they're treated differently because of their water recycling and reclamation.
So what does that mean? I actually have had residents already ask me this about, when they saw this on our agenda, which is, why are you building a car wash when we're in a drought? And I knew enough to know that it's a more efficient way of washing your car than washing it at home. But I did not know if we got into a severe drought, what would happen to the car wash and what would be the things that kick in.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that plan really deeply. I know that they do fall into water restrictions when we hit stage 4 based on kind of planning commission.
Yeah, the draft drought plan includes that as stage 4. A number of things go away, and one of them is the car washes. Just to clarify in terms of the monitoring, What applies there is they will be required to dedicate water rights. We will do that based on their estimated demand, and they'll work with our principal utilities engineer to come up with an appropriate dedication. If, as we observe over time, they're using more water than they've dedicated, the code allows us to go back and require an additional dedication. So if they decide it's a certain number of acre feet and we agree to that.
So that's primarily what you're monitoring for, is to
Yeah,
make
I
sure they
mean-
have enough water.
Yeah, I mean, all accounts, we have meters and we're able to set alarms and monitor that data, but the piece that's specific to monitoring is related to that water rights dedication.
Okay, and to be clear, in stage 4, if we were to be that far along, they just wouldn't be able to operate? What would
I
happen?
mean, that's what's in the draft plan, but again, stage 4 is really severe. We're eliminating all outdoor use and basically all discretionary uses, so at that
We'll
point,
have a
you're-
lot
you're
of dirty
saving-
cars.
Yeah, but if we get to that point, we're seeing what the bottom of baseline reservoir looks like, and we're making sure that we have enough for, essential
Okay,
drinking, bathing, cleaning type things, and be severely restricted across the board.
all right, thank you. That's all.
Great. Any other questions from council for staff or for the applicant? Okay, hearing no more questions for the staff or the applicant, we will move on to public testimony. At this time, we will hear any interested members of the public who wish to address the city council about the special use review application for a proposed car wash. Please fill out a speaker form if you haven't already and hand it to the city clerk when you come to the podium. You must state your name and address for the record. And I'm going to note for the record that it is now 8:59 p.m. I don't have any speaker request forms, so what I will do is just ask if there is anyone present who would like to speak and be on the public record. Okay, and I will check with our city clerk to see if we have any calls. Okay, seeing no speakers and seeing no calls, we will close public testimony 1 minute later at 9 p.m. I have to ask, but I don't see the applicant anymore. Does the applicant wish to respond to the public testimony, including the written public testimony that was included in the meeting packet for the hearing record? City Attorney, this is an interesting one, because he ran out of the
Mayor,
room.
Since he did step out, let's,
I can-
wait a moment.
Okay, we
Towards
can-
back, let me see what you have next. I think now there's an opportunity just for any more questions before you all wrap up the hearing.
I have a question of you. The motion in our packet doesn't say, well, the resolution, sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Does the resolution have the planning commission recommendations in it?
It does not, and I can explain that, council. So when we draft the council resolution, we do include the staff recommended conditions only in the resolution, but we do provide you the planning commission resolution in case you want to add their
Okay, so the motion
additional
language you
conditions.
provided us would need to be amended to
It would.
include the planning commission.
Yes, that's correct. Great question.
So now that the applicant.
Sure, sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I just have to ask if you wish to respond to the public testimony, including written public testimony that was included in the meeting packet. And just for there was no one who spoke, so it would just be the written testimony that was in the packet. If you would like to respond, now is your time.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it back to council and just want to make sure if there's any final questions either for staff or for the applicant. Okay. Seeing that there are no further questions for staff or the applicant, I will close the public hearing at 9:01 p.m. And we'll move on to council deliberation and a decision. Okay. The item for discussion is resolution number 2026-15, approving with conditions an application for special use review and site plan and architectural review for Lot 3C, Sola Filing Number 1, Replat C, 2378, State Highway 287, Ted's Car Wash. Just as a reminder, as we begin deliberations, council should focus our discussion on the evidence presented in the record during tonight's public hearing and the applicable review criteria for both applications. We are required to make findings regarding whether the review criteria has been satisfied. Section 26-15-4A of the code sets out the criteria for review of a special use application. The first criterion is number 1, compliance with municipal code. Does council have any discussion regarding this criterion?
can I just circumvent? Staff went over all this with us and indicated to us that they believe it met all those criteria, and unless anybody has any objections, can we move to the motion?
We can always move to the motion. However, I will say, recommendation from staff is different than what the council will pass. I just want, and even if we move through them really quickly, just for the record, I would love to just go
Okay.
through each, at least the special review, special use review criteria.
Okay.
Did I see your hand up, Councilor
I
Gianelli?
was going to say the same thing.
Okay, perfect. Seeing none, I will move on to the second, which is compatibility with character of surrounding area. Is there any councilor who would like to speak on this criterion? Seeing none, we'll move to number 3, potential for diverse environmental impacts.
Mr. Mayor, this was the only one that gave me pause, but I appreciate the explanation from the applicant and staff, particularly on emissions, and I love Mayor Pro Tem's comments as well. Fingers crossed we'll have more EVs and that'll be less of an issue, but this was the only one that I was concerned about, but I appreciate their answers.
Great, moving on to number 4, compatibility with comprehensive plan, compatibility of the proposed use and the site plan with the comprehensive plan. Seeing none, we'll move on. Number 5, the longer one, taking into consideration any proposed mitigation measures, a special use shall not create significant adverse impacts on government services and existing developments in the surrounding neighborhood, or on any anticipated future development permitted by this chapter. Significant impacts included are, but not limited to, significant impacts in traffic generation and parking, lack of screening of parking, loading, traffic circulation or outdoor activities, garbage collection facilities and storage, significant intrusion on noise, light, dust, or glare onto nearby properties, significant increases in burdens on housing, schools, public utilities, or governmental services such as fire, ambulance, police, library, and/or recreation, or hours of operation. Is there any councilor who would like to speak on this particular criterion? And the last one I will ask about is a car wash specific review criteria, which are the 200-foot separation from certain residential zoned lots, uses, and designations, or the 150-foot separation from drive-up point of services, which is the one that we are changing ever so slightly. Any councilor who would like to speak on this one? Seeing none, great. We can. Did I see it? Sorry, I didn't see it. Please, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think we should allow the exception, simply because the windows, what's going on in those different areas is not just 80 feet apart, it's also at a diagonal, so I don't think it's, I think the intent of that 150-foot separation is met by the applicants and the location of those windows, so.
And the green stuff they're planting there.
Councilor Gianella?
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think that, as I read it, my understanding of that separation is to not cause a traffic problem. And these have totally separate entrances to the traffic circulation. So if you actually look at the point of traffic circulation to get from one kiosk to another, you'll have to go quite a distance, way more than 150 feet.
Fantastic. Not seeing anything else. We can move on to the SPAR approval criteria, and if staff want to pull that up, just that one slide. But they have kind of put these into chunks for us, which are pretty easy to read. The first one is architecture. Any members of council want to speak to the architecture? The SPAR? Seeing none, we can move on to landscaping. Any members of council who would like to speak on the criterion for landscaping?
I would just like to say I don't, at this moment, support decreasing the landscaping that's there.
I'll agree with that. I mean, I appreciate that they have this low water usage. That's well below the maximum they can do. It's all, highly drought tolerant, these kinds of things.
Great. I would agree. Moving on to circulation. Councilor Gianella?
Yeah, I mean, I raised that issue of the upside down nature and the potential for the pedestrian crossing at the exit. That one's the one that gives me pause, to where could it be worthwhile to put some kind of condition on to ask them to provide some screening at the exit to discourage pedestrians from crossing. It sounded like they would be open to that. You know, I don't know if that's something that, you know, again, this is all still kind of new for me, so I don't know if that's a kind of condition that we could ask for.
City Attorney?
I'd like staff to tag team this one with me, yeah.
I mean, I think there's lots of solutions to that issue that aren't really burdensome. I mean, it could be as simple as a little bit of just a railing extending off the building in this area.
Exactly.
So I think the applicant would be willing to explore that. I've made some notes too, in terms of some other things we could do, so we can explore something like that. I don't think that's a major issue.
Okay. And the circulation, I think, I'm satisfied by the applicant's response of why the circulation has this kind of crossing of traffic direction that I was concerned about. I feel comfortable with that.
Great. Any other member of council? Screening. Similar issue, but not seeing anything. Lighting. Right? And then the car wash specific review
Wait, I
criteria.
have a lighting question.
Lighting. Councilor Jensen, please.
I know that as part of the building code, not the land use code, right? We're going to be doing dark skies requirements soon. Would this be, if it were passed now, it's not required to do that, right? And does it meet those requirements anyway? Can we ask if they'd be willing to do the dark skies requirements?
I am pretty confident that those are already being met. I will see if the cut sheets include like the third-party designation. But I believe they are consistent with the fixtures I've seen in other jurisdictions that have dark sky regulations. So I feel pretty confident they are.
Can we just clarify that we'd like them to be?
Yes, staff pushes for that with everybody, even though it's not explicitly in the approval criteria. So that is something we are very aware of and talked to the applicants about from the very beginning. Let's see here. I don't know if I'll be able to give you
Just
an
for my
actual
own edification, Mr. Mayor, obviously we would all love for them to be compatible with that, but if that's not yet part of the actual code, that's not a reasonable thing to judge on. Is that correct?
The question I have then is, could we ask for a condition that they do it anyway, essentially?
I can tell you.
Sorry, say what you said again. Did you say that
Can we
do it
ask,
anyway?
can we have a condition that says we would like this to be dark skies compliant?
See, my understanding is the same as staff's, that we push really hard for all lighting to be dark sky compliant, even though it's not expressed in the code. And there might be something in the plans that will directly say that. I'm wondering if we can find that before we make it a condition.
And I
think it
guess
would be-
the other thing is the building code will dictate that when the building codes are updated. So if they're getting their building permit at that time, I don't know.
The building code typically won't address like parking lot lights and stuff, other than running the electrical to it.
I see.
But it doesn't necessarily regulate it to the best of my knowledge any more than that. I can tell you the pole light fixture has a third party, and I'm not familiar with this one, nighttime friendly. I have to look into what that third party designation, is it meaningful, is it valid? I don't see one on the cut sheet for the wall pack, which is like kind of the flat one, but it looks to be completely night sky compliant. And then they have the ones that are under the canopies that are recessed in the canopies. Those would meet all those requirements. So I feel, like I said, pretty confident that it would meet those requirements. I'd like to research the wall pack a little bit more before I fully felt satisfied with that. But they looked like kind of night sky compliant lights. The lights are recessed up inside of them. They're downcast at a 90-degree angle. So sorry, I don't have the absolute answer for you.
I'm okay.
Okay, great. Well, I think we've moved through all the criteria. The one question I have for council is the planning commission recommendations. These are not the resolution. We would have to go out of our way to amend them into the resolution. I just kind of want to hear from council. How do we feel about the recommendations for what our planning commission gave us? For the two conditions, is what I mean.
I agree with them.
Okay. I'm saying agreement. I'll just say I agree with them, and I also agree with the condition that was brought forth by staff. I think this is something that was done well. And I appreciate everything that went into this. Is there any further discussion regarding these applications?
I just have
Councilor
one more
Gianella?
question for the staff. There were some technical conditions. Can you just speak to those quickly?
Yeah, it's been a month or two since we released those, and you want to get through this process before making them, but like the crosswalk, it says, crosswalk, and I said, well, provide us a detail. What does that crosswalk look like? What design is there? Some of the keynotes that are referencing like building facade materials are mislabeled. There's some more significant ones than that, but it's basically, we want to get them here early enough where when you guys make suggestions, like, hey, could you reroute this sidewalk or something? They're not like, I paid my architect 5 rounds of reviews. And so we're trying to draw the right line in the sand where we know that the comments we're making aren't going to have like a snowball or cascading effect on the property where one change results in another change or results in another change. So they're all minor enough that we don't expect them to have any other effect other than that. There's probably some landscape labels and it's been a while. Like a lot of it's like dimension your walkway and do things like that so we can just, we can dimension it in our software, but like also just calling it out so we can see it there. So it's a lot of stuff like that. And I don't want to make it sound it's all labeling and mislabeling because there is more than that, but it's all pretty minor stuff. You would probably change it. You would probably notice it if you were looking at it side by side.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions for council?
Only to note, this has been fantastically well done, so thank you. I wish the last one we did was as straightforward. So thanks so much.
And for our staff, do you mind just putting the motion language on the screen?
I'm sorry.
I'll move to approve resolution number 2026-15, approving with conditions an application for special use review for a car wash and site plan and architectural review for Lot 3C, solo filing number 1, replat C, located at 2378 Highway 287, with the following additional conditions. I'd like to add I don't know if I need to say the staff technical corrections, or are those included in the resolution?
You can say that one, that's included in the resolution.
Okay, I'd like to include the planning commission conditions of the improved visibility on the crosswalk and the higher wall on the trash enclosure for sound screening. And then I'd also like to include the additional condition of an update to the plan to discourage pedestrian crossing at the car wash exit.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Yes. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say no. No one opposed, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We will give staff a second or two to set up, but we will move into our economic development update.
Thank you, I appreciate that. She's awesome, by the way. She does a great job. She knows her job. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Nice meeting you. Come wash your car.
I'm on a cross bike, but I'll see you.
I'll see you.
Congratulations. I do not know why I can't make this work.
You need to get Ernesto on that one and lock that thing down.
Probably not.
Ready?
Yeah.
All right. I'll turn it over to our economic development director.
Thank you, council, and thank you for having me this evening. I'm joined with Isabella Nunez, who is on my team. Tonight, we're here to just give you a brief update on economic development. So our agenda for this evening is I'm going to touch briefly on our strategic plan. That's our North Star. And then hand it over to Isabella to talk about our partnerships and programs, some things that we're excited about looking ahead, and then questions. So short and sweet. Background and strategic plan overview. So in 2022, the city launched our Economic Development and Housing Strategic Plan. And we were really looking to answer 3 questions. Where are we today? What is our current economic base and housing stock? What direction should we go? And how do we get there? What are our goals and strategies and strategic opportunities? And how do we develop an actual plan that we can implement? And this was intentional to put economic development and housing together because we want to grow our economy. We need to think about how we're living here. So council approved our strategic plan in 2023, so it's still fairly new. And with that, we have a community-based economic development approach. So our department is committed to supporting a resilient, diverse, and sustainable economy that allows residents to live, work, and thrive in this community. I think often when people think of economic development, they think of sales tax, next big box, development. But really, we have a more holistic approach for how we do economic development with Lafayette that aligns with our values and our comp plan. So in our strategic plan, we have business and industry, people, and place-based goals. For business and industry, this is really focused on the retention, expansion, and attraction of new and existing businesses, and a real emphasis on small businesses and minority and women-owned enterprises. If you think of downtown, we think of small businesses, and so that is a real anchor in our business and industry goals. For people, our goals and strategies are surrounded by providing opportunities for individuals to participate in the local economy. This has a lot to do with affordable housing and the housing piece of that plan, and then also workforce development and partnerships through that. And then lastly, place, enhance the community's quality of life through unique and diverse development. This can be as small as making sure there's safe routes to school, as large as building a park, or even selling a bank for hopefully an awesome project. So a lot of great things within the place category. We are a small but mighty team. So I'm the Economic Development Director. As you know, I have another hat as the DDA Director. I report to our city manager, and I also report to our DDA, and our chair is Joanna Kagan, our fabulous Executive Director of the Wild Children's Museum, and Isabella is on my team as a Senior Project Manager. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Isabella to talk about our partnerships and some programs that we have right now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So as Bridget mentioned, we're a small but mighty team, and so we really rely on our external partners to bring their expertise into the community. And so one of the partners we work with is the Boulder Small Business Development Center that we've been working with since 2022, after COVID, realizing that our businesses needed some extra support and guidance. And so they offer no-cost consulting to businesses and also provide a dedicated representative that comes out into the community once a month and does business visits as well. And then they also host specialized workshops for Lafayette, Louisville, and Superior businesses. Last year, they provided over 200 advising hours to 100 clients and had a little over 160 advising sessions. And then we also had 52 Lafayette attendees to the workshop. So when you look at those numbers compared to the other communities, we had the most participation. We also work with the Latino Chamber of Commerce of Boulder County. So they have had a long-standing presence in the community, but we formed a formal partnership with them last year, which we're very excited about. As we know, Lafayette is home to a very strong network of Latino-owned businesses, and so we really wanted to be able to more effectively support those entrepreneurs. And so the Latino Chamber already has those developed relationships and trust in the community. This year, they're working on creating digital content and business exposure for Lafayette businesses. They're also continuing collaborative programming, including educational sessions and networking opportunities. Not too long ago, they hosted a marketing and AI summit in partnership with our Lafayette Chamber and some other organizations as well. And one of the things we're most excited about is last week they hosted an entrepreneurship pathway event focused on supporting women to help them learn an income-generating skill that can lead to self-employment opportunities. And so they hosted this at Sister Carmen, and they brought in a baker that showed them how to decorate the cake, and then also had an SBDC consultant there to talk to them about how they can turn those skills into starting their own business. So that was well attended, and we were very excited that they put that on. Of course, we also partner with the Lafayette Chamber. So they host different business networking opportunities, do ribbon cuttings, put on community events, and provide other business resources. And lastly, we partner with the Workforce Boulder County Business Services team. So they provide a variety of no-cost services to businesses that help them kind of build their workforce and their recruitment needs. They can do things such as job fairs, hiring events, post jobs as well. And so we work with them and our counterpart at the City of Louisville to co-host events. So this year we hosted one on apprenticeships, and then we have plans to host two other events this year as well. One of our other programs is our Small Business Capital Grant Program. This came out directly out of a response of our strategic plan, and this was approved by council in 2023. This is a 50% matching grant up to $7,500 for real property improvements. So this includes exterior and interior improvements such as flooring, plumbing, mechanical, etc. And we really intentionally designed the program to be kind of straightforward and accessible, knowing that business owners have a lot on their day-to-day plate, and so we want to make sure that they're able to tap into it easily. Funds are dispersed on a first-come, first-served basis, and so each year all the program funds have been allocated, so that strong demand still exists there for the program. On the right on that map, each dot represents an application that's been approved. So since the program inception, we've had 56 applications approved, which is great. One of the other things we look at too is private investment and public investment. So in their application, we ask what the project cost is, and we translate that to private investment. So since an inception, we've had a little over $2 million, and then the city has put in a little under $300,000. And so for every dollar in public funds, that generates about $9 in private investment. One of our other resources is our Small Business Toolkit. So this acts as a centralized resource, not only for new businesses, but also existing businesses as well. We have 4 different sections in there, one being our department contact list. So we have a specific contact for each department, so if they need to reach out to planning, public works, or whoever, they know who to reach out to. We have a section on permits and licensing, so if they need to pull a building permit, apply for an alcohol license, or their business license, they know how to move forward with that. We also have a section on incentives and grants, so not only our programs in economic development, but also our partner programs, such as PACE and the Lafayette Downtown Development Authority as well. And then our last section is our partner organizations, so the Lafayette Chamber, Workforce Colorado, PACE. So if they need to reach out for a specific question or want to join a chamber, they know how to do that as well. Lastly, we have our Vacant to Vibrant permit fee and use tax program. This is our newest one that was approved by council last year as a 2-year pilot program. And this directly advances our strategic plan goals of supporting the retention and expansion of existing businesses, but also the attraction of new businesses as well. And this acts really as an incentive tool that's commonly used in economic development to help focus on lowering barriers to investment and reinvestment in commercial spaces as well. And so the rebates are up to 50% of permit fees and use taxes, with a maximum rebate of up to $10,000 per project. We do have the ability to go above the 50% or above the $10,000 with city manager approval if we feel that there is that large public benefit there. And the projects are scored against 5 criteria. So we look at the business use type, we look at their projected sales tax generation, we look at how long the space has been vacant for, we look at whether that business use is the highest and best use for that commercial space, and then we look at catalytic impact as well. So does it fill a community gap, or does that provide that large public benefit? So since launching in October of 2025, we've had 4 applications approved thus far, and so those are the dots on the map to the right. And one of those being Cherries, Cheesecakes, and Delights. And so they were located in Old Town and moved to Forest Park. And so this kind of just serves an example of the program serving as a retention tool to be able to retain a local business in the community and help support them move into a larger commercial space and retrofitting that space for the new business use. And then, real quick, I'll mention, so our plan is that since it is a pilot program, we'll return to you all in 2027 and report out on the program and provide recommendations on how to proceed.
Awesome. All right, so looking ahead, I just wanted to highlight a couple things that we're excited about. I don't know if you've heard, but Sundance is coming to Boulder County. Their 2027 is going to be their first year. They're really focused on Boulder, City Boulder, which makes sense. They need to make sure how does this work within the city limits. And so they're looking at having screenings at various venues such as Boulder Theater, CU Campus, and Chautauqua. But we really understand that Boulder can't do this by themselves. And so we're going to experience a significant boost in regional economy. And we know that a lot of our arts organizations and small businesses are excited to engage and tap into this as an opportunity. So staff has been working collaboratively regionally on a number of different standing meetings, whether it's transportation, economic development, lodging, arts and culture. We all have been tapping into this. And we do have for economic development, a dedicated Sundance liaison that we're working with. And so our approach to this is really thinking about what are programs that we're already investing in or projects that we can respond to Sundance, so have it be adaptable. This is just a portion of our year. We can't put all of our chips in one basket, but we want to be able to respond to it. So our first thought with this is, does this make sense for Lafayette? And can this be adaptable for Sundance? So a great example of that is the Arapahoe Theater renovation project. This is going to be a great community benefit for our city and could also tap into Sundance. A lot of our businesses are excited about just an influx of visitors into Boulder County. And so one of the things that we're thinking about how can we tell our story is the Downtown Development Authority is contracting with a new marketing consultant that does all of our Old Town social media and website. And an idea that we've heard a lot just in my time here is the need just to bring people throughout the district, especially since there's a lot of nooks and crannies. How many times have we heard, I didn't know this was down here? And so we're looking to create passport books for residents and visitors to just have a curated experience, whether that's hidden gems or arts and culture, date night, family. So we think that this infrastructure could be great to just respond to Sundance and create a Sundance-specific one for that time being and have it be an easy way for our businesses to just show what their offerings are and tell our story. The other thing that's really exciting, and it's very small, it's not going to solve everything, is you may be familiar with where Tip Top is. This is 105, 107 North Public Road, and a majority of that site is a vacant motel. During our DDA action plan, we put together an illustrative rendering of what happens if you did adapted reuse here and actually turn it back into a boutique motel. And so we're really excited that it's currently under contract right now to a local contractor and developer who's very excited to see if it's feasible to put a motel back in there. Tip Top would still be the anchor. They want to add some additional retail space. It's just a really cool example of adapted reuse and kind of fitting into the character and a lot of our guiding principles with the action plan and our comp plan. So it's not going to solve the lodging issue, but it's definitely a great project that can just showcase what we're all about. So then I just have a couple of other things that I wanted to give you an update on since last seeing you. So for 200 North Public Road, this is the Chase Bank former site. We've received 4 awesome proposals for phase 1, which we're really excited about. And so I'm not going to dig into those proposals now because we have a process for this and we're in active procurement. But those 4 individual groups are working on their phase 2 proposals, which is more robust with a pro forma and business plan. And those are due next week. Our subcommittee is going to review those proposals, do interviews, and then we'll do community outreach through Lafayette Listens this summer. And our goal is to bring some short list or a recommended proposal to council in August. Depending on how complicated the project is, we could be looking to close by the end of this year. So really exciting. Also coming online is our Pocket Park, which you all approved the construction contract this evening. We're excited that we're currently doing some surveys with the community for naming the park. We closed a phase 1 where we looked at what sort of themes and emotions and maybe potential ideas for what the park name could be, and we're going to narrow that down, do a phase 2, and ultimately that's going to be brought to council for approval. And then, yeah, we're ready to rock and roll. And so our goal is to have this done later this fall, which will be a really fun just asset to come online on Public Road. And then to close it out, I wanted to just highlight some projects happening throughout our DDA boundary. So the first one is this orange dot on Baseline and Carr. This was a former site that Laura owned, and we are under contract to sell it with Jamal Gilmore. He's a Lafayette resident. He owns Brooklyn Barber Academy. He is looking to turn this into a salon and training academy, which is really exciting. It's a very difficult parcel. It's super small, and so we're excited to be working with Jamal on this one. Across the street is a large vacant site that is currently working through the development review process for a mixed-use complex, and so 8,000 square foot commercial in that hard corner, Baseline and Carr, a mix of residential and some live work. And so in a short amount of time, hopefully, we'll see that this corner really transforms, which will be great, especially leading into the Lafayette Library and being close to the elementary school. This will be a great thing to come online. Moving to the yellow box, this is Public and Baseline. This is 210 North Public Road. BV Builders is the owner and developer of this, local Lafayette resident. It's been a difficult project, especially being started before COVID, but he is committed and looking to break ground hopefully early fall. And so the concept is a mini food hall, 3 different food offerings, a bar, arcade, lots of fun, family-friendly activities in the backyard. It will be next to the Chase Bank site. So again, that corner is going to really change in the next couple of years. Wanted to highlight the Boutique Motel again, also kind of in that vicinity in blue. And then farther down in just south of Kimbark on Public, 707 South Public Road, this is where Daily Grains is. Paul is an awesome vendor at our farmers market. He took a pause to think about his business model and is ready to move forward. And so the building has been demolished. He's getting together a construction team. And so we're excited to see him continue that process. And then one that you might have not heard about, this is where the Lafayette Flea is. There is a vacant adjacent site to it that they own that they've just been using for outdoor storage. John is excited to build a cool prefab building there to have just an annex of the Lafayette Flea. So have more vendors out there, have a beverage service, have events, have it just be a more community event space. And so we're excited that he's investing in his property. I would be remiss if I don't mention the Lafayette Florist. It's our largest vacancy in the city. It also is a really difficult site. It is meant to be a florist, and so retrofitting that, while we've seen a lot of interest in it, has been a difficult one. Turning a greenhouse into maybe an event space, you have to think about fire suppression, ingress, egress, ADA, and so we've seen a lot of people interested in it and haven't made that commitment to move forward with it. I speak to the Tebow Group pretty regularly on the site. This is a big priority for our team, and so we're hopeful that we can find a benefit that can fit in there. It's a difficult site. We've talked to a lot of brokers as well, but this is a top priority for us. He is interested in potentially redeveloping it, has had a couple pre-apps about that. Nothing has moved forward at this time, but this will be on our radar. In closing, though, I wanted to highlight a really cool video. If you've been by the Lafayette Florist, you might have seen some groovy lights in there. The Downtown Development Authority gave LEAF, the Lafayette Electronic Arts Festival, a grant to do a really cool light installation there through the month of May. I have heard people say, is there a silent disco happening in there? Which is not a bad idea. So a great example of just our artistic community thinking about how to activate vacant spaces while things come online. So with that, happy to turn it over to the mayor and answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions from council? Councilor Jensen.
So when partnerships, I'm just looking at your, I had questions on different pages, so I'm starting at the beginning. I know that Boulder County has a program to try to get minority and women-owned business to apply for county RFPs. And I didn't see that on your partnership, and I just wanted to alert you to it in case you weren't aware of it, and it's not in their, it's in their procurement office.
Lovely.
So anyway, I just
Yeah.
wanted to, and then on the capital grant program, it was very impressive, the 296,000 that has brought in 2.65 million of private investment. Where do we get the 296,000? Is that from the city?
Yes, so the program is allocated $100,000 each year through the city's general fund, and we review those and approve those on a rolling basis, as Isabella mentioned. And we're lucky that by the end of the year, we're at that 100,000. So we're not turning away any applications, but we're using them each year, almost all of it.
And so that 296 is multiple years?
Correct, since the project inception.
Okay.
The program inception, yep.
Thank you. And then, okay, so with regard to the Sundance marketing, I guess as a person who doesn't live near downtown, I'm wondering about the businesses
Yeah.
in other parts of, and what you're doing to include them in this.
So I appreciate that. And our idea is that our downtown is going to set up this infrastructure, and then for that Sundance piece, we're welcoming all businesses, and we're going to see how we can be a partner in that. So that's not to be excluding, but we're going to use that resource to stand something up. Because we, as you know, we have a lot of really great pockets just South Boulder Road, 95th and Arapahoe, and wanting to make sure that this is for all Lafayette.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then with regard to lodging, I know in Boulder and in, I guess it's mostly in Boulder, they're talking to people about
A
renting
festival license.
rooms and a festival license, and also not encouraging people not to be price gouging
Yep.
so that Sundance doesn't leave us because it's become as expensive as Park City was.
Yeah.
So I didn't hear you mention
Yeah.
that, and I'm wondering, are we doing anything on that?
Appreciate that point, and thank you for that question. And so to just respond to that price gouging, it's one of the reasons why Sundance took a chance on us, is because Visit Boulder said, we're going to work with every hotel in this region to come to an agreement that otherwise those rooms would be vacant during this time. And so how do we have a set aside of those to be reasonably priced? And so we have a short-term rental ordinance right now, which allows you to have an ADU or an Airbnb. And we're at staff looking at this festival license as well, or if our existing ordinance satisfies what our needs are. But yes, if you are interested in that, we have information on the city's website about how to get a short-term rental license.
So a person asked me about renting a room in their home, and this was a woman who was a little worried about safety issues.
Yeah.
And so if you have sort of tips, put together a tip sheet for somebody who might be wanting to do that, it's like, how do you screen somebody? What are the ways you do that? I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, especially since this might be something that people are just starting to think about. We can think of, we'll send council just that information about our short-term rentals, and then think about what's a good way just to get that out in general.
Okay, that's awesome. Hold on, let me see if I had anything else. Nope, that was everything.
Lovely.
Councilor Ferland?
Thank you,
Yeah.
first of all. Love the updates of the different colors. I was like going through the presentation, I was confused by the map with the pictures.
Yeah.
So thank you. That was
I
well
love an
done.
animation if you haven't
Yeah,
noticed.
I've noticed. Yeah, good for you. I want to talk about vacancy rates in our
Yeah.
community. Do we have a good handle on sort of overall like commercial vacancy rates?
Yes. We just did a market snapshot as part of the South Boulder Road area plan. And we had David Starnes, our consultant, come in last meeting to give a report out about how our vacancies are for just our different sectors as far as retail, office, industrial, residential. And so that was shared at our last meeting. The really exciting thing to see is that we have a really healthy vacancy rate. The thing is, our florist site skews it because it's so large, and the county assessor treats the greenhouses as square footage to be put into the vacancy. So I printed this out with the florist site in there in the calculation. our overall retail vacancy rate is 5.6, which is still super healthy. When you remove it, it goes down to 3.1, which means that there could be even opportunity to add additional retail space. So through all of our sectors, comparatively to our surrounding neighbors, we have a healthy vacancy rate. It's one of the reasons why Isabella mentioned, we created Vacancy to Vibrant to fill those tricky spaces, and it's a pilot. And so we want to come back to you next year to say, hey, this is what worked. These are the things that we want to tweak, or is this the right tool still? So that was our first response as far as how do we add another tool in our toolkit just to handle vacancies.
Do vacancy rates vary based on kind of part of the city? Like, is Old Town different than the South Boulder Road, area?
For retail specifically, maybe?
Yeah.
So again, in the DDA area, if you were to include the fluorescite, it's 26%, which is scary. If you were to remove it, it goes down to 6.3. So we went from having a very healthy vacancy rate to we have a big building in the middle of our town that we need to fill.
Yeah.
And it's a tricky one. It has deferred maintenance. It's really meant to be a florist. And so we're lucky that we have the DDA as a tool, which helps unlock these difficult sites. So we think that the work with the DDA and just trying to get creative to spur development, especially if it just means like filling it and fixing some of this deferred maintenance, will be key.
Yeah. How does it compare to other communities around us? Like what's Longmont's vacancy rate? What's Louisville's vacancy rate?
So they vary based on, if we're talking about industrial, it varies based on retail. I have all of them right here, but overall, I would say like one of the big things is we're competitive with our rental rates also. We're lower than Boulder, we're lower than Louisville. The one sector that Longmont really has on us is industrial. They have a ton of square footage for industrial. But overall, through all our sectors, we're a very competitive place to start a business.
Are there regional conversations that are occurring around vacancy rates and sort of sharing best practices? Like, are there things for us to learn from Erie, from Louisville, from Longmont, from Broomfield?
We definitely have a collaborative approach with economic development. All of our teams are super small. They range from like 1 to 4 people. And especially since we just did a DDA, we were one of the first DDAs in this area. Longmont's 30 years, right? But a lot of these URAs in Louisville or these other communities that are starting to expire are starting to learn from us about what route we're doing. And so it's definitely a two-way street. And I mean, the difference between Louisville and Lafayette's downtown, like we get nervous thinking about if we get larger vacancy rates or rents go up, which is one of the reasons why one of our first plan goals in the DDA is to make sure businesses can remain and thrive here and trying to get creative solutions for pathways to ownership. So it's something to be super cognizant of because we're in Boulder County and it's expensive to be here. And if we're really committed to our small businesses, we have to look at this consistently. Yeah.
I guess the last thing I'll say is just a comment, I guess, or ask for you that, I think in our conversation at the retreat, and I heard in the campaign that people ran, right, like commercial vacancy and small business vitality was a huge thing that people care about. We hear it a lot, right, from the community. So I think if there's anything that we can do, giving you support or, elected to elected, right, trying to have these conversations, please don't hesitate, right? I know you won't, but please don't hesitate and let us know how we can help because, as you've demonstrated, you have a great handle on this. And I knew that, and I appreciate you demonstrating it again to us. Just let us know how we can help you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I always joke that economic development takes a village. If you see something, say something. Like Isabella and I are just 2 people, and you guys are out on the streets talking to people, going to farmers market. If you hear something, connect them with us, and we would love to work with whoever it is. And the other thing, it's a two-way street. If you're ever curious, like what's going on at that corner and why hasn't something moved, lots of times there is a reason why. It could be in the development review process. They could be doing remediation. We could be working with them. So there's always a story behind a project. And so I appreciate that sentiment, and I'll be reaching out and vice versa.
Councilor Gianella.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. Great presentation. thank you to Councilor Jensen and Councilor Fridlin for asking all my questions already. So I'm going to come up with a couple more on the spot. No, I wanted to talk about the Small Business Capital Grant. If you wouldn't mind, can you highlight a couple of examples of what kinds of projects are being approved under this grant?
Yeah, it's been a couple of years, so let me just look at some of them. So Faith from the Little Herbal Apothecary, that was a great example of when she was expanding her business, moving from her previous place on Cleveland down to Cannon. The Urban Renewal Authority helped with that project, but there were certain things that she tapped in through the Small Business Capital Grant. And so a lot of the stuff within our public road tends to work with either the Urban Renewal Authority and the DDA and also the Small Business Capital Grant, just on different scopes. So we've done helping with patios, we've done helping with things that are out of code compliance when someone new moves in there, electrical, mechanical. It's been great to have this tool because while a majority of our businesses are in our downtown, we didn't have a tool in our toolkit to help everyone out of those boundaries. And so we've seen projects on South Boulder Road with Button Rock. We've seen projects up near 95A. And so some of those examples are really interior things that are sometimes even related to energy efficiency, flooring, mechanical, electrical, facade improvements. We try to make it super flexible depending on what the business needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then also just, we've talked in the past about the vacant to vibrant and to Councilor Fridlin's questions about vacancy rates. And you say a healthy rate. I don't know exactly what that means.
Yeah.
But I understand that some of the goal is as businesses grow, they can move to different parts of the community and we can retain them. So appreciate the highlight of Cherries as one example of that.
I will say that, lots of times people ask me, how do you have this downtown with all these different businesses and how do you keep businesses here? And it's being able to have different size retail spaces for different parts of their career growth, right? Jordan from Ventry is such a great example. He started in the flea market. He rented a space. He moved into a different rental space. He was able to buy that building. Faith from the Apothecary is a great that. So you don't want to have zero vacancy because then no one can grow. You want to be able to have opportunities for people to test concepts. And our goal in economic development is let's help you test a concept, let's get you in a space, and let's help you grow and stay in Lafayette rather than looking to Louisville or Erie when there's other space available. So we need to have some vacancy just in order to be competitive.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Councilor Beaulieu?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief, Director, since I know it's quite late. And so thank you very much for raising the vacancy question, Councilor Fridlin. I guess a question that I would love to delve into, perhaps at a future date, is what your and our collective metric for success is with a long-term vacancy like the Lafayette Florist, which recognize that is a very unique challenge that you and the DDA are excellently grappling with. But I would ask us collectively to think of a thought experiment where a year from now, we're in the same boat, 2 years from now in the same boat. At what point should we explore carrots and sticks to try to incent something different? But I'd love to explore that at a future point. I would also love to have a discussion with you and council on how we can bring a proper hotel to Lafayette. I love the inn coming. I mean, that's so exciting. But it's a drop in the bucket. But how can we identify a spot, how we can support the DDA, how we can provide a place with recognizing Sundance as a forcing function for that. Obviously, a hotel wouldn't be ready by next winter. But I think that's something that many of us, I don't want to speak for council, but I know many of us are very interested in exploring that. So I'd love to dig into that with you in the future.
When we were meeting with Visit Boulder and we had Louisville with us and they were like, we have all these hotels. And I was like, we have one. So yes, we need another hotel, many if we can, right? Yes.
Absolutely. And then lastly, and I'm going to bring this up during council reports, but with the RTD Sky Ride potentially coming through Lafayette, I would love to know in a future point what sort of work y'all are doing with RTD, with regional transit, to provide a mechanism to get tourists in and get them out so we don't just have tons and tons of cars, rental cars up and down the main roads.
We are very lucky that we are along the Northwest Parkway. We are 35 minutes to DIA. And so we have a lot of really great regional transportation, and we also have a lot of work to do too. So we're not perfect, but we have a good foundation to kind of tap into these other opportunities that are coming online.
Thank you.
Councilor Gianola?
Just one more question. There's a lot of highlight and discussion about the DDA. So I appreciate Councilor Jensen's question about, other parts. So
Yeah.
The passport idea, love to see that expanded, citywide. And I think it's a great plan to kind of use this as the test bed, development bed. But that's in the plan is to kind of do those kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, a great thing that I want to highlight is part of the Urban Renewal Authority had portions of South Boulder Road, and we were intentional about excluding it in the DDA because the vision for the DDA was pretty set through the work that Laura did. But the South Boulder Road area really has grown organically with a lot of great opportunities without a lot of planning. And so we're excited about the South Boulder Road area plan. And in that scope, we're thinking about, is there a different tool to support this area? So not only is marketing just in businesses something that's important, but also thinking about how do we grow these different areas as small business hubs. So I appreciate that comment.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Jensen?
So in the beginning before you get into your presentation in the staff memo, you had a link to the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan. And I didn't get deep into it, but I did see that you had a lot of metrics in that plan. And I know some of them have been met and some of them have not. And I wondered about, at some point, if we could have an analysis of which metrics have been met. And we have a new council with new members, and maybe we think some of those metrics, like I think on housing, one of them was to have a housing advisory board. Maybe this council doesn't think that's useful anymore. I don't know. But there were several things like that I thought it'd be good to do a check-in on and just sort of make sure we still think that's valuable on whatever the metric was.
Yeah.
So
to respond to that briefly, Isabella and I had our retreat earlier this year where we went through the entire economic development portion and said what has been complete, what's in progress, and so we have all that data. And we were even thinking about how do we report out on this? So love that idea. And we'll be, Phil Kleisler is doing a lot of work with housing, and it'd be good to look at that. The other thing is our strategic plans, aren't something that are supposed to be put on the shelf. And so I also appreciate the comment of, dusting it off and saying what's changed, and every couple of years thinking about, does this still hold true?
that was my other question.
I don't see any more questions from council, so I will just finish this off by saying thank you. This is incredible.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, I love this. I will say one more thing. I love this so much. It's the stuff that gets me excited. I was a small business owner right out of high school. I had no idea what I was doing, but I started a small business because why not? You're 19, you don't know any better. But I've worked so much with so many economic development organizations in this county, and I just love the work we're doing in the city of Lafayette. So Sundance, Vacant to Vibrant, I mean, the old Chase building, things like this just make me really, really excited. So to our small but powerful economic development team, thank you.
We love our job, and thank you. We appreciate it.
You can drop the mic if you want.
Great. We'll move on to our second presentation of the night. I'll give them a little bit of time to set up. Into our land use code update.
We're with planning. We're not as cool as economic development, but we will.
I disagree.
No, strongly agree.
Fair enough. It's not after 10 o'clock. You can't be that snarky.
4 more minutes.
4 more minutes. Hold on.
So my name is Phil Kleisler. I'm with the city's planning and development, planning and building department. I really appreciate council's time this evening. So the purpose of this agenda item is to update council on the land use code project. We're also seeking some final direction on a few of the remaining key issues ahead of a potential adoption hearings this summer.
So we do want to note Elizabeth Garvin with Clarion Associates is in the office, or in the audience this evening. She's available for any more technical questions around the code or the drafting process. But we do want to thank Elizabeth and others for that they are working through, I think, a little over 1,600 comments from the community, from council members, working group, and others, from staff. And so there's a lot that goes into that. And so there's a lot of behind the scenes, a lot of back and forth. And so we wanted to state that and just say that we appreciate everyone's patience as we try to wrap up this multi-year effort. It's been a real process, and so we definitely appreciate it. We also wanted to remind this council and those listening that these three issues we're talking about tonight are still minor in the ecosystem of the full code. And so we're still talking about advancing mobility, whether that be bicycle parking standards, right-sizing vehicle parking standards, looking at housing types and a variety of housing types in our new neighborhoods, introducing mixed-use districts, furthering sustainability goals like dark sky lighting, a state-compliant water-wise landscaping code, wildlife habitat standards, and importantly, just a clear, modern code that's easy to use and navigate. And so we did take a deep dive into these three topics at your last meeting. So what we'd like to do this evening is to provide some additional information, some additional context and visuals, along with staff's recommended next steps for these. And do want to also note that just our overall approach to these issues throughout the project, this is going to be like omnibus, everything but the kitchen sink legislation that we're bringing to council soon. And so we can't go super deep on a bunch of items. And so our general approach has been if something needs more conversations, analysis, engagement, our default has so far been to consider pulling it out and putting it in a separate process to give it the attention that it may need. And so that's why kind of some of the rationale behind some of the recommendations that you saw in your packet this evening. Tonight we'll be talking primarily about two of the new zoning districts, but we wanted to highlight some of the existing districts first. And so these are some of our residential zoning districts in our current code. The R1 is the largest residential district we have, our medium density, and it allows single unit detached homes. And our R2 is slightly more intense by allowing duplexes as well. Together, we combine those into the neighborhood 2 district in the new code. Now the R3 and R4 are more intense districts where you start to see apartment complexes, row homes, and so forth. And then the RSR district was created by council years ago and applied to 4 properties to encourage housing for older adults. In the draft land use code, we've combined all of those 3 into the neighborhood 3 zoning district. And so we condensed these in a way to hopefully make it a bit more user-friendly as well. So in terms of geography, this is where those 2 districts land right now in the city. And so the lighter color is that neighborhood 2. So that's really the residential core of the city. It's probably about half of our land as in terms of residential land. And then the darker color is that N3. And so that's like the apartment complexes just north of the hospital, Coal Creek Village, and so on. So this, when we're talking about existing neighborhoods, these are the areas that we're talking about. Council also requested some more information about how the city classifies collector streets. So in general, collector streets are intended to get traffic and people from neighborhood local streets onto busier arterial roads. The city's multimodal transportation plan, so this map was also attached to your memo, identified and mapped those areas, and the analysis behind that mapping, for collector streets at least, was somewhere the average daily trips from around 700 to 1,000 all the way up to 5,000 average daily trips. And so one thing to also note is that these may change over time as traffic patterns change, as cities evolve, as new neighborhoods come online or redevelop in the future as well. So we wanted to provide that additional context. So moving on to the neighborhood serving commercial, before diving into that, we wanted to just kind of give an overall view of some of the in-home business types that are in the draft code. So for decades, zoning has generally separated land by uses, and a lot of times that means that the daily needs are sometimes far away from the neighborhoods that want to visit them. So there's a lot of cities now, there's kind of a movement forming cities reassessing that and asking the question, does this align with modern practices and interest in sustainability, transportation, public health, and so on? And so in looking at these are increasing in intensity. Currently, home occupation we allow in Lafayette, and that could be something as easy as working on your computer, cutting hair, kind of craft makers, music lessons, and so on. We bring our kids to music lessons in someone's house. Child care centers would be a small child care center in a portion of the home. Live work is a newer concept that we're putting in the draft code in more intense areas that would have businesses in the front and residential in the back or above. This is like a half and a half, so it's starting to gain in intensity. And then the neighborhood serving commercial, which is the more intense of these, which is allowing portion or all of the home to serve as a business. And some of the key distinctions in these is that the residential appearance on the left, it really remains with those uses, whereas the appearance on the live work and the neighborhood serving commercial is certainly more of a commercial feel. And that's partially because of the two on the left are an accessory use, so it's a secondary use. So the primary purpose of that building is to be a home, and then a portion of that building is used for that use, whereas the live work is a bit more intense and can be the principal use of that property. In the draft code, we have neighborhood serving commercial listed as a cafe or retail on corner lots in the N2 and N3 districts. Up to 2,000 square feet, some limits on outdoor lighting and hours. We also, just some examples, locally, Cannon Street Ceramics is kind of this concept. Also shown here is Alpine Modern in Boulder and Westside Tavern in Longmont. Both the Boulder and Longmont, last we checked, were in either a single family zone or a low density zone. And so that's an example of something that was kind of converted to a retail or a cafe or a restaurant locally. In the comprehensive plan, we have some discussion, some policies around just complete neighborhoods and connecting them to neighborhood serving commercial and allowing those establishments within existing neighborhoods. We kind of went over this a lot previously, but in our engagement, at least in the community survey, we saw about 71% support, but it was very conditional support. And so limiting, the locations of that and being really closely paying attention to things like context and neighborhood impacts. At the last meeting, council was interested in exploring, instead of being on corner lots in these neighborhoods, really looking at the neighborhood entryways, as well as establishing a good neighbor agreement. We've taken a look at a bunch of these neighborhoods, and our kind of response just in the last couple weeks since our last conversation has been that by itself it may not yield very many businesses due to the limited locations, the orientation of the building, perhaps the distance from that major entryway point as well. And so for that and other reasons, we're recommending a staff that just to keep the project moving forward, we could pull this out and give it some more analysis, some more engagement, and rescope it as part of the city's work plan in 2027, depending on what other priorities council may have for the city at this point. So I can get through the other two items real quick. With building height, based on the comprehensive plan guidance, the team asked the community whether or not taller buildings up to 4 stories should be allowed in specific areas. And so we talked about specific areas. We included this map. That map was along 287 primarily. Height flexibility historically has been done on a case-by-case basis through plan unit developments. And so that allowed council really that case-by-case assessment of whether or not to grant those height exemptions. The majority of respondents in the community survey, 54% were not in favor of allowing taller buildings. There was some, we saw some support and some other mapping activities of some potential acceptance along 287 or the hospital Medtronic area. And some of the current concerns we heard were around views, character, and delivering the promised benefits, such as additional affordable housing if it were to be an incentive program. With Old Town, staff also received some community concerns about how building stories are regulated in Old Town, especially given that the comprehensive plan supports limiting those to 2 stories in many parts of Old Town. And so the plan kind of describes 3 main streets of Old Town. So Public, East Simpson, and then the south side of Baseline going west for a bit, as shown in that vicinity map. And it's suggesting 2 stories on Public and East Simpson and 3 along Baseline. Currently, historically, we've always measured height as a foot measurement. And so we haven't delved into limiting by stories historically. And our plan has been to keep limiting height by a number, 1 metric, throughout the city. And so this was brought up. We kind of got this piece of the code pretty recently, and we brought it up and discussed it in the last working group meeting, and there was some good discussion about that and some interest from numerous working group members about wanting to have both a per foot and a story limit. I think some of the concerns are the massing and the impact, some of like you heard in public comment. And I think some of our internal conversations has been, well, if it's 35 feet like it is right now, regardless if it's 2 or 3 stories, the impacts are probably going to be fairly similar. And so we're thinking that if impacts were really the concern, then there's probably a conversation about what that height number is. Is it lower than 35 feet? And if so, what is that number? Is it 27 feet? Is it whatnot? So there's a lot of, it starts to unravel some more questions. And once that started to happen, we thought that this might be worth pulling this out and doing some more analysis engagement. So that is kind of how we came to this. And so overall, what we're suggesting for the building height topic is to retain our current height by not changing the height, but to rely on a discretionary mechanism. So this would not be a plan unit development. This would be a process that an applicant could request a height adjustment in an area. They could go to the Planning Commission for a recommendation and then council for a decision. So this would put the decision fully at council's purview, or you could assess on a case-by-case basis those height requests like you do currently. It wouldn't be automatically tied to different community benefits right now, like affordable housing or something like that. It would just come to council. And then we could continue relying on the 35-foot height limit and consider also scoping that as part of a separate effort if council wished to do that. Lastly, with missing middle housing, we've talked quite a bit about this. This is the housing between detached homes and an apartment complex, and the comp plan suggests allowing those along collector streets and corner properties in those existing neighborhoods. This is the same map as earlier, but this is just, again, the existing neighborhoods in that N2 and N3 zoning districts. The engagement here, it was fairly evenly split in the community survey, with about 40% supported, 48% supporting. Outside of the survey, we saw a bit more support in those meetings where typically comments indicating some level of support was more like in the 70% or so. And so our recommendation, given that inclusivity and encouraging more diverse housing types is a major tenet of our comp plan, we're suggesting moving this forward. Since writing the memo, council did receive some neighborhood-specific concerns, and some of those were received prior to this as well. And I think the general gist of some of these concerns is that not all collector streets are created equal, and some may not be suitable for this. And so some of those underlying concerns is on-street parking. So some of those collector streets are designed to have on-street parking. That might help mitigate parking impacts, right? Whereas other ones, as shown on the bottom, don't have that. And so that might cause some, dispersed parking and some neighborhood conflict issues. Another thing is building orientation. And so is this really practical? Some places like the one on the left, it's really the side of the house. So does that really make sense for that to be eligible versus the bottom where it's a more traditional frontage along that collector street? And so in thinking about that, since getting the packet, this isn't in your packet because it came in afterwards, if council wanted to be responsive to some of those concerns, just a couple of ideas that staff wanted to throw out there was that we could establish, instead of saying just all collectors and all corner lots, we could create a map that says here, here, and here is where this is allowed. It's a visual method. But it does add some complexity, and so if a new neighborhood comes online and it makes sense, then we'd have to amend the code to allow that to happen. The second option, which would be the one that we would recommend if you were to want to be responsive to this, would be to just add like clear objective criteria. So it's along the collector street, it has on-street parking, it has a sidewalk on both sides, perhaps. Maybe there's additional parking on the site. And so that does direct those potential housing types to areas that have the most infrastructure to support it. It does add some complexity, so we might have to go visit the area when we are doing a building permit to make sure those conditions exist. But it's something that's probably doable. Next steps, those are the three topics. Next steps, we are, Elizabeth's team is doing nothing but Lafayette stuff right now, and so we are hoping to, we're aiming to be in front of the Planning Commission in June and bring it to council in July. That's really just the start of this, though. There's a big implementation effort that then happens where we have to redesign, all of our systems and kind of get this implemented as well. And so looking forward to that, and would entertain any questions for council, and Elizabeth will take the hard ones.
Great, thank you. Questions from council? Councilor Jensen?
Where do tiny homes fit in the land use code?
That was brought up at our last meeting at the working group. The draft code has had it lumped in with single unit detached homes. There was a good comment made that we actually should just pull that out and be very explicit about where they're allowed. And so that was the direction we gave our team. And so in the draft code that you'll see, it'll be its own line item of a tiny home and where it's allowed in specific areas.
So you will predefine the areas that it would be allowed in, or you will predefine the criteria?
It'll be the definition of what is a tiny home. And then there'll be a use table that'll say which zoning districts it's allowed in. And so it'll be allowed in these residential zone districts, mobile home, manufactured housing, community zone district, and so on. So it'll say what it is and where it's allowed.
And we haven't seen that yet, and I'd be very interested in seeing that. I mean, you could just send it to me, separately. And if I recall, also, we do have, as part of this code, separate zoning for mobile homes, right?
We do.
Okay. And in the circumstance like where Boulder is taking a really old mobile home park and using Habitat homes as a replacement for some of those, would that kind of thing be allowed in that separate zoning for mobile homes, or should that be amended to allow something like that?
We'd have to take a look at the definitions, but the Ponderosa community project is something that we would, I think, definitely want the code to support. And so it's a question we can make sure that the code, because those are manufactured homes coming in, and so I would assume modular homes. And so, I would assume that it would be, but it's something that we can ensure.
Okay,
Elizabeth,
that would be
they're
awesome.
familiar with it.
And then, property like Bannex, which is different than other mobile home properties because, as I understand it, both the land and the mobile homes are owned by the landowner. Would that be covered under that mobile home ordinance? Because it's different that way.
It's currently mapped as that.
So it would have to be mobile home zoning
We're mapping.
or affordable housing, if you fix that.
Yeah.
So that could be an option there.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and as I'm thinking about that, that's a commercial area primarily that you have mobile homes sort of plopped in the middle of. And there might be a reason to say relocate that mobile home park to another location that it wasn't plopped in the middle of a commercial area that might be more suitable in the future. And does that mobile home zoning allow for flexibility to sort of relocate to another location? 'Cause it's just weird that we have right in the middle of our downtown this mobile home park when there isn't any other residential stuff there. And I'm not trying to change it per se, but should somebody want to in the future to say, maybe offer them something in a nicer location with trees and yards and things that they might want, amenities they might want, would that be allowed?
They would just request a rezoning like any other.
Okay, that's fine. All right, and then other council members may have been contacted. I was contacted by a property owner who owns property near where Adam lives on 287 and near Coal Creek, whose property fronts 287, and he would like to build a hotel there, which we've just heard is something some folks think we need, but in the land use code, he said it's zoned as neighborhood serving commercial, and he would not be allowed to build a hotel there, but given that it's along 287, it feels like, the kind of place where there's another hotel near there, and do you have any comment on that? Because would he yes or no, would he be allowed to build a hotel? And if the answer is no, doesn't it make sense that that's a good location for a hotel?
Yep, and so as context, that property, it's a neighborhood mixed use in the comp plan. So when you look at that, it's really, it originally mapped in the comp plan, it was intended to serve those neighborhoods. The way the draft code is set up, and Elizabeth can kind of keep me honest here, is that the potential zoning that could be requested would allow a hotel through a special use review. It wouldn't allow maybe as tall of a building that the applicant may wish to have. And so that is one of the half dozen or so properties we'll likely be highlighting when we bring the code to council, because there'll be several areas of the city that will change, and those are ones that we want to highlight for council's consideration. Yeah.
Okay. You, in the first map that we saw last time, had, and I don't know, I think you had it as a slide, had several areas where you had originally proposed additional height. And I don't know about other counselors, but let's just say we think this is too much for additional height, but there are some areas where we think, like you mentioned 287, and there was good feedback from the public along 287. If we as council wanted to give you direction that there are certain areas we think height is okay to go up to 55 feet, how would we go about giving you that guidance? Do we need to do that here and now tonight and talk about where those locations are? Or what, when you bring it back to us? I mean, it sounds like you're talking about just getting rid of that height extension anyway, but I think there are places I personally could support additional height, and we haven't really talked about that as a council, but I think probably this is more than council would want, but there may be a smaller version of this map where council would be okay with additional height. Should we talk about that tonight and give you feedback, or what process?
We could accept the feedback tonight. Another potential option would be that Root Policy Research is tasked to do the inclusionary housing, which we'll be updating council soon on. They're also tasked with helping us with some Prop 123 stuff, as well as the incentives, which is the height. So typically when you do those inclusionary housing ordinances, you would do those after the code adoption. So this decision could also happen at the heels of the formal code adoption as well. And so if council, it would be helpful to know if we should take this whole question off the table, or if it's something in general that we should noodle on more. That would be pretty helpful, and especially if there's places where there's no interest in, then we can at least develop some options for council, and it might even happen shortly after the adoption with the affordable housing stuff. That's just an option.
Well, and it's not related to affordable housing for me. For me, it's this issue of if we want to protect open space, if we want to create transit-friendly communities, if we want to reduce emissions, we need more density and more mixed use and more walkable communities. And if there are some areas where we could support height, then we could reduce it maybe in Old Town, as was discussed, by one of our witnesses, so that we can put it in places where it is appropriate, where council agrees it's appropriate, in order to keep other places, more protected. And I wouldn't mind having that conversation with my fellow council members about, are there some areas we can agree we're cool with additional height? But, Mr. Mayor, I don't know how you want to handle this.
Sure, that's a good question. I think it brings up a good subject. If you ask me for my recommendation, I like what you're saying, and I like the possibility of having a bigger discussion around height. My recommendation would be to table this, specifically try to move forward with as much as we can in the land use code update, and then maybe have a more comprehensive look at what height looks like, not just in Old Town, but just across the city. And I love the fact that our staff member here brought up, we're looking into possibility inclusionary housing. We're looking at all these things, so maybe looking at it in a comprehensive way where we're also bringing those in. But my recommendation, if we are to have that conversation, would be to table the height piece tonight and then bring that back in a more city-wide way. Councilor Bollier?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with that recommendation. I think if I recall correctly, and we're at that part of the night where my brain starts fritzing, but I think that tabling the contentious elements at this moment in order to pass the overwhelming bulk of the land use code, there's so much work that's gone into it. I never want perfect to be the enemy of good enough. And so quite good enough. Commend really the team's work on putting this together. As I think I've been very clear, very pro height up to 87, but I agree with Councilor Jensen's point. I think given all the other constellation of issues we're grappling with, tabling some of the controversial elements so we can really dive into them, make sure we get them right, but then not hold the really critical bulk of the land use code over long would be my ask in agreeing with you, sir. I did want to ask Mr. Kleisler, because I think we heard from at least one member of the public, when the next working group meeting would be for the land use code working group?
We don't have one scheduled right now. And so I think we've been kind of waiting. We've been a little bit on hold, waiting to see how fast our consultant teams could get through the comments. And so right now we're keeping them up to speed, but we haven't scheduled a meeting yet.
Got it. Thank you. Would love to see that sooner than later. Is it correct, this is my understanding, is it correct that we received more comments in like the past month than we've ever received in that time frame? Something like that?
And that's expected. It was largely, we focused really internally on the working group for much of the project just to get an initial draft. And then last fall, that's when we went out to the public. So that's very much expected.
Fantastic, thank you. Further to Councilor Jensen's point, I also spoke with a member of the community who owns a property near Councilor Gianola. I strongly support a very tall building no, I'm just kidding. I advise this individual to please engage with city staff and write to all of council, since we shouldn't be making recommendations on sort of individual conversations. So hopefully they will do that. I did want to address something on the collector streets comment that you made, Mr. Kleisler. I understand, looking at the map, why we're designating certain things collector streets. And I also have heard, as you have, robust feedback from our community that some collector streets are not like others. And so my ask is, do we actually need to use the same term for different things? And are we, again, making perfect be the enemy of good enough? Because I think some of the concerns that members of our community have raised regarding the authorities and relitigating PUDs, et cetera, I respect those concerns. How can we address their concerns while also not doing a patchwork individual case? Again, my brain is fritzing. I'm trying to ask, how can we get this one right on the collector streets, the land use code writ large, and address the legitimate concerns that make a lot of sense with extremely narrow streets, et cetera, et cetera?
I think that's where we're trying to go with these options, with that option too of if on-street parking is something that defines whether or not it's acceptable, then let's just require it. If you really should have a sidewalks on each side of the street to facilitate additional people living there, then we should just require that. And if it didn't have that infrastructure, then the homes along that street wouldn't be eligible for that housing type, for example. And so I think that second option kind of, we hope kind of tries to start getting there. And if there are other things that, you know, we hear throughout the process that makes sense, if we wanted to add to those, then we could. The more you add, the fewer properties are eligible. And so it's probably a middle ground where yeah.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, recognizing it's a very sticky wicket to get through. I look forward to revisiting height, neighborhood serving commercial and missing middle housing potentially in the future if we need to, but of the three, I really would love to see us move forward with missing middle housing kind of as is, table height and table neighborhood serving commercial, even though I'm really interested in evolving those things.
And is your thought that this would be relatively quickly or a long process? Or like, I think on the height, it might not be that long of a conversation. I don't know, we have to study. I think we have to figure out what we value versus study it. With regard to the neighborhood serving commercial, I think there's more information we have to gather. And I don't know that that's true about height. It's more just, what do we want?
It's a really reasonable question. I agree with you. I think height is probably a little more straightforward, even though I think it's probably harder for a lot of members of the community because it's more that feeling piece, like I don't want a skyscraper in Old Town kind of thing. I think the particulars, and to your point, Hill, on the kind of handful of properties that this would actually apply to, considering we've narrowed the aperture, if you will. So I take that point. I don't think we would need to table this for a long time. I just would hate for us to add to an overall outstanding revised land use code with some barnacles that maybe we could address separately.
Councilor Gianello.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kleisler, for presentation tonight. I am very excited and eager to see the draft code, so I am hoping we will see that in relatively short order, the full draft code. I know we have a few points that we're talking about tonight. I have a question about if we're taking height off the table as recommended, what does that leave us in the code?
Just a by right, everyone can develop, you know, depending on your zoning district, from 27 feet or 35 feet or whatnot. And if there was an instance where a property owner wanted to request that additional height, they would need to go through the process, go to planning commission, and then go to council and say, this is the reason. Maybe it's topography, maybe it's we're going to have more affordable housing, and this makes the development numbers work. Who knows? But it would give council the complete autonomy to make those decisions.
Great. I just wanted to make sure I understood that that's kind of what's being proposed right now. I agree that we can revisit height in short order and see where that goes. If you're asking me if I support a 55-foot height limit, I will just say I do not, despite the fact that there are some PUDs I understand have a 55-foot height limit. On the topic of PUDs, I know there's been some questions from the community and discussion about what governs. I'd love to see the code very clearly indicate in a few words that if there is an existing PUD, it governs over this code, as I think it does technically just based on the ordinances and laws in the state and in the community. But just making that clear to people. Just because we say that you're zoned, I don't know what the zone district's, N3, doesn't mean that if there's an underlying PUD, we're overriding that. And in fact, no, we're not. That underlying PUD continues to govern. So I think the example of the Lafayette Tech Center might be a good one, where that does have the 55-foot height limit built into the PUD, despite the fact that whatever height limit is in the code, that still applies for that zone district. And for that PUD. And, to the same point, if there's other PUDs that have other allowances or restrictions on them, those are still there despite the fact that the code might say something different. So we'd just still love to have that made very clear for the community so they understand that, so they don't think, now I have to sue to try to make you not apply this to me. No, in fact, it already does no matter what you say.
That's exactly correct. Same with homeowner association covenants. Those will remain in place. Yeah, in the PUD. So if a PUD had a modification of a setback or something, we change the zoning, that PUD is still there, all those,
Yeah.
yeah.
And just making that very clear in the code that that applies.
I'll just clarify that, I mean, we have PUDs throughout the city, and they're doing different things depending on what they are. So in our code, we require PUDs for residential developments. That's part of the reason why we have so many of them. Most of the time, for residential development, we have an underlying zone district. So it is just like, it's R1, but it's a PUD because it required to have a PUD and it didn't amend anything in the code. The one thing I do want to be specific about in terms of like, we may have a PUD where we're actually intentionally trying to rezone the property from industrial to commercial or something like that, in which case that statement that you're angling for isn't holistic and it isn't entirely accurate. So it is more on a case-by-case basis that we want to be careful on how we're approaching that. Because if we're trying to zone something from industrial to commercial or downzone something intentionally, keeping the PUD, which may have its own list of uses, isn't going to achieve the rezoning that we're actually going for.
Thank you for clarifying that. That is very helpful. Appreciate the comment about tiny home use, so thank you for raising that, Councilor Jensen. I like the idea of putting it as a use table item to make it very clear where it's allowed and where it's not. That to me clarifies that issue that I've been asking about for a long time. I do support the recommendation to table the height at this time, and then to also table the neighborhood serving commercial at this time. I'm open to discuss it as a kind of middle ground to show where is a good place or not a good place to do it, or even better, maybe it's the types of places based on some very clear definition of the supporting infrastructure. Yeah, thanks for presenting those. These are great.
Councilor Fridland.
If you had something before me to talk
Go
about
ahead.
height. Okay. I just don't want to lose that thread. Okay. I'm supportive of us tabling neighborhood serving commercial. Just want to say that. I think it does make sense. I would just say that maybe it needs a little bit of a reframing if we think about bringing it back, right? Because what we're trying to do in the new land use code is have a community that has a pocket of commercial in it to make it walkable and accessible. And that's what we're trying to do here too, but maybe we need to be looking at our existing neighborhoods and saying, this one doesn't have a walkable commercial area. So let's try to find a place where maybe we could, so it's not like every corner or this corner next to my house is gonna turn into a coffee shop. It's like, let's make sure everybody has access to, some commercial. So anyway, just a reframing maybe is valuable there. Thank you for the clarity on collector streets. I really appreciate that. Heights, I'm supportive of tabling too. I think having a more comprehensive conversation with something that's so important is really valuable. Sounds like it makes sense to include it with the inclusionary zoning discussion that's coming. So I'm supportive of that. I'd also be probably okay with us trying to tackle it in the next 2 months if we had to, because it's an important one. Missing middle, I think, is where I don't think I differ with what I'm hearing from council. I just have like actual real world sort of trying to game theory it out of like what actually is going to happen with missing middle. And here's what I think happens. And I think also it's a little bit new in redeveloping areas of like what actually happens when we do missing middle in existing communities. We already in Lafayette have certainly naturally occurring attainable housing. We have some naturally occurring affordable housing, but no one's gonna go and tear down a $1.5 million house to build a duplex, right? And if they do, each of those is gonna be $2 million. What they're gonna do is go into our older neighborhoods and they're gonna buy a house for $450,000 and they're gonna tear it down and they're gonna put a triplex or a duplex. And they're both gonna be $700,000, right? So I don't know if it I just want to make sure we don't do something that has negative impact on our attainable housing supply. Again, I'm not an expert in this, so tell me I'm wrong if the data doesn't support what I'm saying. But those are the questions that are in my mind of what are we trying to do here with missing middle? What percentage AMI are we trying to target with missing middle? What does the data show? Will this actually increase attainable housing? Similar communities have done this change recently. What are we seeing from them? Are they actually moving the needle? And what would happen in our community? So I'm supportive of missing middle. I like the second option there, where we have criteria that helps us figure out where and helps people understand where would be appropriate. One of the things that I certainly do not want, and I will be strong on this, and I've said it to folks in these neighborhoods that I think are loudest that they don't want this, creating a separate map where we have the highest value neighborhoods that says, no, you don't need to help us work on our attainable and affordable housing goals. And then the other places that don't have HOAs and are less, not as expensive do. That doesn't work for me. I don't like that at all. I think it's a regional problem that we all need to work together on. And if this is a solution that helps us get more housing stock with minimal disruption to our neighborhoods, I'm on board, right? But I'm not sure it does. And I also think creating a system where like these folks don't have to do it and these folks just deal with it doesn't work. So I think the second option to me gets us closer to that where, hey, let's just talk about that criteria of if you don't have the opportunity for a sidewalk, if you don't have the opportunity for street parking, these are things that will make this a problem. And so let's stay away from that. So if we went with option 2, I think I'd be supportive, and I do think it is valuable to have additional criteria.
So, Councilor Friendly, before I move on, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. You would be supportive of missing middle as long as we move forward with that second option of the policy options? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think I'd probably also be supportive of not adding additional options. Like, I think we could just say, on, I forget exactly without those options, what we want to say, but like on corners of collector streets or something, I think is what it says. I'd be okay with that. I think that's general enough, and I don't think people are going to come in and like do things that don't make any sense, right? They're going to have good reason, and adding a little bit of criteria, I'm supportive of, yes, to answer your question.
Perfect, thank you.
And one note, I think you said on corners of collectors, and right now the code is saying if it's along collectors or a corner, and corner properties, and so it could be those mid-block properties as well. So just wanted to be clear.
Yep.
Councilor Jensen, did you have a question?
Yeah, but it's odd. So, in Louisville after the fire, there were people who couldn't afford to rebuild, who wanted to build a duplex to help them with the rent to cover so they could stay in their home. And there were HOA and PUD problems with that, but there was also zoning problems with that. And I guess my question is, if you have a lot that your house burned down and you wanted to do that, under this, it would only be allowed if it was on a collector or a corner, right? That would be, and you could require a rezoning or request a rezoning, right? If you wanted to do that otherwise. So it's not completely out of the picture, it just would require a rezoning. And I guess I'm just not sure why missing middle housing isn't allowed everywhere. I mean, I don't really, why, I live in a single family residential neighborhood. It wouldn't bother me to have a duplex next door to me. I don't understand why it's restricted. And maybe you could just explain why you think the working group came up with these restrictions.
Well, the restrictions are straight out of the comprehensive plan. So we didn't make up that. It was pretty specific. And the working group's discussions around this was pretty general support, but really thinking about context and compatibility, fit over density. And so not trying to jam in a lot of units on a property, but instead making sure it fit in with the surroundings and didn't change the character too much of the neighborhood. And when we started modeling these, there'll be natural limitations too of a property where you won't be able to get you might get a duplex, but otherwise when you're looking at the setbacks that are going to be the same as the other properties, there's going to be a lot of natural limitations. And so in Old Town, for example, we allowed ADUs and it took 20 years to get 50 of them. And so in this case, any change would be a very gradual change. I think we know of maybe 2 people that have said, I'm really interested in the next couple of years of doing this if it passes. So.
And I think Dave, Councilor Friedman has a point, which is, this could be not very helpful in terms of our housing supply, the way it is, and they're likely to be expensive. And that's a whole nother question that we can talk about when we talk about inclusionary housing.
Councilor Bowler?
Just briefly, since I know it's very late, this might warrant a further workshop discussion. I mean, some of the questions that you've raised in terms of where else folks have explored some of these options, what kind of outcomes they've had. I'm a real believer in the best way to provide more affordable housing is simply to build more housing. So I agree with you, Councilor Jensen. If I had my druthers, there'd be missing middle everywhere. But I don't, and I respect that a lot of residents of our city do not want a wide variety of housing options adjacent to them. And so it's, I think, something that we have to grapple with. I guess for here, something I've heard a couple times up here on the dais is this notion of the 450K house knocked down and replaced with 2 700K duplexes. And I hear that. But given the cost of materials and labor right now, I struggle to see a situation where someone who can afford an 800K house doesn't just get the 450K house and potentially knock that down and put a solo house. And then you, instead of having 2 families there or 2 groups of people there, you have 1. And I think we can think of a wide variety of scenarios where by providing more options, more places, like that provides buyers the ability to engage in the market. And again, in those 2 families buying 2 700K units in that duplex, if that one doesn't exist, they're not going to live in the 450 house, maybe, so they go buy other houses elsewhere, depriving other people. So I think there's a kind of basic housing economics thing that maybe I just have a different understanding, but I'd love to really dig into this with some of the housing experts, not at 11 p.m., at a future date, because I think the questions that y'all are raising are really, really good ones, and I'd love to unpack them, particularly considering we have a really interesting dynamic in the Denver area where Denver has seen some of the housing costs go down in the past couple of years, which most folks say is because they have overbuilt and increased supply, which is exciting, right? That makes things better for renters and buyers. So I'd love to dig into this further in the future.
Great. I want to hear from the final 2 members of council. Before I do, I'll just kind of tell you all where I sit because it's going to be quick. For neighborhood serving commercial, I agree with the recommendation from staff. I think we should table this and come in a later date. For height, this is the one I was kind of torn on. I didn't really know where I sat on this. I kind of thought I did. But as I think about more and more, and we talk about community benefits, we talk about potentially inclusionary housing, I think I'm agreeing. Let's table this. Let's bring it back. Let's talk about it comprehensively as a city. For missing middle, I would like to move forward with missing middle, but only with that second policy option. I like the additional criteria being used. To Councilor Friedland's point, I don't like a second map, but I like the additional criteria. So that's where I sit. And our final 2 members of council, if you're ready, Mayor Pro Tem or Councilor Gallegos, please.
Sure, when it comes to height, I do, sorry, that wasn't on. When it comes to height, I do think there are some places where that additional height would be appropriate. Again, it is much more complicated of a conversation than I think we'd like to have at this late hour, so I am okay tabling that. Missing middle is something I would like to explore further. I do like that second policy option. And what am I forgetting?
Neighborhood serving commercial.
Neighborhood serving commercial. I do think it's something that I would like to table and talk about further. I mentioned at the last workshop that I do like the opportunity it could bring to someone who has a business who is just starting out and maybe can't afford a traditional commercial space. So I do like the option that provides.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to table neighborhood serving commercial, the building height discussion, and I hear there are potential drawbacks to the mixed use, but if y'all are interested in moving forward with that second option, I'm okay with adding additional criteria like requiring property seafront, a collector street on with on-street parking and the sidewalk providing additional parking on the site. I don't know about the et cetera. Is Councilor Friedland okay with et cetera?
I'm okay with et cetera.
Great, I think.
I think that gives us everything. There was the Old Town question around the height measurement. We could also, given the hour, that's something that if council hears more or would like some more information, we can bring that as part of the adoption process. That's something that could be added at that time as well.
I would like that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Agree.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That concludes our presentations tonight. And we will move on to council appointments with item M, the Spring 2026 Board, Commission, and Committee updates. But before we do, we have a preliminary matter, and I will recognize Councilor Bollier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies to everyone for overcomplicating what should be something very straightforward. So my spectacular wife has applied for and been offered a spot on the Human Rights Board, and I'm so thrilled for her and strongly endorse her. However, I happen to believe that we probably should not be able to vote for family members, but I understand from our city attorney that there's no financial conflict of interest and alleged no personal conflict of interest, but I assure council I have a strong conflict of interest when it comes to matters of my wife, so I would request unanimous consent, thank you, sir, to be excused from that particular vote, simply because I want to put my money where my mouth is, although I strongly endorse Marian Badawi.
Are there any objections to excusing Councilor Bollier from voting on a spouse's appointment to the Human Rights Board? Okay, hearing none, Councilor Bollier is excused from the vote. We will now go to our staff presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Given the late hour, this will be a very brief presentation regarding the Spring 2026 Board, Commission, and Committee appointments. So the purpose of this presentation is for Council to consider appointment of members to 5 of our city boards and commissions. I'll talk through a bit about the Spring 2026 process and include in that the background of this recruitment cycle that we utilize, and then turn it over to Council for proposed motion language. So for those who may not be aware, we do utilize a semi-annual recruitment process where we do the bulk of the recruitment in the fall, but we do offer the spring recruitment process to fill any vacancies that might come up between the primary fall recruitment and the spring. So for this year, we utilized the same cadence as last year, where we had the application open for 3 weeks in March, and this was for 5 boards and commissions that had vacancies. That application was open from March 2nd to the 20th. The boards reviewed the applications and conducted interviews as needed in April, and then we are presenting recommendations to you this evening, and any appointments made tonight will become effective tomorrow. I do just want to note that this process does not apply to the Youth Advisory Board, as they're on a separate cadence that aligns with the school year, but more on that in a moment. So as mentioned, we had vacancies on 5 boards and commissions listed here on the screen, as well as the number of vacancies with each board. There's quite a bit more information in your packet, including the names and the terms of the recommended appointees, as well as the applications for all of the applicants. Some of these boards did receive more applications than vacancies, but do just want to note that we received at least enough applicants and recommendations to fill all the vacancies across the boards and commissions. So before I turn it over for motion language, do just want to summarize some next steps. So again, any appointments made tonight will be effective tomorrow. The Youth Advisory Board recruitment, that is currently underway. The application opened on May 1st and will close on June 30th, at which point the council liaison and co-staff liaisons will interview applicants and make recommendations to council. And then we will prepare for our fall primary recruitment process, which will follow, is intending to follow a similar cadence as our previous years, with the applications opening the end of August and doing an open house that first week. Those will close mid to late September. We'll do reviews and interviews with boards and commissions in October, and then bring council those appointment recommendations in November. All of those terms would align to begin December 1st of this year, and then we'll wrap up the year by celebrating some outgoing members and training for our new members. And I do just want to note there's been some comments and feedback from council to discuss the planning commission recruitment process, potentially outside of this, and so I anticipate a discussion about that before we kick off this fall recruitment process. But with that, I'll turn it over to council. I understand, and as was discussed, there will be 2 motions, and so we have motion language here. This is if there are no amendments to the recommendations in your packet. If there are some recommendations, then we have a separate slide, and I can walk you through how to make those motions.
Councilor Gianella?
Before we get to motion, I just have a couple questions. There were a couple of boards that had more than one opening.
Yeah.
And on one of those boards, we had like 10 applicants. And I just wonder if there's any insight into why did we do a better, why there are more now in the fall? Those 2 vacancies were holdovers from the fall. I don't know about the Human Rights Board, if those 3 vacancies were holdovers from the fall, and then we just didn't get enough applicants in the fall. Is that what happened?
Yeah, it's a bit on a
One of those
case-by-case basis. So with the Human Rights Board, for example, I do believe it was a matter of not having enough applicants. With the Sustainability and Resilience Advisory Board, which I believe is what you're referencing with 10 applicants, that's typically a pretty popular board and does typically receive a number of applicants. I can't remember exactly where these 2 vacancies came from. I think one member left the city, and so that created a vacancy. But in terms of why, it depends, to be honest, on word of mouth recruitment activities, sometimes the open house.
Yeah, it just surprises me that the fall is usually when we get more like advertisement and engagement on that, and for these 2 boards, that was not the case. That we had vacancy leftovers, kind of. Yeah. So, okay, thank you so much.
Great. Any other questions? Any thoughts from council? If not, we have the first motion.
I move to approve the appointments to the Cultural Arts Board, Historic Preservation Commission, Older Adults Advisory Board, and Sustainability and Resilience Advisory Board, and the second and third appointments to the Human Rights Board as presented in the recommendation in tonight's meeting packet.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously. And we will let Councilor Bollier step out.
I move to approve, oh, should I wait?
Close the door, close the door.
I move to approve the first appointment to the Human Rights Board as presented in the recommendation in tonight's meeting packet.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will notify the members.
Come on back, Councilor Bollier. Thank you so much. Do we have a presentation we're going to speak on the selection of Planning Commission?
We don't have a presentation. What we're looking for tonight is by code or charter, one of those things that guide you all. There's a panel of 3 council committees that interview planning commission applicants. As you know, it closed on Friday. We received 4 applications. Typically, we do about a 30-minute interview process, so we're looking for council to be able to commit about 2 hours, maybe a little bit more with breaks in between, and then land on a day that works for 3 counselors so we can let the applicants know about that. So obviously with all of the stuff going on in Planning Commission and that comes to council, we'd like to get it filled sooner than later. So we were looking to potentially kind of early June, get past Memorial Day interview process. But I think the first is probably, I don't know how you want to arrange it. You could either select a day and then see who's available, or you select a committee and then choose a day. It's up to you, but that's what we're looking for tonight.
What was the recommended date?
We didn't particularly have one. We have some options where the council chambers is available. You could do, again, early June, so you could look at the 1st, June 1st. You could also look at Monday, June 8th, Tuesday, June 9th. So we can move things around, but we'll have our calendars pulled up to make sure there aren't any other conflicts for other boards.
What I'll start with then is, are there any members of council that wish to be part of this 3-council board? Anyone just dying to be on the planning commission? Councilor Gianola, Councilor Gallegos, Councilor Friendly.
I'd be happy to.
Right, we have those 3. June 1st?
Works for me.
My only hesitation of not wholeheartedly saying yes is I don't know if my schedule's going to allow me to be super flexible. So I cannot do the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. I could do the 1st in the morning. Also, we could take this offline.
Yes, we have the three. How about we try to work around
Yeah.
the calendar and just, if it doesn't work, we will fix it offline.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to be an alternate if anything goes south.
I have a question about this. A couple of people I know told me they might be applying, and I haven't followed up with them to see if they did. If it's a friend or somebody you used to work with, or what are the rules about, your connection to people on that and when you should not be involved?
I'll defer to our city attorney, but I've recently learned a lot about this.
Yes. So with appointments to the Planning Commission, if you do have a personal relationship, a close personal relationship, I think it would be best for you to disclose that. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a conflict of interest to be a part of the process of appointing them and voting on their appointment. I may have a more specific opinion if it involved a financial relationship, an employment relationship, a potential board of directors, something that has a little more formality or potential financial or direct personal benefit. But otherwise, if it's an acquaintance or, you all are members of this community and you need to appoint a member of the community, so that's likely to happen. So it'd be good to disclose it if it gets to the point of a person being recommended for appointment. But it's not the type of conflict of interest it's not a conflict of interest that would exclude you unless there was a financial or direct personal benefit to you if that person is appointed. So it's one of those things where city attorney's obligation is to advise you when you need an ethics opinion, and so it's a really good circumstance if that might come up to call me and I can provide advice on that, and we can talk about the facts and make sure that you are comfortable moving forward. And
that's probably true with any board, right?
And with any board, Planning Commission, there's a little more consideration because of the nature of the work that Planning Commission does with quasi-judicial decisions involving property rights and property owners. So there is a little bit of a heightened analysis there that wouldn't apply to an advisory board. So again, kind of a case-by-case basis, but reach out to me and I'm happy to discuss that with you.
Great, thank you. I think that concludes our council appointments. We'll move on to staff reports.
Did we come up with a date, or you guys want to talk about it offline?
I think we're going to talk about it offline. We have a potential fourth alternate. June 1st seems like it might work, might not work.
Yeah, there's
I think.
HPC before, so it'd probably start a little bit before 4. Otherwise, again, the 8th or the 9th are open to start around 4 o'clock, but.
8th or 9th?
I can do that too.
Those days do not work for me.
Okay.
Do you ever do Zoom meetings for things like that? Because I know some of our colleagues work in Denver.
I will take it offline and we'll find a date, and as a reminder, only reply to me when I send an email to the 3 or 4 of you.
Perfect. And that will
Scheduling-
be a publicly noticed meeting, so everyone will be aware of when that happens.
Correct.
Right. And I was just going to say, scheduling is one of the things that we can communicate, that you all can communicate about offline. So, yeah. And did you say you do have well, I was just thinking the alternate, did you decide on it?
The only reason we would have to even talk about this offline, I think the only calendar that isn't 100% on the first is Councilor Fridlin. So unless
If you guys can do, the 3 of you can do the first.
Councilor
I can do
Bollier
the first.
is free on the first and can do the first, Councilor Bollier?
I would prefer not, but I can.
Okay.
I can do the first at any time.
I can make it work.
The 3rd is better for me?
I don't think we have the third.
You could do the first, or we could do the first in the morning. I think a doodle poll seems correct.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Work on that. Yeah, certainly.
Great.
We'll find it.
Moving on to staff reports, we'll begin with our city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have a report this evening.
Thank you. On to our city manager's report.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So just a few updates for this upcoming week. So as a reminder, on Monday is Memorial Day. We have several facilities that are closed. So what I will say are the ones that are open, which is Indian Peaks Golf Club course, which is open dawn to dusk. And it will be the Great Outdoors opening weekend. And so they will be open on Monday as well from 11 to 6, but by and large, everything else will be closed in observance of Memorial Day. Also excited to announce with our new chief taking over the department, he really wants to do a lot more community engagement, especially with our sergeants being engaged in the community. So he has developed called Cop Talks, and the first one is May 27th at 6 p.m. at the Police and Municipal Court Station, but in the community room. This will be on our e-bike safety, and so really excited to engage the residents of that, especially as school's getting out and we have a lot of students that are continuing to use those e-bikes, and just education around what's allowed and what's not allowed. And then we are proud to announce our new exhibit at the Collective, the Black Futures in Art, and save the date for different types of events throughout the month. The film screening, The Whispers of the Soul, The Legacy of Dr. E. Thomas Lockhart, and book presentation will be May 30th from 5 to 8. The Cultural Caravan in the gallery is Wednesday, June 10th. All of this you can find online as well. And then the Artist Talk is Sunday, June 14th at 2 p.m. And then just giving you a quick update on the capital bond progress. So we're happy to say we completed interviews for both the rec center design firms and the service center design build firms. We are finalizing the rec center design contract and anticipate it for council consideration at your June meeting. And we will be notifying the service center design build firms this week, as we wrapped up interviews last week, to start that contract process. And then at your June workshop, for those that are familiar with this, we typically do kind of a pre-budget, post-end-of-year financial update at that June workshop, but we also want to fold in a dedicated time to kind of talk about the capital bond and next steps for all of that, both related to finances, but the community engagement once we have both of these firms underway. So excited about the progress we're seeing with that large project. And then on your May 26th workshop, following, I believe it was your February discussion around a potential consideration for a ballot measure on a tax extension that's expiring, we're going to be providing more information about that to get council's feedback of whether to continue or not. Highly anticipated communications and engagement framework discussion. Pleased to announce our new communications director will be starting that day, so please take it easy on her. We want her to return Wednesday, but I think it'll be really great for her to hear a lot of kind of your ideas and for you guys to learn sort of where we're going and how we want to continue. And then it was mentioned a little bit earlier ago about the building code and building code updates. So every, I believe, 2 to 3 years, we follow the ICC for updating our building codes, and we like to have them in place by August 1. And so we're going to frame this in a few different steps. So the first one is just a workshop. We also went to SRAB this past week. So the workshop of it before we bring the ordinance updating our building codes. That does include some of the things you were talking about earlier tonight. And then on your June 2nd meeting, you'll have 2 public hearings, one on the Willoughby sketch plan, and then the second one on the Wildland Urban Interface Code. And then as Planning Manager Kleiser noted, also a discussion on the affordable housing fee and inclusionary housing discussion so that we can prepare to provide an ordinance at a near future date as well related to that following the land use code adoption.
Did we just decide to add height to that same discussion?
It'll probably be folded into that, I could see,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to council reports. Councilor Friendland.
Nothing to report this evening, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jensen.
So I have 9 things, so I'm taking yours. I wanted to respond to the tobacco retail. In addition to the gentleman that was here this evening, I've had several young people talk to me about this, and it's important. And I guess my question is, does the rest of council think it's important, and can we get it scheduled as part of our agenda in the future? And I don't know where, but I would love to see us look at that.
I believe, not to speak for staff, but I believe this is already being looked at for staff, and it's just something we're going to look at.
Yeah, it's on kind of our growing list of items we need to add into future council meetings. And I also reached out to the gentleman that spoke tonight to just have a staff meeting, because I know he's been meeting with counselors as well, and just to better understand so that when we do have that discussion, we'll be prepared.
Okay, cool. And then as a follow-up, when we had the youth talk, adults listen, we had several young people, 3, who were really interested in following up with mental health issues. And one of my volunteer gigs is working on mental health issues at the county. We have plugged those youth into a summit that happened tonight on mental health, and I just want you to know they were so excited to participate in a grown-up thing, and they are part of a community-wide conversation about mental health that's going on. So it was very exciting to be able to, it was an invitation-only event, and it's very exciting to be able to plug them into that. October 10th, please mark your calendars. The Human Rights Board is going to be having a film screening and community conversation about civil rights, and they're going to be screening a movie called The Libraries, but it's about how libraries serve as a First Amendment buffer between people who are seeking, what's the word I'm looking for, to shut down various points of political view, and how the function that libraries serve in our community in protecting our rights. And there will also be some, they would like to also have sort of representatives from the city there to talk about different boards and commissions and things that are going on in terms of civic engagement at that meeting. So October 10th, it is a Saturday, and we decided 1, right? 1 p.m. So then also at that meeting, I learned that on June 17th, the, what are we calling it, Cop Talk, or will be talking about Flock to the community. The Flock Cop Talk. So if anybody is interested in further information and also hearing whatever community concerns there are about Flock.
What date was that?
That is June 17th. I'm going to let Councilor Bollier talk about the RTD issue, but when he brought that up, it raised for me, so I'm on the Highway 7 Corridor Committee, and when I got on that committee, I just went to the meeting, and I had no understanding of what had previously happened, what is Lafayette's position on anything they're talking about. I felt like there's a need for educating new counselors when they go to regional meetings about what is our position, what should I be saying? And I realized I really had no idea what I was getting into in getting on that. And in fact, they were 2.5, 3 years down the road. So if I wanted to change anything, I was probably not going to be able to do that even if I wanted to. But so on some of these regional groups, I think we need to do a better job of prepping new council members with what's the history and what's your role and what is our position. So I just wanted to put that out there for the future. And then I went on the water tour to tour the reservoirs with Northern Water. I feel a little better informed about how the difference between water and water rights and why we need these reservoirs and why they're really important. And the gist of it is this. It's one sentence, really. So when you have senior rights and junior rights, and when you have a dry year, the junior rights people don't get any water because all the senior rights people take their water. But when you have a wet year, the junior rights people are entitled to water, but there's no place to put it because it's a wet year and everything is full. So these reservoirs that we have are part of our ability to store the water so that when we are entitled to it in a wet year, we have a place to put it so that when we have a dry year, we can access the water. So that's in a nutshell what I learned. And then also I would like to again mention that I think there's this crazy amount of things that are going to be on the ballot this year and that we need a meeting for both the public and ourselves to talk about all the things on the ballot so that we can start to help at least the ones that directly impact the city of Lafayette, like the one I mentioned that requires our law enforcement to turn certain people over to ICE. that we have conversations about those for both the public and ourselves. So sometime in August, we need to talk about that. And then lastly, after tonight, I feel very convinced we need to have a community meeting to talk about the cemetery that isn't this format. But I don't think this council needs convincing that the community need is huge and painful and sad. And so I'm a little nervous that we will get a lot of people doing that and talking to us about that when I think we already understand that. But I understand that there's feelings and there's solutions, right? And I want people to feel heard, but I also would like to be able to not have them be in so much pain because we found a solution to their problem. And so I hope that we can figure out that balance between hearing the feelings and also working towards, are there any solutions? So, and I hope that we can do that relatively quickly, because as long as this drags on, the emotional stress that we're putting people through, if it's not necessary, I'd love to shorten it.
Thank you. Councilor Gianola.
No items tonight, thank you.
Councilor Gallegos.
Just another reminder that Lafayette Youth Advisory Board applications are open until the end of June. See, our summer reading program at the library will be running from June 1st until July 31st. There is a kickoff on May 28th at Festival Plaza at noon. And the theme for this year is Colorful Colorado. And finally, I wanted to say congratulations to all of our graduates in Lafayette.
Councilor Bollier.
Just a few quick items from me. So first, to Councilor Jensen's point on RTD Skyride. So last week at the Older Adults Advisory Board, we received a virtual presentation from RTD Board Director Karen Benker. She highlighted the Skyride, which hopefully will be starting for their September run board, and starting in Longmont and passing through Lafayette, then to Erie, onwards to Denver International Airport. So very, very exciting. The Older Adults Advisory Board were extremely enthusiastic about this. So I asked Director Benker what would be helpful from council, and she said if we were to send her a letter, the RTD CEO, a letter, just we could have a discussion, but basically just conveying, one, our robust support for RTD Skyride coming through Lafayette, and then our articulation of the ideal route and then parking spot. The Older Adults Advisory Board noted that the park and ride, which is like right there, would be the ideal spot. So I said that I would convey that to council. So very exciting. I'm a huge proponent of the RTD and the Skyride, so thrilled to explore that further with y'all. Next, I was privileged to meet last week with you, Mr. Mayor, and Jenny Arndt, the former mayor of Fort Collins, and we had a really rich, fascinating discussion on democracy reform and civic engagement, and it gave me a lot of energy to dig into that further. So I appreciate the point from Councilor Jensen on ballot initiatives and what we might do here in Lafayette to reform our democracy and make sure it's fit for purpose and best serving all of our residents. And then lastly, just echoing Councilor Jensen's notes about two Lafayette residents, young women, Ellie H. and Brisa T.M., just brilliant folks. Can't wait to get the readout from them on their experience at this mental health discussion, so thrilled for that. During the April workshop, I raised some process questions since we are regularly going late. Obviously, we have really meaty agendas and dived into some really important topics together today, but since our meetings now regularly are 5-6 hours, I would be interested in having a discussion with council about whether that's something we enjoy doing, want to kind of keep doing ad infinitum, or whether there's some process reforms that maybe we could explore together. And then lastly, forgive me the personal thing, but I just want to congratulate my brilliant niece, Nora Gracie Lackey, for making her challenge soccer team. I'm so proud of her, and I know she's going to score a lot of goals. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just one quick question for you. What's the timeline for the RTD letter?
I'm not tracking a timeline. Director Benker said like sooner than later is best, and so I think probably the onus is on us to get a response to her and the CEO. I want to say Deborah Johnson, but I might be off.
Deborah Johnson.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, it's in there somewhere. So probably sooner than later.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can we do something on that, like give direction to staff tonight to draft such a letter, or do we have to posted, or where are we with that?
City Attorney?
I did not hear you, Counselor Jensen. I'm sorry.
So-
That way.
I've called you representative, I don't know why. Counselor Bollier mentioned that he would like a letter of support for the Sky Ride coming through Lafayette and stopping at our Park and Ride on its way to DIA. It's coming from Fort Collins. So they are making a decision pretty quickly on that. So can we give you staff guidance to do such a letter or tonight? Without having noticed that, that we were going to talk about this.
Since it's just a letter of support and it's not a policy change or
Right.
anything like that, I think that you could give staff direction, or you could even select counselors to draft it, however you want to go about that. I don't know if city manager has a recommendation on
No,
whether
that-
it should come from staff or not.
Yeah, no, the only thing I was going to say is it sounds like only a few counselors have more information about it than others, so I was going to ask Director Arthur to provide an update about, because staff are highly engaged in it, and then maybe y'all could decide if we feel like the timing.
Well, he could draft a letter.
Staff would be drafting a letter regardless of who signs at the bottom. So I don't know the timing, quite frankly, Councilor Bollier, of how quickly they wanted it and if the June 2nd meeting is impalatable. But I also did want to regardless provide all of council information.
And that was the reason for my question. I wanted to make sure everybody on council knew what it was and had a good background on it, and whether the first week or the first meeting in June would be sufficient in terms of timeline.
I don't know that I can answer that question. I would love a presentation from Director Arthur. I guess my request would be, can we have Director Arthur call RTD and say, what's the time frame? Because I wouldn't want us to set a couple weeks on fire when we all probably are going to be enthusiastically in support of this anyway. A presentation would be great, but I just don't want us to miss a window.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll do that. And I apologize, I meant more of an email, not adding another agenda item for a presentation. But you can ask questions after the email's sent. So yes, I am sure there's probably no red flags, but let's, we'll get that. And how about I use my discretion if we feel like the timing is of the essence, to draft something, and if not, we can.
Yeah, it came up in the Highway 7 corridor meeting too, which is why I got the impression it was urgent.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. On the lines of the Sky Ride, I did receive information about this, surprisingly, after my visit with the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners Council. I don't know how I missed this, and I'm not sure that this was coming. And part of the reason we went was to lobby for transportation funding to come forward, one of them to support Colorado 7. So it wasn't imperative to have this, but it could have embellished why this is interesting when they went to see Representative Neguse. So I'm wondering about these issues, and I'm curious for city manager, was this part of, was this ever mentioned in a council meeting, or?
Are you talking the Sky Ride in particular?
The Sky Ride, yes.
I don't believe so, but
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess, so my next question is to my fellow councilors, that these transportation issues, like, this is gonna lead into what has happened with the mayors and commissioners meeting, is that, this is, we're lobbying for ground transportation issues, and I'm regularly asked what we would like, what Lafayette would like to support. And there hasn't been a lot of discussion amongst us about transportation issues, and I think this is fantastic that it's coming. And I would be able to bring that up at the Mayors and Commissioners Council meeting. But one of the other challenges is that this is also a lobbying entity, and there were some questions about how Northwest Mayors and Commissioners meeting felt about a lot of what was going on in this session. It was a, should I say, very active session. So some of the other cities on the council have lobbying groups that provide guidance, but this specific council has lobbyists, but we don't have specific capability to make fast decisions on issues that are coming up at the state. And this one was quite challenging. So I just wanted, it's kind of an update, I guess, to let you know that Mayor Lay and Mayor Broomfield. Castriata, thank you. Mayor Castriata made the point that it's very hard for us as a group, the council, and MCC council to weigh in on issues. And so we are going to discuss how can we make this council also be a robust lobbying entity for state issues. We have lots of respect when we go to the DC. So this is something that's going to come up. And again, this piece about the Skyride is great, and I could have used it a little bit. I'm assuming our representative Nagus is aware of it, but that's just one of the things I wanted to bring to you. Is I'm going to try to keep you up to date on what it is we're going to try to do to improve my ability to report back to you, and also specifically what that council will be supporting.
Counselor?
Yes.
At the Highway 7 corridor meeting, there was conversation that was almost just the opposite of this, in that when the 7 corridor gets built out, where our park and ride is not very accessible to either legs of the corridor. And there was, I think Jeff, I may be wrong, but somebody, maybe it was Karen Binker, talking about, shouldn't we move our park and ride so that people who are doing the corridor have better access to being able, because it's like, in between baseline, it runs on baseline, and we're what's like a mile from south of baseline from here. And I'm not advocating that in any way, but this goes to this point of all these different groups meeting and not a coordinated approach on behalf of Lafayette to, what's our position on things? I don't know, those of us who serve on regional groups, and I know you're on the Northwest Parkway group, I don't know what maybe we need to talk further about process with regard to all that.
That's kind of what I'm saying, yes, because we do have to provide to these regional groups the best information about what Lafayette needs. And there are reasons why where the current RTD station is located in that spot. So that would be a question we have to say, like, do we want an additional RTD spot to support the Skyride, but leave this one here? And if not, then one of the things I'd like to bring up with the DDA is how do we energize the capacity for people to move through downtown, not in a car. So up and down public road. So these are definitely conversations, and maybe it's that I hate to add another obligation for us, but a time for us just to get together to talk about transportation issues as we move forward. Because part of the multimodal transportation plan is to try to figure out better ways for people to move around and still make it affordable and better with RTD, because there's a lot of improvements coming in RTD that I think are going to be great. It's been a lot has gone, but I think it's going to be good.
Could I offer an idea?
Yes.
Our workshops are already probably overscheduled, but there might be space there, similar to New Ideas. We could put like transportation update from council on the agenda for our workshops. We could do it with other things too, housing. I don't know what might elevate to this level, where we need collaboration across the entire council. But I wonder if that's a way that we could monthly check in on transportation issues, because we're all touching it in different ways.
Maybe bring that up
We can bring it up in New Ideas?
New
Is that what
Ideas,
you're
yeah.
saying?
We can bring it up. I'll bring it up in New Ideas.
Okay.
I would like to give a shout out to SRAB, because I was always hoping that this would be one of the most popular boards, and it looks like it is. 10 applications. That's just amazing. Wonderful. And I'm really excited that we're getting close to getting the land use code over the line. Woohoo! And I did have a Counselor Jensen, and I just spoke a little bit more about the ranked choice voting to try to get a better handle on how that would look for us. So I'm glad that that has happened. And I guess that folds in, and what we were talking about earlier folds into councilors having a better background on what has happened. So in the regional meetings, we know how to represent Lafayette's needs. And I also like to say I got an inch of rain in my house, so.
Hell yeah.
My rain barrel is full.
Yes, so is mine. I had to empty it. It was a little overblown. So it's wet out there, and hopefully it's going to continue. I look in the forecast, and there's more rain coming. And the Futures in Black Art is a incredibly well presented show. The curator, Adderley Grant Lord, is just an incredible curator, so the art's great. If you want to see a show that's well laid out, and it will continue through June, so it will be one of the spaces highlighted during the Juneteenth Festival, which I'll give you more details as soon as I have them. But Lafayette and Longmont are working together on Juneteenth community celebrations. I think we have the domain, so soon you'll be able to click on it and see all of what's happening. And it will be coordinated. And we do have an agreement with Sundance, so we will be screening features in accordance to Sundance. And these are local filmmakers during that festival. So that was a lot, but I'm all done now. Thank you, Mayor.
Amazing. I have nothing. So thank you all. Have a fantastic night. Meeting adjourned.
I didn't realize it was